Greetings, one and all. How are you? I've just finished work. Yeah, give myself 5 minutes, wouldn't you? But, yeah. Oh, lovely. Yes, so, it is hot. I think that's the first time I've ever had a notification to say that I've just started a pub. Ever. It's the first for everything. All right, let's bring in Andy.
Yeah, there he is.
Hello, darling. How's it
The
going?
master of the chessboard.
Yeah.
You get your
Say
pieces
what?
back on there? They keep falling off?
Yeah, I think it's the heat. It shouldn't be, but yeah, I think it's the
It's
heat.
not the heat,
So
it's the stupidity. Is that the...
I don't think I used enough glue. Yeah, the fault
That's
is
funny.
here. Yeah. So
I like your alien graphic you put as the poster. That was pretty fun.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I can't remember where I found that.
that's good stuff.
Yeah, that made me giggle, that one.
Do
So
you ever see any documentary footage with H.R. Giger? He's quite a nutcase.
oh yeah, bag of cats, mate.
His house is just, I mean, like, if you walked an average person through his house, they would have nightmares.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Um,
I mean, his gravestone's done out all in the
oh, that's what I heard, yeah.
all
His,
in all
his
the
books are
areas.
great, though. Necronomicon and a couple other books that he made, they're really cool.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's like his fixation with penises.
Oh, hang on. What happened there?
Oops.
Oh, don't touch the touchpad. Yeah,
His
yeah,
fascination for all the body parts and stuff, especially the sexual organs, is very funny.
yeah. But I mean,
And it's hidden in there. I mean, there's some stuff in Alien. It's funny because
mm,
Sigourney Weaver said she was taking her parents to the set one day on the first Alien,
yeah.
and she was holding back her laughter as she was walking through the little tunnel area where the guy enters,
Mm-hmm.
which is clearly a vaginal
A
opening.
vaginal opening, yes.
Yeah, I mean, not just
Yeah,
the fact that it's a metaphor. It's shaped and looks like one. I mean, it's it's,
yeah,
it's ribbed on the inside. It's
yeah.
just
Done the whole
holy
thing.
shit. Yeah,
Well, that's the way it's done, isn't it? I mean, yeah, I suppose. I mean, some people see anything to do with sex as absolute horror anyway. So,
yeah. I mean, there's just way too many prudes in the world, but he's like total
mm,
opposite.
yeah. Well,
There's nothing subtle about his stuff, and I love his work.
mm,
But it's so funny because there really is nothing subtle about it. He's just like, here I am. Call
yeah,
me a
it's
pervert. I
exactly.
don't care.
Yeah.
I'm a high tech pervert.
Mm.
um,
So, what you been up to this week? Anything good?
yeah, well, I had an EMOM thingy on Thursday night. It was fun.
Mm-hmm.
Had to rush after work and traffic and bad parking situation.
Oh yeah.
Finally got there, and it's in homeless central there. That part of San Francisco is just really, really bad.
Mm.
So you're always worried you're going to come back to a broken in car or something else going on. Well, sure enough, the show ended. Everything was cool. I get back to the car, and there's a giant human shit behind my car. And no toilet paper. So,
What?
what
Hmm.
happened there exactly?
Okay.
I guess the pants became the toilet paper.
It fell from the sky. A gift
Yeah,
from the
exactly.
gods.
It was a big, healthy log, though. I mean, this guy, he's homeless, but he's healthy.
Oh, he'd been
So,
getting his
lots
roughage
of
then.
fiber.
Good man. God. So,
Yeah, if I had seen him at the show, I'd say, "Oh, there's a comment on my set. Thank you very much."
yeah. Here, sign this.
Because it's a free event, he could have
So,
come in if he actually wanted to. Um,
yeah.
but no, that was fun, and then just I did a microscope live stream last night and had some fun with that. Couldn't get any damn water
Yeah.
samples anywhere, so I used a bunch of plants and fungal
Oh, okay.
samples, spores and shit like that. So
Oh, yeah.
freak
Oh,
people out
cool.
with some spores.
Yeah, but they do look a bit sort of like, ooh.
Well, mainly because the amount of spores at high power that I was looking at is like thousands in this little frame, and I just barely touched this dry spored sample that I had from something that came out of the fridge. I kept it in the garage for a couple of months so it would dry out and I could do a sample of it. But if I had sneezed and the spores would have spread through the place and breathed that shit in, it's very dangerous actually.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So, I mean, that's the curse of the King Tut's tomb, right? Curse of the
Yeah.
Pharaohs is actually aspergillosis from
Oh, look, it's the
fungal
crude,
spores.
the crude king. Bonjour.
Oh,
Hey,
Oh,
how are we doing, kids?
how's it going?
It's all right. How are you on?
breeze shooting at the moment.
You what? Sorry,
We're breeze shooting.
shooting the breeze. I'm up
Yeah.
for that.
Yeah.
I've been bloody packing boxes all day.
Oh, yeah.
We're deciding to declutter because we have decided to move.
Really?
Yeah. So I'm coming to get you, Ken. I'm coming down south.
Oh, good man.
It
Good
may be
man.
next. It may be next year, but we feel like we should start the process this year. You know,
Whereabouts down south were you thinking?
Wiltshire, Hampshire, something like that.
Very posh.
We need to be within an hour and a half, 2 hours to London.
Yeah.
We need to be reasonably close to Southampton. And
Are those
to be
small
able
towns? Are they?
Yeah, we live in a small town now, so we quite like. I don't want to live in a city anymore. I did that for 40 odd years really. So we are looking at. We've only literally started looking small towns ish. But the first thing we thought, because when we moved here, which was 9 years ago, we left packing too late, and literally, halfway through the morning of us, we were still packing. Jane's sister came and helped. 3 of us packing. We're still packing while the guys are taking the stuff out, and they got to mid morning. They went, van's full, and you need another van, mate. So we had that. I mean, we had that much stuff, and what had also happened is the boys hadn't come home and sorted their stuff out. So I literally, because I didn't know whether they wanted it,
Right.
their rooms, I literally just packed everything. So we're starting decluttering now, like flogging off CDs that I don't need anymore and books and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So when the time comes, we're going to have less to actually move, really.
Yes, well, I mean, we've been doing some decluttering as well, and that's been going on 3 years now.
Yeah, well, actually, I mean, to be fair, we've got a lot less stuff now than when we moved here, and I've to some extent have constantly been getting rid of stuff, but actually to make a concerted effort to do things like, we've got so many books because we both read a lot that. We've gone through some of the bookshelves and gone, well, we're not going to read that again. We'll keep that. Yeah. So, because it's all stuff that you have to pack at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And although I don't listen to CDs that much, there are still some CDs I want to keep. I'm not like Robbie where I've probably got 300 albums and I'd want to keep all of them, and probably about 600-700 CDs. Well, to be fair, some of them I'll never listen to again.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So
I know what you mean.
Yeah, they really need to go.
Yeah.
So
But
that's what I've been doing all day.
Yeah, without that sort of discipline, they will hang around.
They will,
otherwise.
yeah. So, like I say, it may be next year, but it may be this year if we can find the right house and get this on the market.
Well, I think about nearly once every 2 weeks, Fiona takes the luxury skip down to the tip to empty her out. It's just wood, cardboard, bits and bobs, this, that, and the other. And
well, actually, cardboard, because we're still selling quite a bit of stuff, and we very rarely buy any packing material. We just recycle everything. So I've got in my study next door, there's an ensuite in there. There's a shower room the shower is full of cardboard and packing materials. You know,
It sounds like Trump's bathroom where he has all the boxes stored.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and it gets used, and you know, we've been in business for how long? 12 years, 13 years. We've very rarely buy any. I buy some sort of poly bags, you know, the plastic bags. Oh, I've just done an order. It's not here. So I buy some of them because I can't do anything else, and those sort of these sort of type things. I buy these occasionally. I try not to, but apart from that, anything else is just, you know.
Yeah. But I mean, I've still got packing material in the garage from when I was doing the controllers. I mean, that's what, 12 years ago now?
Yeah. I mean, we were in our last house for 25, no longer, 30 odd years. And you amass stuff, you know, you just do. And then because you're not planning to move, you don't think about it. And then when you actually start to look around at what you actually have against what you actually ought to have or need.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you know, yes, I'm not getting rid of any of this stuff. You know,
but
the stuff that I'm selling.
Thinking about it, a contributing factor is the business itself, because like you'll get somebody send us I don't know, a DX7, and it's in a wrapped up in a cardboard box with loads and loads of bubble wrap and big lumps of polystyrene in it to protect it. And so you take that all out and you hang on to it.
You have to do, yeah.
But they tend to come and collect it in person because it's now all beautiful and it's been, you know, re-silk screened and you know all the stuff done to it. And they'd rather collect it in person and risk it going through the post. And off they happily go, load it into their car, and off they go. And I go, we still got the box and all the bubble wrap, and that happens 100 times.
Do you do what I do, because I think, oh well, that box will come in.
Yeah,
I think that box will come in because there'll be something comes in that size, you know.
Yeah,
and literally, you end up. I mean, when we had the shop, there was an attic space above at the top of the shop, and it was just full of packing material and stuff. Yeah. And I'd go up there every so often. I think, oh, I need that. I'm shipping this out. It'll fit that. Or I end up making boxes because it's a weird shape and that sort of stuff. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we always end up having. I mean, every year, I think we throw away perhaps 25 to 35 flight cases.
Wow.
Nothing wrong with them.
No.
Wow.
It's just that they didn't want the flight case when they come to collect the keyboard. They just want the flight case to deliver it here. Or they forgot it came in a flight case, or we forgot that it came in a flight case as well.
Well, shame you can't sell those and have more revenue because they're valuable.
You know, it's funny. When you go to sell a flight case, nobody wants one. If you want to give them away, nobody wants one.
I get them free with some stuff I get, and I love having them. That's great.
Well, the thing is, we threw away about 20 flight cases that we designed for mini mugs. Now, it's a particular size.
I'm really surprised because...
but you know what? Every time we get rid of them, people go, "Oh, you haven't got a flight case, have you, for an M1?" Really? Where were you last week?
I mean, I've sold. I have still got a flight case, a wooden flight case, one of those sort of black ones.
Yeah, I know that.
It'll take an M1. It wouldn't take a Poly 6, but I think I had it for a DW8000 or 6000, something like that. It's that size. And I haven't got a keyboard for it. All my keyboard flight cases are sat at the office. You know, I mean, I've actually got a proper flight case for the Core Kronos, and they were to buy them. There was some stupid resale. It was £300.
Yeah.
Now I didn't pay £300 for it. I mean, Korg was selling them off. I think they were flogging them off for about £150. I thought, well, actually, because I've got one, I can actually get rid of the box then. You know.
Well, look, Inky's after a flight case. Well, give us the dimensions, darling, and I'll have a look and see what we got, because they end up in the skip. You know, I mean, I was trying to explain to a delivery guy the irony of We ordered this massive roll of bubble wrap. I mean,
Yeah,
massive.
I
right?
had one of them for a while.
Right,
Yeah.
it was about a
Yeah,
metre high.
yeah.
It was a roll about this round. It was huge, right? And it came in a cardboard box.
Yeah.
And I'm going,
Yeah, mine did
what?
too,
Why
yeah.
have you put it in a cardboard box? Well, to protect it. It's bubble wrap, mate.
Yeah.
Exactly. Just stick it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I can understand you putting like a car bumper in a box.
You know, when
But-
people open their package, you want pristine bubble wrap. So
course.
It's like, no, it's,
what I found annoying, I like the bubble wrap. I found that those ravioli pillows really annoying because they don't last
Oh,
very well,
God.
and I just have to deflate them and throw them
Yeah,
away.
they're
That's just
crap.
trash.
I tell you what, we did have one time. It came in one of those big pallet crates, and we opened it up, and it was a what was it? It was big. It was a Polymog. It had come from the States. It was all wrapped up in bubble wrap, but the packing was popcorn.
Yeah,
What,
Honest to God,
real popcorn.
honest to God, popcorn.
I've
It's
seen
cheaper
that for a while.
than packing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
if you go to like a moist climate, they'll get humidity and nasty.
oh yeah.
Yeah,
But this was lovely. We had quite a lot of it. Actually, this is all right. Just needs a bit of sugar on it. But it's I don't know. But they said that when people say no, we're trying to be more conservative and more
Well, they have the starchy
pollution
biodegradable squiggles. Those little like giant
Yeah.
Cheetos now that
Yeah.
are biodegradable that we have in
Yeah.
our shipping
Yeah.
area at work.
Yeah.
So.
But it's they say I mean there's stuff I've ordered in little bits and pieces for the studio, stuff like that, and the amount of packing that
Oh, I
comes
know.
in.
Yeah.
I thought we were
Yeah.
cutting down on all this.
It's bonkers. Absolutely.
I
Bonkers.
mean, when this came yesterday morning, right? The amount of packing
That's
that
lovely,
had,
actually.
it's beautiful,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah.
She's a
it's
real
absolutely
sweetie.
fantastic. Yeah. You want to
And-
keep her? She's a keeper. I can tell you
Oh
that.
yeah, oh yeah. Even the aerial is metal,
That's awesome.
Wow.
not plastic.
Who
I'm
makes
going,
that?
"Ooh."
What's the company makes that?
Oh God, does it even say? Oh, it's a Tomy.
Oh wow.
It is a Tomy. I won't tell you how much it was because
Looks
even
like
I'm
corgi
embarrassed.
quality. The old corgi cars.
Yeah, it's that kind of thing. But it's you can turn the steering wheel and the doors and everything like that. And the details
cool.
there. But it came in that box, which was in a box with a huge amount of brown paper with it to stop it from slapping the sides. So that car came in a box, sort of this size. And it was like,
Well, Amazon's the most criminal because they have a
Yeah.
giant box for one little tiny thing.
no, I tell you, who's the worst in the world that I've experienced is RS Electronics.
RSP.
Oh yeah.
They will send you a
Spares.
cap. You order a cap, and you get this cap, and it's in a, one of those little bubble wrap bags.
Yeah.
But it'll be in a box this big,
Uh,
and the rest of it's just paper. Because it's the only size we had. I only wanted one cap, mate.
yeah.
Or
I
I've
get
ordered a
small
tip.
envelopes sent in the mail. They can do that. They don't have to send a big box.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's I don't know. But why they didn't just send it in the envelope? But they put the envelope in the box and then in this huge box.
Wow.
So I know it's a weird cap. It cost a few quid as well because it was a very weird voltage.
There's probably some stupid rule. Everything must go in our boxes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Probably some shady tax write-off thing or something.
yeah. I mean, it does make you wonder, doesn't it? But no, I mean, RS do those government contracts because you can see it in the catalogues when you go online. You can tell what's being used by a government contract because it's 8 times more expensive than it was, 2
Yeah.
weeks ago. And then you just wait until the contract's over and the price drops back down again. So, which is a bit nuts. This old girl's working now. Oh, hey.
Good. Hey.
And I think in stereo.
What, was it not working before?
Yeah, in mono and very, very quiet. And
Ew.
yeah, but I think everything was good. When I turned on the computer just before the show yesterday, sound was all over the place. The camera was pointing at the ceiling. It's like, what the hell is going on?
I had that. I would have been right at the beginning, except that my camera wasn't working. I'm thinking, well, I'm not used to it. I've not been on since,
Yeah, and it's
since last time I was with you. And nothing's changed. I'm not updated anything, and
Yeah.
the settings on the camera were to an EPOS. Well, actually, the EPOS software is my phone. When I use my phone, but I haven't used that for weeks. and I thought browser, so I changed. I went to I normally use Opera. I went to Firefox. No, Firefox wasn't, and then I went into settings, and that was the problem. For some reason, on both browsers, it had reset to the Epoch camera rather than the bloody webcam that's here. I'm thinking, oh God, don't tell me I have to buy a new webcam.
Epoch often takes over. I have to switch away from it. It's
Right.
kind of dominant software.
Yeah. I've only used
Actually,
it once. So
In other news, has
Yes.
anybody heard anything from Matt?
No.
No, why?
Well, his Facebook blacked out this morning.
Did it?
Or today, I
I've not
understand.
been on Facebook today.
And that's
No.
supposed to be the sign of not good stuff.
No.
I usually get blacked out when somebody gets their account canceled or whatever. But
Yeah. No, I mean,
You mean it's just a black screen, a black icon? Is that what you mean? Or
yeah, but the banner's gone black, and his
Yeah.
his logo thing has gone black as well.
Hmm.
Oh, he's there. Yeah, you having a bad day, mate? You scared the living fuck out of me. Honest to God. Are you all right? That's the thing. Are you okay? Is everybody okay? That's the thing. Because even old Richard Hilton hit me up and he's gone, have you heard anything about... Is Matt okay? Have you heard anything? I go, why? What? And he's gone, he's blacked out his Facebook. I go, oh, yeah, that is supposed to be some sort of international sign, isn't it? For
yeah, I
oh
never
my
touch
God.
mine. I have the same avatar from day one. I never change anything on
I
my
don't change mine.
page.
either, and
I'm respecting my poor Bobcat buddy who died many years ago. So he's going to be up there forever.
Because it was the same when Dave Spears' wife died. He blacked his Facebook out.
I knew some. I didn't know his wife had died. I knew
yeah.
something had happened because obviously I'd seen Dave's posts,
Yeah,
but I didn't know the details. That's terrible.
yeah. Mate, it's destroyed him. Honestly.
I'm surprised.
But so Richard Hilton was very concerned. And hit me up and said, "Is you okay?" I said, "I haven't heard anything." Honestly.
Well, we're just glad you're all right, Matt. That's
Yeah,
the thing.
glad you're all right. Well, and hopefully everybody else is okay in the family and that.
I don't even know about that etiquette. I'm such a novice Facebook user. I don't
Okay,
do anything crazy on there.
I don't go there every day, and when I do, I tend to go to PSN.
I mainly use it as a chat thing. I have so many
Okay, well,
international
yeah.
friends. It was my chat thing where I could talk to people around the world. Facebook Messenger.
There was a time when I was on Facebook all the time years ago, but these days I don't tend. I can go days without even going in.
Oh, I get messages coming in all the
I
time.
get the messages, but
through
there's
Facebook.
a slightly separate app for that.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah,
Yeah, I must
so-
admit. Yeah, but there's normally somebody saying, "Oh, have you seen this post?" Or, "Oh, have you seen that post?" Oh, what? Yeah.
I tend to go in if I'm posting a video, just to spam everybody.
But I got what was it I saw today? Oh, somebody said something about was watching Channel 13 last night, and they're saying that you have to, from next month or something, you're going to have to pay to use Facebook, right? And I've
Well, if
gone,
that's the case, then
yeah, and I go, what? Like
hell
that.
with
So
my
I got
subscription.
a simple Google search was like, oh, that's horseshit. Okay.
Yeah.
So I just put on his page. I don't know who he was, but I just put on his page. I mean, mate, you want to resolve this? Stop watching Channel 13, whatever the fuck that is. So probably we want one of those not so moderated US news channels that you have out there, Andy.
Yeah.
Wait, news? We have news channels?
Yeah,
I thought it was all
apparently,
garbage.
yeah. Some of them even have fact checking going
News
on.
to me, man.
Well, eventually, you know.
I haven't seen real news since 1992.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think we're all getting a bit of that lately, bud,
Yeah,
to be
tell
honest.
us about it.
Everywhere.
I used to be a news junkie. I was watching all the channels, different times of the day. That's how I even found cool stuff in the area. Like, we actually had an aurora happen here which never
Oh, yeah.
comes down this far, because the local weatherman came on the news. I was just happening to watch at night before I was doing something else. I go, oh shit, I'm going to go out and watch the aurora. I would have missed it if it weren't for the local news guy. So it
Yeah.
used to be very valuable for all kinds of stuff, and now it's garbage.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Well,
even
it's
not
really-
even good for satire. It's just garbage.
I mean, here in the UK, Andy, it's really difficult to find whether the news find news that isn't biased. So all the mainstream, the BBC, the ITV, Channel 4,
It's just safe to assume it all is now.
yeah,
It's all
there's a
shit.
bias
Yeah.
on all of them to some extent. Some
And
some do better than others, but
Yeah, but I mean,
Well,
there
the
was
real
something-
indicator is the science coverage is always shit, right? If you can't even get most basic stuff, just report it. That they don't have to know it; they just have to report it.
Yeah.
If they're going to screw that up when they're just delivering information and they're skewing that obviously on purpose, then fuck them. I can't trust them for anything else.
Oh, babe, well, you seen that?
it's the
that
pun
photograph,
master.
that photograph that's going around Facebook at the moment, where they got the computer monitor screwed to the side of the
Yeah,
sub, right?
yeah.
And people go, oh, well, they screwed this to the side of the hub. No wonder it sank. And I go, seriously, you think that's the hull?
Yeah, right.
You fucking idiots.
Yeah, there are no brackets
Really?
inside. Yeah, right.
Yeah, go another couple of feet, and you'll get to the hull.
There's going to
Jesus.
be a massive lawsuit, isn't there? Because all the stuff that's been said about.
Penguin of death.
Oh,
Yeah, but there was an account about a guy who'd gone down in it the month before, and he said that something on the sub broke, and they used zip ties to hold it on.
What, really? See,
Well,
I have a,
you
I have
know-
a, I have a problem. I have a problem with turning the Titanic into a tourist attraction because it's it's a graveyard.
It's
there
a
are
grave.
people. There are
Yeah.
people down there, and
plus we already have robotic cameras from when James Cameron was doing his stuff. What else do you
Yeah,
need?
I mean we've got a 3D map of it. If you want to see
Yeah,
it,
there's everything
have a
already
look at the
covered.
3D map. Don't, I
Yeah,
mean,
you can-
just,
I've been to the Titanic with the VR2 headset and ran
Right.
that simulation.
yeah.
Wow. Yeah,
Yeah.
good. Yeah, have I actually been down there? No, but I don't need to.
You don't need to know.
No.
It's not so much the
Hi, Andrew,
visiting.
by the way.
Hi, hello, evening.
How's it
all.
going?
I'm going to be dipping in and out for
Yeah.
in the cause of marital harmony.
Oh,
Friday
that kind of
night.
dipping in and out. I see.
So yes, I'll be dipping in, and out.
He went there.
and then I'll be here as well. So
Yes.
So, the visiting I don't have a problem with. It's the fact that this is ranked commercialism. It is 1,500 people died, and it's become a circus rather than anything else. It's like selling ice cream at another disaster. It was Aberfan in Wales.
yeah. I read
It would be like selling, having
Yeah.
Aberfan ice creams and pizza. It's kind of let's show some respect. So, and this just stank to me of a very poorly thought through. It's not, they kept on saying, well, this is all about exploration, and we can move faster and develop more if we don't get regulated.
Yeah.
Balls, absolute balls. All the great adventurers and all the great explorers tested their stuff to death to make sure they had the best. They still made mistakes. There were warnings about this. There was a whistleblower.
Yeah.
This is at best corporate manslaughter. I reckon.
And for our American and foreign friends, Aberfan was a village in Wales where it was near by a coal mine, and the slag heap, the waste coal, fell onto a school and killed. I can't remember. I read a book about it years ago.
I
can't
went
remember
there.
how
My father took me there when I was a child. He knew people
Yeah.
there. He was from
Yeah.
Swansea.
I mean,
And
it was absolutely horrendous.
it was spoil that was built
Yeah.
up from
Yeah,
the
that's-
mine,
yeah.
that was put above the villages, and there was consistent lots and lots of heavy rain, and there were warnings that this big hill, and it was very high.
was very,
me-
very high, yeah.
Tens, dozens, I think even 100 meters or so,
Yeah.
something
Wow.
like that. And essentially, the rain got into a crack, it formed a thing, and there was a landslide which slid down and covered a school, and it killed hundreds of children. And I remember hundreds, I can't remember.
It was. I know it was a lot, because
it was the thing about it was an entirely foreseeable disaster. It could have been prevented, and no one would think of charging people to whiz them round the cemetery. Say, here are the dead kiddies. These kind of really, everyone shows a lot of respect. That's what I think's missing here. This was also an avoidable disaster. It was one that was, they knew was coming.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Andrew. It was 144 people died.
104. That's right.
Yeah.
And I remember I think I was 6 or 7, something like that, maybe 8, when my father took me there. It wasn't long after. And they'd buried the children in this graveyard that was on the hillside, and they had marble stones going round each grave, and then the headstone. And in the centre of this marble border, they had these beautiful green, I can't remember what the stone was, but very small chips of green stone, which to a 6-year-old looked like jewels, right? Yeah. And I took 2 or 3 of them and I put them in my pocket. And my father, or rather my mum, I think, when we were driving back, I burst into tears. And my mum said, "Well, what's wrong? I know it's dreadful." I said, "No, I took these." And my dad said, just turned to me, he stopped the car and he turned to me and he just said, "Remember, Andrew, remember." That was it. And that's kind of the level of, that's what the Titanic wreck is.
Yeah,
it's remember.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I went to the site of the 2 towers in New York. And the first time I went, they hadn't built the infinity pools.
Yeah, I was there when they had the cross beam.
Yeah. And we were in the area, and it was a mark of respect, really. And there was some dickhead trying to sell us photographs while they were building the infinity pools. And we were just, there were these guys that were there just trying to make a buck by selling photographs of debris as much as anything. They had these little books that were selling, I couldn't believe it. The other thing was, we did go later when the museum opened, and we were in 2 minds about going, But actually, we did go, and we spent pretty much nearly all day there. Not from any sense of macabre, but as and what bothered me was we refused to take any photographs. We just went and as a celebration of the lives of the people that were there, to some extent, and but there were people because there's a crushed fire tender, and people doing selfies with the crushed fire tender. I mean, it was
that's like the selfies. That's like the selfies people do in in
it's
Auschwitz.
Like
it's kind of really smiling.
Yeah, exactly. We literally were in tears. I mean, listening to some of the. I mean, there was a very moving film that it's the only time I ever saw. Who was the president at the time? It was George Bush, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And actually, George Bush looking really, really shocked, and being human, because politicians don't do the human thing very often. But he was sort of regretting things that they did.
Yeah, even George W. can have a moment, right?
Yeah, he said, we need to get the people off the top of the Twin Towers. And he was advised. He said, we can't go and do that. He said, everybody above where the fire is dead already. We can't help them. We've got to help the people below where the plane went in, and to try and get them down.
I remember the day.
It stuck with me with that.
I remember the day it happened. I was actually in the north of England at some music shops. I was with a music company I worked for at the time, and we were showing some things off. And we had a hotel just outside of Leeds, and I remember driving back and started hearing news. This was in the morning, very early in the morning. Not very early. It was very early in the morning in America, so it was about 2 o'clock.
It was
or
about
lunchtime,
wasn't it? Lunchtime here.
And I remember by the time I got back to the hotel, it was just full of people who had their bags and other things. They'd walked in, and there was a screen up in the lobby, and everyone just walked in and stopped and was just looking. And what I remember most clearly about that was the live coverage of the second plane coming in and hitting the other tower. And I remember that they kept playing it, and I kept watching it because I kept thinking maybe this time it will miss.
Yeah.
And I just
Yeah.
I wasn't sobbing, but I had tears streaming down. You know, I knew some people. You know, no one I knew actually died, which was really good. But I knew lots of people that were there, and it was an extraordinary. It was just an extraordinary moment of shared grief across the world.
It was, yeah. I
Across
mean, I went into, because I popped into, I left the office. I was working in New York, and I left the office and popped into town, and I went to 2 or 3 shops, and I knew something was going on, but I couldn't quite tell because people were obviously talking, or people were hearing the news as it was filtering through. But I knew something had happened, you know, but I didn't know what until I got back to my office, and because I worked in media, I had TVs in my office, and I actually put the TV on, and then literally the phone rang, and Jane rang and said, "Have you seen the news?" You know, and I went, "I'm watching it now." You know, it's horrendous.
Yeah, actually, I'd fallen asleep watching the news the night before on my couch. Woke up, lights were still on, and I go, "Oh, the news is still on," and the first tower was just falling. I go, "What the fuck is going on here?"
Yeah.
You know, am I still dreaming? What is going on here? And then I was just riveted to the TV, and then the second tower fell, and I was just like, "Oh my god, this is unbelievable!" And I was watching it all live, you know, and then had to go into work, and it was just a crazy, crazy day, you know.
I remember on one of the British. I'm not sure if it was a news program, but it was a program where things were discussed and there were people there talking about stuff. And I can't remember who it was, but it was someone who was a significant British broadcaster who was always terribly professional, very correct, very, very British, spoke terribly like this. And I remember it cut to him and he didn't say anything. And we thought, oh, yeah, you kind of think, well, maybe there's a fault with the auto cue or something. And he just turned and looked straight into the camera. And, yeah, he said to whoever did this, "You bastards. You utter bastards. This infamy will follow you and everyone everyone you're associated, everyone that had anything to do with this. This will follow you to hell." And he was just so angry and so visceral in his response. It was an extraordinary day where I think everyone was just all those rules just went.
Yeah.
And I think
mean,
you know.
My kids were quite well. I can't remember how old they were, but I remember having to try and explain to Matt why people were jumping out the window, which, as a father, was just horrendous to have to try and explain. And all I could say was because, if they stay in there, they're going to just probably burn, or they've got nowhere else to go apart from out the window. Yeah. But I think Matt was, what would he be? 8 or 9, maybe slightly younger. But it was a horrible thing to have to try and explain because I don't, you can only make the assumption that, people are jumping out the windows because literally there is no option,
How are you gonna? Yeah. I think that's with most disasters there are moments which define it. I think for an awful lot of the world, the thought that the people in the sub maybe had some warning, and it was a slow thing, it wasn't. It happened.
No. When something implodes, it's instant. Plus the temperature, the pressure, everything. It's very quick.
But with the Twin Towers and other disasters like that, there's that knowledge that there's nothing you can do. Nothing. So yeah.
Well, like the people on Flight 93 that they knew they were going to go down.
Yeah, oh, God. Exactly. God.
And you know what? one of the films that gets the most flack for being a schmaltzy film, Love Actually. Right at the beginning, it says the pretend Prime Minister, what's his name, Hugh Grant, says, "I don't think any of the messages that were sent out from Flight 93 expressed hate. They all expressed love." They all, without exception, they expressed love. You know, I love you, darling. You know, I'm sorry I won't get home. I love you. It was all about love, and that's fascinating. You know, that's fascinating.
Because a few of those calls are relayed in the Twin Towers, the 9/11 museum, and actually it's impossible not to cry, because we were just. I actually had to walk away at one point, because it is absolutely heartbreaking hearing, you know, people that are about to die just calling their loved one to say I love you, because that's what people were doing, you know.
Well, there are two museums that really freaked me out. One was driving through on a road trip through Oklahoma City. They had the bombing site memorial, which is just huge and unbelievable, and it's kind of touristy, but it's also very, very moving and sad. And then I also went to the Hiroshima Museum when I was over there, and holy shit, was that depressing as fuck.
Yeah.
And these cute little girls come outside after seeing all this awful stuff and go, "Hi, would you like to talk about your experience?" And they're all happy and stuff. I'm like, I'm depressed. I can't talk right now. I just saw a human bones fused with clay tiles, and coins melted, and mannequins with skin melting off, and keloids, and the guy's shadow on the Sumitomo Bank as he was vaporized. You know, I mean, it's like that museum is just an unbelievable museum. It's like, holy shit.
Well, coming back to more cheerful things. I've got to go. By the way, for a while at least. Otherwise, I will have my knackers cut off. Last night, you know, if you were watching the show, if any of you watched the show, even on repeat.
No, we never watch it, Andy.
You shut it. You remember the Penguin of Death? I mentioned the Penguin of Death because the Penguin of Death is always there. Penguin of Death is always there. Well, he disappeared last night, and he was looking a bit restless. And I found a ticket. Well, I found a plan which said something about the M4, and then I found an overnight return ticket to Mochba. And just see it. You know, Penguin of Death. Penguin of Death. Huh?
They can't be trusted, mate.
What?
I think the Linux penguin is also called the Penguin of Death. So.
Yeah.
She's brother.
Just so you know. Oh God, I'll be back.
You see what Robbie's just said in the chat?
If you'd be back.
Someone save me from this fucking awful wedding band.
Oh dear.
Isn't that redundant? They usually are pretty awful.
Yeah.
Is that a wedding band? Oh no, the other sort. Listen, I'll be back.
Okay, darling.
In the words of Arnie
I'll be
Schwarzenegger.
back.
I'll be back. All right, I'm going. Bye.
Cheers.
Bye.
See you later, Andy.
Bye.
Bye.
It's a heavy Yamaha jingles.
One thing that was interesting too, I know it was very controversial, but it was meant to be a kind of an experience so people wouldn't forget, and also get a little feeling it was like this. Someone made a VR simulator for a few random people trapped in the Twin Towers. It's on Steam for a while. It was very controversial, but it wasn't to be like some of the movies obviously were capitalizing on that, trying to make money off the whole tragedy and stuff. This was more of a free upload that was like, holy shit, this is kind of what it felt like if you have maybe not enough empathy, watch this. And you couldn't watch it without crying. It was really, I just saw a video of it. I didn't have the VR thing, and it was just brutal. It's just because,
if you haven't got enough empathy that you need to watch that, then,
some people don't.
Yeah, but if you haven't got enough empathy, then it won't make any difference.
Yeah.
Well, if you're on the spectrum or you're sociopathic or something like that, then yeah, obviously nothing's going to really help. Potentially, but some people who, especially the conspiracy assholes, want to talk about all this other stuff and not deal with the real problem. It's like, well, watch this, and who cares if you think it's a conspiracy or not? Watch this, and maybe you'll shut the fuck up and worry about the people that died. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Because that's really what it's about, not about someone's ideas on some nonsense that. Well, they couldn't have melted. I'm a structural engineer. Yeah. That jet fuel couldn't have melted those things. And it's like, you realize they put those things up sometimes a floor a day. Yeah. And because they did the central elevator system, pancaking was very likely. So it was a poor design of a building, to be honest. So it's very
I
sad.
remember, I vaguely remember seeing an interview with the guy who designed the Twin Towers, and him really apologising for the fact that he felt the building wasn't structurally sound. But when you put it in context, it was hit by 2 planes.
Yeah.
You know, that's you know, and he was basically blaming himself for the disaster, which is, you know, that's not true. You can't build a skyscraper and, you know, for it to withstand a jet going into it.
No.
Because
Especially one that they obviously planned the closest approach, full of fuel, heavy, fast. You know, it's the maniacs really did their homework. I hate to say.
Yeah, they did, yeah. And I mean, if anybody ever goes to New York, could I encourage you to go and spend a few hours in the Memorial Museum there, because it's and not for it to be macabre, because it's not. It's just it was an experience that, you know, that was overwhelming, really. You know, just to be there, and, you know.
Yeah. The sad thing is, you know, people already tried to bomb it. The guy in the basement with the giant fertilizer bombs or whatever, with the truck, with the van, and just, you know, basically blew up a lot of the parking garage down below because it wasn't enough to take it out and make it topple. But you know, they're clearly going back for it over and over again. It's just a matter of time. So.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm not going to comment much on foreign policy, but, you know, as much as it was a horrible thing and should never have happened, we're certainly not innocent in that part of the world, creating terrorists day by day with our activities over there, our unsavory activities in the Middle East. You know.
Oh yeah.
Just really what Rob said. Playing a band like that 20 years ago, nothing's changed. I've done the odd wedding gig myself.
Yeah, here's a suggestion for you, Rob. Just shit your pants. That'll take at least 2 hours of the evening off. And you probably won't even have to listen to the music.
I mean, you can't put earplugs in. I always carry earplugs on me everywhere. So.
I do too. Yeah.
Little key ring thing I got from Amazon.
Yeah.
It's meant for pills, but I put little foam earplugs in there.
Yeah.
And it's great.
No, gonna have to lighten the mood.
Yeah.
Oh, that's better. There's got to be another one here. Hang on. Oh, this one.
We're going to lighten the mood then.
Oh,
Let's
wow.
go. Here we
That's
go
better.
then.
Go on.
Just play Funny Cat on your. Do you have a Roland synth there? You can play Funny Cat.
Oh no! It's arrived.
It's arrived. It's not very loud, but then you have to plug it in. Oh, battery's just died, I think.
There is a God.
That reminds me, a long time ago, I was at my friend's house, and his sister was famous for staying in the bathroom for like 2-3 hours. And the father just had enough. He was like, "Get out of the bathroom. What are you doing in there?" And so I brought this thing over called The Final Word. And it's just a series of insults. Like, you're an asshole, fucking jerk, eat shit, all this kind of stuff. And the father goes to the door and starts pushing the button multiple times. And she got so mad, she's like, "Fuck you too." Like, you're yelling at a box, you know that?
Oh mate.
Yes, Robert, it's Teenage Engineering's latest production.
Oh.
Yep.
The hell is that thing? Oh, it's Thomas. Okay, yeah.
It's Thomas the Tank Engine.
Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah.
The infamous.
Does it have Alec Baldwin's voice on it, or
It's got no, it hasn't. It's
Ringo
got
Starr?
Ringo. I wish it had Ringo Starr. It's got. Let me switch it on.
May I help you? Welcome aboard. Hello. Are you there? Hello.
No idea who that is.
Yeah, there's something creepy about that show. The way they shoot it and the way the eyes kind of move around slowly, and it's
Yeah.
very quiet.
I haven't watched it for
And-
years.
Yeah,
It's
welcome
kinda-
to British children's programs.
It's fucking
Yeah.
creepy.
Yeah.
It's perfect for some like shining music in the background and some other stuff.
But actually, there's a whole thing, this hauntology movement, which she's looking at not only children's programs, but just programs from the sort of 60s and 70s. But kids' TV in the UK in the 60s and 70s was really scary.
Yeah. I've seen videos, like
Yeah,
the compilation
it's just-
videos on YouTube.
yeah,
I'm like,
it's
what the
just-
fuck?
Yeah, yeah. You know, they had these really weird kids' programs,
Yeah.
particularly on a Sunday night, if I remember rightly.
I want to know who was the genius who thought that Doctor Who was brilliant for kids to watch.
I know. I remember watching the first ever episode and actually literally being behind the sofa.
Yep, you and
Yeah.
me too.
Yeah.
So by the time I caught on to that, I always had to laugh because the effects were so bad and sets were so bad and stuff. So I never got creeped out by it because it was just kind of, whoa, this is low budget, you know.
Oh yeah. But I mean, the Magic Roundabout. I mean, it was only until you were older you started going, "What the fucking hell?"
Yeah.
Captain Pugwash.
Yeah, that was weird.
That's very strange.
Oh, I did. I checked up on that. There wasn't a Masturbates.
I didn't know. I thought it was it Seaman? Wasn't
Yeah.
it Seaman Staines? Was that
Se-
the other one that was?
Yeah, apparently it wasn't. No,
It wasn't.
no folklore.
No. Yeah.
No, because what was it? It said, and then it was uncovering. I forget what the documentary is called, but they're uncovering a lot of these things, and they was talking about Dougal's love of sugar cubes because he was taking LSD, and it was everything was like drug related in the show. So I'm not quite sure where Zebedee
But
comes in, of course, but
it was French, wasn't it? It was French and then dubbed into and then an English.
yeah,
dialogue
but I
over
mean
it.
Hector's house.
Oh God, that was. I mean, and
What the fuck?
rhubarb and custard. That was superb. That was
Yeah,
great
rhubarb
cartoon.
and custard was brilliant, mate.
Yeah, but yeah, Hector's house. You know.
Yeah, it was like, what the? What's going on?
So Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood was pretty innocent, but it could be creepy at times. There's some weird characters on there, and when you realize it's all him doing the voices of the puppets,
I didn't know about Mr. Rogers until I
Yeah.
saw the Tom Hanks film, which I thought was brilliant.
Yeah.
And I
well,
watched
he was
the
a great man.
documentary.
He was one of those few guys
was-
who wasn't
yeah,
a pedophile.
yeah,
He actually was
yeah.
honestly helping kids with
Yeah.
education.
Wasn't he a
thought-
Marine?
I can't remember,
I think he was a Marine as well.
but his stuff was actually pretty wholesome. But there were some
Yeah.
creepy characters in there.
Yeah,
But my favorite
Bagpuss
was Meow Meow
good.
Kitty. You know, meow 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 kitty meow meow this and meow
Yeah.
that and meow meow meow.
Yeah, no, there's some...
Bagpuss, yeah, Bagpuss.
Bagpuss was brilliant.
Yeah.
Where is Bagpuss? Oh, he's over on that speaker. It's behind hands.
Finger Bobs. What's
Yeah, do you
Bobs?
remember
What was
Finger
that?
Bobs?
What? No, I don't remember.
With Yaffle. You know, where you had the
Oh,
little paper
little
cone.
finger puppets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he'd
right.
just have his hand. And we're all there going, oh, it's a real mouse. But then, of course, there's Thunderbirds, Stingray.
Yeah. Actually, Jane used to, when Boris Johnson was still Prime Minister,
Oh,
Jane used
that's
to say,
far
oh,
back.
he's Mr. Ben. Because every time he popped up, he was wearing a different outfit and a hat, because he'd have a hell, he'd have a, you know, he'd be a workman today. And,
Check out the wind tunnel. This is NASA
Yeah.
Ames.
Yeah.
This is the wind tunnel.
Did he come out at number 10 and just stop like that and then
Yeah.
change into his different clothes?
Yeah.
Who's
You
the
guys hear that?
shopkeeper?
Yeah. Today he's a doctor because he's got, you know, he's
Yeah,
visiting
exactly.
a hospital or, you know, he's doing Mr. Construction.
It was sort of a dumbed down version of Joe 90.
Yeah. John Nancy was great though.
Ah, it was
Loved
good,
John Nancy.
mate.
Yeah.
So, yes, but there you go. Yeah, there was some mad shit on there.
It was.
Mind you, I remember, I think Scott was a baby at the time. So
Well,
we used to
Teletubbies
watch
is super weird.
Oh,
Oh.
God, yeah.
Teletubbies.
But do you know, when I did my first masters was in software design for education, and we actually studied the Teletubbies for the audience that it's aimed at, for those kids, it's apparently perfect.
Yeah.
You know, from an educational point of view of
Yeah.
trying to get, you know, really small toddlers. You know, it was actually apparently spot on.
Yeah.
You know.
I suppose, because if you're not a toddler, it's
Yeah,
creepy as
you
fuck.
don't get it. You don't get it. Yeah, I didn't get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
We
Yeah. Somebody
also had
mentioned-
Bananas in Pajamas. That was another stupid one.
I remember that.
Mind you, we used
Can't
to
wait.
love old. What was it on Saturday mornings? They had HR Pup and stuff. That,
Oh, that was mental stuff.
that was drugs.
With a little flute. Timmy the flute.
Yeah, and but banana splits, man.
All the Sid Marty Krofft stuff.
Yeah,
The Krofft Super Show with Sigmund the Sea Monster and Dr. Shrinker, the Wonder Bug, and all that.
Yeah.
Oh, just this crazy ass
Yeah.
Saturday morning shows. I love that
Um,
stuff.
was it?
Psychedelic.
There was a double deckers as well. Do you remember that?
Double Deckers was great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on board. Come
But
on
we
board.
ended up watching.
Come on board to the double. Oh, yeah, I even know the theme song.
Oh, steady.
I know, that's worrying actually.
Given your age, you were there, lad.
After
you know.
all these years, that's
Yeah.
really worrying.
Oh, what was it? Oh God. Oh, Dog Tanyan
That
and the
rings a
Three
bell.
Musker Hounds.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh wow. I remember Hong Kong Phooey.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Hong Kong Furry.
I had a Hong Kong Phooey lunchbox when I was a kid.
Did you get Danger Mouse over there?
Oh,
We
Danger
did, but
Mouse.
not till I was older.
Danger Mouse was just
Danger Mouse.
absolutely brilliant.
Si Baroni.
It was just so good.
Get me Danger Mouse.
Yeah.
Si
Kind of like
Baroni.
Pinky and the Brain, right? A little bit like
Oh
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Pinky in the Brain.
Banana Splits. Yeah, I remember about. The only thing I remember about Banana Splits was those buggies, dune buggies going over.
Yeah,
sand.
yeah.
A lot of sped up footage, a lot of
Yeah.
just wacky music and sound effects and bright colors. It was very
Was it
psychedelic 70s shit.
Snorkel. Was it?
Yeah.
Snorkel was one of them. He sort of supposed to be an elephant, I think.
There was a character called Witchy Poo.
Oh yes. Oh wow.
It's kind of like Never Ending Story. I always have some little kid and just this weird stuff all around him. Just
Yeah.
like one kid. Or like you had the Labyrinth with David Bowie and stuff like that. There's just one kid and all this weird shit happening around her.
Hmm.
It was a very common theme back then.
I'm trying to think some of the other. There was some weird shit, but what?
I liked the Dark Crystal. Thought that was cool.
Yeah.
I remember seeing it.
Very high
Okay.
production value.
Yeah.
Creepy. Wacky.
But I did lose sort of like connection with a lot of them. But then when Scott was born, and because I brought Scott up, and he was obviously into his TV. So I go and collect him from school, and we go
Yeah.
bring him home and everything. Be sitting on the settee watching tea, having some tea and watching TV, and he'd watch his programs, and some of them were like, "Oh my God." Some of the stuff was quite dire. It really was. But obviously, as he got older, he started watching different stuff. But he started watching what was that bloody? It was like a soap for kids.
We had some like Via Alegre, it's like this Latino thing. With like mixed neighborhood with Mexican kids and white kids and black kids and stuff.
You've gone really quiet, Andy.
Sorry,
Oh.
my microphone shifted. Sorry about that.
All right.
Oh,
Yeah, we had these weird shows. A lot of them were on public television. Zoom, one called Zoom, Via Alegre. So the later one called Kids Incorporated. That was after my time.
oh
But
yeah,
I think Ben
Flumps.
Affleck got started on that.
Don't remember the flumps at all.
You're not.
No.
Yeah, I mean, there were some of the cartoons that were a bit. Some of them were quite throwaway. Some of them were quite good. But there was that other viewing that you used to get. Some of those BBC live action film series, like Rent a Ghost, for instance.
Yeah.
Do you remember? Do you
I remember
rent a
it, but
ghost.
I never saw it.
It's apparently huge. Cat weasel.
Cat Weasel, I do remember.
Yeah, cat weasel.
Yeah.
That was very strange. Because wasn't that one of the Doctor Who's was cat weasel, wasn't it? Was it the first Doctor Who was cat weasel? Or am I mistaken?
Because the first Doctor Who was Hartnell. I thought, no, it was John Pertwee who was Cat Weasel. John Pertwee was Doctor Who, but he was also Cat Weasel. I think he was the first Cat
No,
Weasel.
he wasn't cat weasel. He
Wasn't he?
was the other one, wasn't he? He was what was he called?
Just British. I'm just looking up British children's.
Wurzel
television.
Gummidge. Thank you, Wacko.
Oh no, you're right. Actually, yes.
yeah.
Wurzel
So
Gummidge.
so the scariest, most violent Doctor was Wurzel Gummidge.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm just wondering, was it Paul Hartnell that played cat weasel?
I don't remember. I didn't.
No.
Fireball XL5. I remember
Oh God, now we're going back.
that being really small, and my father building me an Airfix model of Fireball XL5.
Yeah.
You know, they're called Stingray.
My dad bought me a clockwork Dalek. And
Wow.
I wouldn't go into my bedroom all the time it was in there.
Was it that one was about that sort of tall?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had one.
I was
of them.
absolutely fucking terrified
I
of it.
couldn't remember it. The Owl Service was one of the weirdest kids shows of the 1960s.
So by the time I saw a Dalek, I was just like, can't they just push it over? It has a plunger for an arm.
Yeah,
and
Yeah,
It's
they
like,
worked
this
on
one-
that later.
yeah.
The Dalek's greatest enemy, stairs.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
It's like Ed 209 when it falls down the stairs and goes, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Did like the films though.
Yeah, I wonder if the Owl Service is actually on YouTube, because that would be worth seeing.
Yeah, that's just drugs for the eyes.
My favorite kid stuff was always the Japanese imports, like Space Giants, Ultraman, Spectreman. Those
Yeah,
are
but a
just
lot of them were very,
hilarious.
very, very similar though, weren't they?
They were, but Space Giants was special.
Yeah.
I don't remember
Goldar and
Space
Silvar
Giants.
lived in the mountains, became rockets when they went from place to place. It's like the first Transformer type show on TV,
Yeah.
but they just transformed into rockets, and just the lip syncing was bad. Everything was bad. It was just awesome.
Yeah. It's like, no, we don't need a story. Just promote the toys.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. There's my weekend watching the Owl Service is on YouTube, all 8 episodes.
Oh my God, Father.
So that's got it. I just was thinking. Do you remember Land of the Giants?
Yes.
I used
Yeah.
to love the Land of the
Yeah.
Giants.
Yeah, but that was that after
It was later,
Lost in
wasn't it?
Space?
Yeah, Lost in
Yeah.
Space, Time Tunnel.
Yeah, 'cause-
the original Time Tunnel. Yeah.
Were
It
they
was
all the same company under the same umbrella? Because they were all very similar kind of.
It wasn't. So
Set up.
Lost in Space was just Swiss Family Robinson, wasn't it?
Oh yeah,
Rewritten.
yeah.
The great thing is they all use similar prop houses, so you saw things show up on different shows.
Oh yeah. I mean, Robbie turned up everywhere.
Yeah,
He did,
that's why
didn't he?
like
That
Robot
robot,
Monster.
yeah.
Danger,
had
danger,
a-
Will Robinson.
Yeah.
Robot Monster had the gorilla suit with the space helmet. You know, because they're like, hey, let's mix it up a bit. You know, It's
Yeah.
like, I am
Ran
Roman.
anyway.
Yeah.
Oh man.
You humans must listen to Roman.
Oh mate.
Cheapest sets ever. They had a cave that they used. That was the most overused cave in all those 50s sci-fi things. And they had a house nearby, and that was pretty much it. There was like no budget.
The Singing Ringing Tree. Yes.
Oh god, yeah, that's another
Yeah.
one.
I think that's brilliant. Yeah.
Originally some 1957 East German
German
film.
film, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Really?
Yeah, it's funny,
I
isn't it?
can't remember
You-
much
you-
about it, but I remember I do remember something about it. I'm just going to look it up now. The Singing Ringing Tree. I used to like Follyfoot. Mainly because it was done in Yorkshire.
Black Beauty.
Never really watched Black Beauty.
No, that
Bit
was
gir-
for the
bit-
ladies.
Bit
Yeah.
girly for me.
Yeah, it was for the ladies,
Yeah.
wasn't it? Yeah.
It's,
And then there was White Horses.
No, I didn't watch that. Yeah, 57.
But a really brilliant theme tune.
Yeah. Singing Ringing Tree from 57, children's fantasy film from East German studios BEFA.
I think I read somewhere, this may be complete bollocks though, but I think I read somewhere that the theme tune to White Horses was written by Vangelis.
So I don't remember. I don't think I've ever seen White Horses. So
I think it was Spanish or a Portuguese program,
Oh,
and
right.
it was like English overdubbed,
yeah,
and it was basically, or it could have been Swiss or Belgian. I don't know. It was overdubbed, you know.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
exactly,
know.
Did you guys get Ponderosa and Big Valley and all that stuff?
yes, yeah.
Yeah.
I watched Ponderosa as a kid. Yeah,
Yeah. No, because what we used to have, because we were the little boys, TV companies here were always trying to break into the American market. And the American market was very, very specific about what they wanted. So some of our British shows you would think were actually American shows
yeah.
because
Yeah.
they were so tailored to work in America. So we'd have American actors in leads,
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean,
so that the American market accepted
Like, what's
it.
an example? One or two of them.
Captain Scarlet always looked American, didn't he?
Yeah, he was based on
we got
Cary
Captain
Grant.
Scarlet. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
like
you see,
Captain
so
Scarlet.
Yeah.
you get a Cary Grant looking,
Yeah.
sounding
He
character.
does look like
Yeah.
Grant. That's right.
UFO, you
Yeah,
get,
UFO, yeah.
yeah, Ed Straker, yeah.
Yeah.
And it was the same for Space 1999, which was
Right, yeah, I used to
actually-
watch it a lot.
Now, well, that was originally UFO 2.
Oh.
And they
didn't know
scrapped the
that.
entire... And the Americans went, no, don't like this. Change it. So they just scrapped it and went a completely different route.
Yeah, I put Martin Landau on the map. I'd never seen him before, even though he was on earlier stuff.
Well, and his missus as well. I haven't seen her in much else, I don't think. Maybe a Columbo.
Yeah. Paul Holmes has just said Blake Seven. Now I
Oh,
remember
Blake Seven.
the first series of Blake Seven, because it's quite dark bits of Blake Seven, but then didn't it go a bit weird because Blake wasn't in it for a whole series or something towards the end.
I can't remember. But I think I remember
I
my
think
first...
I stopped watching at that point, but I remember the
My
first
first
series.
sexual experience was Serverland.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suddenly discovered that I liked women.
Wasn't Barbara Bain?
No. No. Absolutely not, sir.
Was it Darrow? Was it Paul Darrow who was the bad guy? I can't remember the actual character's name.
Oh, he was
Right.
great. I liked him.
Yeah, he was. He was a real evil.
Oracle was that computer thing, wasn't it? It was it
Yeah.
was a Perspex box
Yeah,
with
he
some,
was,
with
yeah,
some
yeah.
LEDs in it.
Yeah.
How about Buck Rogers and Battlestar Galactica?
Well, Battlestar Galactica for me was well, I'd just seen Star Wars,
Right.
and this did come across as a bit sort of like, oh dear, this isn't like Star
They're
Wars. is
cashing
it?
in on the Star Wars phenomenon. Yes.
Yeah, kind of thing.
Buck Rogers was great though, with Tweaky and come on, Mel Blanc's voice and beady. Hey, Buck.
Was it? My friend's mother, right, in-law or such, is Serverland. Oh, let her know. I'm still madly in love with her. Oh dear. Yeah, yeah. Battlestar Galactica was all right, actually. I think what it was when the series hit the TV, and it was just edits out of the film. All the action
Right.
it was always the same action sequence that you would use.
Well, and Roger Corman bought that footage and used it for all kinds of other movies. So
Yeah.
there are plenty of sci-fi movies that had a kind of a budget that used Battlestar Galactica footage.
Yeah. I mean, that newer series, funnily enough, I didn't quite get into it.
Oh, you didn't like the new one? The new one's great.
No,
Ronald
it's not-
Moore
wasn't-
used all the TNG stuff. He wrote that.
No, I
It's very
don't
good.
think I don't think it was. I didn't like it. It was like
Not even the sexy bits.
I'm not going to invest myself. I don't think. I'll move on. But I'll tell you what I did watch. We watched the last episode last night, and I highly recommend this. It's called Jury Duty. Heard of it?
No.
Right. Well, what it is, it's a court case, and you got the 12 jurors. One of the premise is mad. every single person in the courthouse is an actor. When they go to the there's like a margarita bar that they go to as well, which is that they're allowed to go to on the bus, and everybody in it will be actors, and only one person, one of the jurors, is actually an average Joe and doesn't know, and and everything is filming him and how he interacts with everybody.
It's like one of those mystery dinner theater things where you're immersed with.
Well, I thought, well, when the first episode started, and I'm listening to the premise, and I'm going, oh God, this is going to be a bit weird, isn't it? And it wasn't. It was absolutely fucking brilliant from beginning to end. Absolutely wonderful. I cannot recommend this thing highly enough, and I'm not into that sort of thing normally.
What did I miss there? Sorry, Jenny. Just
Oh,
popped in,
it's
so-
this program called Jury Duty.
What side's it on?
I'll have to ask Fiona.
Right.
Um,
Okay, I can look it up, but
yeah, look it up.
But it's
One of the guys in it is he's one of the X-Men, the one with the Ray-Bans on. Can't remember his name.
I don't watch super.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway,
so I have no
so
idea.
he's
I know-
quite
I know-
recognisable, right?
I know what the
But-
X-Men are because I used
Yeah.
to have the comics. And,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, the point is that in he's being himself, the actor, but he's not being himself. He's being sort of like a complete dick.
All right.
And they film everything, absolutely everything. But this one guy out of this sea of like 80 people, he's the only one who doesn't know. And I really honestly thought it was going to be shit, and it ended up
It
being
was
absolutely brilliant. Everything about it.
All right, good. I'll look out for that.
Yeah, but you know, they're sort of like setting him little tasks, see how he
Yeah.
deals with it. You know, so it's like this. I think it's James. I think his name is. He's acting out a script with him in his hotel room, and he says he's got to go to the toilet, and then he's this guy's sort of like has to go out of the room for some reason because there's something going on further down the hall. So and they bring in these sort of like this fake toilet paper and enormous shit and block his toilet.
Oh God!
Right.
Wow.
And then they spray all the fart spray all over the room. So when he comes back, he's going, "Look, I'm really sorry." And bloke's like, "Oh," like this, right? So he says, "It's all right." He says, "I've called a plumber. And go to the other room. And they set this thing where he goes, "Look, if it got out that I blocked the toilet and got this massive shit sticking out of it, the press will go mad with it. So, could you pretend that you done it?" And this bloke, bless him, did. He took the hit. The janitor's looking at him going, he goes, "So that was you, was it?" When he's handing the key back, and he goes, "Yeah." And then the guy's going, Yeah, obviously. Like this, fucking
The
dumping him
celebrity
right
wins every time.
yeah. And then, of course, they do the reveal at the end. And the reveal at the end is an entire episode. Because there's so much going on. It's unbelievable. But I highly recommend it. It's a right old giggle. So, yeah, there you go.
Cool beans.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do remember that owl thing you were talking about, but
Yeah, the owl
not
service.
remember
I mean,
anything about it.
I remember it being really weird and really quite scary. That's all I remember about it.
What's it
But
called again?
It's called the Owl Service.
Yeah. Remember there was a Monty Python
in
episode
fact,
called
I'll-
Owl Stretching Time.
Yeah.
They're only about half an hour long. There's only 8 episodes, I think. I'm just gonna. I'll put in the private chat the link. on
And then the
YouTube,
director
so-
committed Harry Carey.
Have you watched Foundation yet, Kent? Did I tell you about that?
Is that on Netflix? Is it Netflix?
Apple TV, I think.
Apple TV. Yeah, I saw the first series. I thought it was all right actually.
I mean, I know it's a seminal work from Asimov, but I don't know much about it. I know it's inspired tons of other writers.
Well,
but
I did ask Fiona about that, and she says we don't have Apple TV. I mean, okay.
Well, technically, I don't either. But
Actually,
there you
Oh, right, okay.
So,
hey, Kent, you should have because You've just bought a Mac Studio, and you will get 3 or 6 months free. Apple
It's 3
TV.
months, yeah.
3 months.
Yeah.
And if you,
So-
I had it for a while and I forgot to cancel it because it
Yeah.
automatically keeps billing you. So
Yeah, that's what I was worried about.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. There's some good
But-
stuff on Apple TV. I
Yeah.
watched the first. I didn't know it was Asimov.
yeah, Foundation Trilogy.
That's
Along with
it's not-
Heinlein, it inspired a lot of other writers. So
I mean,
Is it based around mages?
no, it's very. It's kind of hard to describe. You kind of just have to dive into it and check it
yeah,
out.
okay.
it's
I don't want to spoil anything too because it's easy to spoil something if you don't watch it.
Yeah, because Fiona's listening to audiobooks at the moment that are done by Asimov and somebody else, and it's all about magic,
Oh right.
and all that sort of thing. But it's rather technical, if you see what I mean.
So, and you can see like the techno mages from B5. That's probably got it from that too, right? So there's a lot of this stuff coming out
Kind
of
of that thing.
different
yeah.
works. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Foundation is interesting, but it's weird. I don't know if it's written this way. It probably is, but it's jumping all over the timeline.
I don't remember.
So that was
I mean,
kind
I
of
don't-
original, I think.
Actually, when I was sorting out the books to get rid of today, my Asimov books did not make the cut. They are still on my shelf and will stay there
Yeah.
because
Yeah, some great
he's a
stuff.
brilliant writer, great writer.
Great Bradbury had some good stuff.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. I don't actually own any. I used to own some Ray Bradbury books, but I think they got lost.
Martian
somewhere.
Chronicles turned out to be kind of a silly mini-series.
Yeah,
but the
I mean,
story is
I remember the book being particularly
I'm
good.
trying to
Yeah,
remember. Was that what was his name? He did the Martian. I think he did those Martian Chronicle film. An American actor. Oh Christ, what was his name? Damn it, it's gone.
Gone for good.
Yeah, he looked a bit like Cary Grant without being Cary Grant. I forget his name. Oh, that annoys me when it happens. Give us some modulation.
Well, names are usually the first to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's my name?
I couldn't
have to
remember
write my
how to
name
get
down
out the
so I
Chrysler
remember.
yesterday. So,
Foundation books is. Tell you what, what was that series that was on? Well, I mean, you talk about your mind going. There was a series with. It'll come
Rock
to me.
Hudson. Sorry, it's
Oh,
just
right.
popped
Oh,
back
Rock
in.
Hudson. Yeah.
Yeah. It took a little while. Processing.
Yeah, I'm
That's right, he was
processing
in
now.
Martian
I'm trying
Chronicles.
to think of the TV series. It's I think it's on. In fact, I need to look it up. It's probably on. If it's on Netflix, it'll be in my list. We'll look. Just talk among yourselves for a minute.
Yeah. Well,
I can't remember the actress, and I can't remember the name of the series.
Yeah. There was a time period when they started making a lot of those
Yeah.
miniseries for TV just to fill a
Yeah.
time slot, and
And it wasn't.
they
wasn't
phoned it
that-
in. Yeah.
I'm enjoying Silo.
I mean, as a kid, I was still entertained by it, but it
Oh
was
God,
like,
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
They go, "Where's the spaceships?" Yeah. But
basically.
then you read the Martian Chronicle books, and it's like, "Where's the spaceships?"
Yeah, right. Well, it's like Dune. Like I saw Dune as a kid in the theaters, and David Lynch is a wacko, and I love his work. But people who love Dune absolutely hate that movie because it does go all over
I
the
hate
map.
that
It doesn't
movie.
follow the book. But I watched it the right time. I love the music by Toto. The visuals are really good by Carlo Rambaldi. The effects. Some of the visual effects are not so great because they're very dated. But there's elements in it I really still enjoy. And also the inner monologue stuff is hilarious. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I'd read the first
yeah.
the first two books. I didn't read the third in the June trilogy, but I just didn't. I mean, I like the latest version of June. I've watched it twice now, and I thought it was brilliant. Absolutely loved it. Came out the cinema, desperately waiting for part two. And I know they've missed some bits out, but I think Denny Villeneuve made a really good job of it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yes, I mean his stuff is good in general. I mean, I've only seen a couple of his movies, and he's good.
I read somewhere he was going to pan it across 3.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you'd have to. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
that would
hands
make
as
sort
well,
of sense.
please. That's 3 paychecks.
Yeah.
But it's funny. I had actually seen the Buck Rogers when it released in the drive-in as a kid. It was a movie first,
Yeah.
and then became
Yeah.
a TV show. And the movie was obviously more risque and more stretched out and kind of a little more wacky than the show was. Yeah, I saw a lot of the stuff at the right time. If I saw it as an adult, I'd be like, oh man, this is horrible shit. But as a kid, you have these fond memories of this crap. So
Yeah, well, yeah. Was it Biggie, fuck
I mean,
you,
the other
bud?
thing
Tweaky,
is that
he's
we-
great. I love
Yeah.
Tweaky, man.
We get more sophisticated, don't we? Audiences generally over the last probably 20 years, 30 years.
It's weird
have got
that
more
because
sophisticated.
people generally are more stupid than they were.
That's the thing is entertainment really dumbed down a lot on TV and movies. Of course, music's gotten worse to a certain extent. You know,
Mind you, I was glad to hear that Larry Niven's still alive.
Who?
Larry Niven. Oh Christ, let's think. Thor's Hammer, Ringworld.
okay, yeah.
Yeah. No?
No.
I know about it. I
Oh.
haven't read it. I know it's another famous work.
Got to read it. Read Ringworld.
What's it
You're
about?
Well,
forgetting to read Snow Crash too. Neil Stephenson.
It's about a world that's a ring.
Halo basically ripped it off, right?
Around a star.
All right.
And across the 5 books, you find out who built it, and it just gets very, very complicated and very, very wide and entertaining all right across. It's my favourite science fiction series of all time. Never be beaten.
Oh, wow.
I tell you how much I liked it. I wrote an entire score for it
Wow.
and sent it to Larry Niven. He said, "I love it," but unfortunately, James Cameron has got the rights, and this is where he had a choice. He could do Ringworld or that fucking Avatar shit.
Hey, he's got already 5 movies planned for Avatar. So
Yeah,
watched
and
the
it's shit.
I watched the first one and thought it was okay. Wasn't
Formulaic.
blown away.
technologically, it was pretty amazing.
But I
haven't-
watched a lump of the second film, and it was
I
like,
haven't watched-
"Hey,
I
look
haven't
at what
watched
we can do with CGI now."
Yeah, I didn't
I
see the
haven't
second
watched
one,
that at all.
but I watched the
He
behind the
could have
scenes
done
thing
Ringworld.
of how they did the water effects and how they blended the water CGI with the real stuff.
Yeah,
Pretty amazing shit.
yeah,
Like you see the wetting of the mesh cloth with the water. Up to this point, no one's ever done that before.
yeah, but no story.
Crazy. Well, yeah, it's all tech shit, right?
Could have done Ringworld, man.
Well, you know,
The
technically, I don't
puppeteers.
think he
I mean,
could have because he's limited, right? I mean, I like Terminator. I like The Abyss. I like some other stuff he did, but
Well, this is it. When you haven't got much to work with, you do better.
yeah,
This
Less
is
is
a common failing.
he's
that
so
we
inside
have.
of his own head now. You know, the king of the world shit.
Mm.
That he thinks everything he does is amazing. So, but the effects at the time, because he didn't want to do the 3D gimmick where it's coming at you. It was depth 3D, so you're going into the world, which is a novel approach for 3D. No one really did that before.
Yeah.
Made it more interesting than just like gimmicks of stuff coming at your face and all that. So that was cool. And the rig they came up with to shoot all the stuff, match moving rig is very clever for stuff.
I finally found out what I was trying to remember.
Oh, go on then.
The Peripheral. It's on Amazon.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
It's
yeah.
done one series, and they're going to be filming series 2 or others.
That's
Based-
interesting. Yeah.
Based on
Oh.
a book by William Gibson. I've read the book. Actually, I thought the book was okay. I didn't think it was great,
Yeah.
but I thought the TV version was really good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a science fiction. I don't want to say
Yeah.
too much about it because let people watch it because it's. I thought it was really good. We really enjoyed it. Definitely worth a watch. Almost made me buy the next book in it. I think there's 3 books in the series, but it almost made me buy the second book. And then I remembered how I sort of wasn't that gone on William Gibson's writing, but.
Did you guys catch the new Black Mirror episodes? I heard they weren't as good.
I've watched 1.5. Then Jen fell asleep, so we have to watch the end of it.
Yeah.
We're halfway through Joni's. Is it Joni's Evil?
Are they not as good as the old series?
Oh no, it looks great.
They're good. Okay.
Yeah.
I heard mixed results, so I wasn't sure.
I know that hasn't he fallen out because he's fallen out with Netflix's what's his face who wrote it. Apparently,
Really?
I didn't read the article, but that's what I'd heard. But I could be talking complete crap as normal. There's nothing new there then.
Oh, don't be hard on yourself like that.
Oh no, I'm not.
Did I save it? No, I didn't. Because I never fucking save anything that I'm supposed to save. I only save stuff that I don't want anymore. Come on. Is it still there? Please be. Why did I save it so far away?
Is this you talking to yourself, Kent?
Yeah, this is me talking to
Yeah. He's doing a soliloquy.
Yeah.
I'm always giving out to myself, mate.
This is insightful, mate. I tell you.
No, seriously, I forgot how to get out of the Chrysler yesterday. I'm going, where's the handle to get out of the Chrysler? Oh, it's over here, isn't it? Since I had that funny fit thing last year, I've not been good. I used to remember a lot more stuff than I did. Oh, God, why did I do it so far away then? Are you kidding me? No. Next
I remember they had the speaking of Titanic and camera and stuff. They had a giant Titanic exhibit at the local Great America theme park when the movie was taking off, and it was all the giant scale models, pieces of the set and stuff. I mean, they spent so much time and money on that movie, and there's so much crap in the movie. It's like, oh man.
I sort of keep catching bits of it again because I saw it a couple of times when it came out.
Well, I took a date
it's on
to it, so that
TV
was
and-
I have weird memories of that because she was, oh, let's go see Titanic. I'm like, all right, whatever.
Nope. Okay. I need another coffee at this rate. Oi, oi, oi. So is Robbie still suffering from
It sounds like he's
wedding
suffering.
band?
Yeah, the wedding singer.
I say if he doesn't like that music, he probably even be more annoyed by the famous. There's a Klingon death metal band called Stovelcore, where they actually sing in Klingon death metal music. It's hilarious.
wow.
They're in costume. I'm sure Waku knows about them.
Waggo's in the band. What are you on about?
Exactly. Yeah. He writes the lyrics for him.
Yeah.
That sounds awesome.
I play Pakta.
But I mean, it's a whole theme band. It's so funny.
Yeah, good move.
I almost joined a wedding band. Do you remember that? Was it a couple of years ago?
Oh, yeah.
I did the audition,
Yeah.
did a couple of rehearsals, was told I was in the band and that, and then the guy running the band wanted his mate in the band instead, so that's fine. you know. But I started learning stuff learning all this sort of stuff that I would never normally play, but the money was going to be good, so that was the only reason. You know. I mean, I joined the Applejacks. Remember, there was a band in the '60s called the Applejacks, who were a one-hit wonder. And I mean, I don't. It was before my time. Was the Applejacks? But anyway, I'd worked with a bass player, and he rang me up. He says, "Oh, we're looking for a keyboard player, but I can't tell you the name of the band. It's a pro band." I went, "Oh, okay." He said, "The money's really good, or the promise of money. We're looking at $2,000 a night." And I'm going, "Okay, I'm interested." He said, "But the rehearsals are going to be over at Yeadon, far side of Leeds, once a week." I went, "That's okay. If the money's good, I'm fine." You know, and it was the Applejacks. Now, all of the original Applejack members, none of them were in the Applejacks, but it was the last singer they had,
and we had to sign.
We had to sign contracts. We signed contracts to say that if we left the band, we wouldn't then go and perform as the Applejacks. And we learned all this 60s stuff, which was fine, you know. I mean, it was, you know, and we never gigged. We spent 6 months rehearsing. Changed the drummer once because the drummer, he said, I need to get a paid gig. He says, so he went and joined the circus as a drummer in the band playing in the circus. So we had to then get another drummer in, and it was like, and it got to a point where I said, look, this band's never going to work. You know, it's never going to gig. And I think 6 months is long enough to sort of come over to far side Leeds every week to rehearse, you know.
I still shudder when I think back to the group I was in where the leader of this band was the spitting image of what's his fucking name? Okay, see what I mean?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. It's all right, mate. It's
it happens.
Go right. Think of some of the songs that the bloke was famous for singing. 50s, play guitar, glasses, quiff.
Elvis?
No. 50s, Roy Orbison?
No.
British or American?
Oh, Buddy
American.
Holly?
Buddy Holly,
American,
thank
Buddy
you.
Holly.
Yeah, but it was a spitting image of him. And also sounded like him. And so he played guitar, but not brilliantly, and I'd have to supply everything else. And he would do all these Buddy Holly songs. Yeah. We used to do weddings and things like that. It was god fucking awful. It really was awful.
Gary Busey did a great Buddy Holly in that movie.
He did, actually. It was good, was that? Yeah.
Yeah.
I once went to see, because in the West End, they had, I don't know if they still do it, but they had a show which was the Buddy Holly story. And me and Jane were in London, and, you know, we were looking for cheap tickets to go to see a show in the West End, because the West End shows are always really good, you know. So we went to the Buddy Holly story, and the stage production, like a lot of West End shows, was brilliant. The music sounded great, and you know, I'm not a fan of Buddy Holly, but I can appreciate what he did, you know, and the story was good. But we felt like we were missing out, because it's like everybody else in the audience was obviously such a fan that, you know, we sort of felt really weird. It was really odd, because the rest of the audience had obviously seen the show lots and lots of times.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like we sort of walked into a weird movie.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. No. Yeah. God, the things we used to do back in the days when I was young. Carting that bloody double manual organ in a trailer behind a yellow Mini.
I used to hump around a Farfisa compact duo.
Oh, mine was a full-size Yamaha B35.
Ooh. I mean,
used to put the straps over the top to stop it from rocking about. It's a right old bit.
I mean, I only bought that because that's what Jimmy out of Blondie used.
Mm.
So I bought that, and I was using that for a while. Before the first couple of bands I played in, and then a Kruma Roadrunner electric piano.
Yeah. Yeah, I had.
Them
I,
were
had,
the, them
I,
were
had
the
a,
days.
I think I had a Planet T for a while.
Oh,
but
I always wanted Planet T.
Oh, yeah. Make
I
sure you
know.
got one that's just had all the rubber, the rubber heads done.
I mean,
Oi.
I used to think they sounded really good, but I probably suspect they don't. They didn't.
No, not really. They were very, very Celeste-like.
Yeah.
No matter how
Yeah.
much you tried to make them
Yeah.
sound like a piano, they didn't really sound like a piano. But yeah, it provided another polyphonic.
Yeah.
You know, at least you could play a chord on it. Do you know
Oh
what I mean?
God, yeah.
So you used to do, yeah. So it was that. I had a Planet T on top of the organ, and then on top of that, I had a Transcendent 2000, providing the synthesizer section. Oh my God. Yeah. God, it must have sounded weird. It must have done. But, good old days.
The Transcendent was used a lot, lots of people. It had some decent sound capability, right? Or not really?
It was, yeah, I mean, getting the square wave, get the pulse width going, and all the rest of it. I feel it was quite tasty.
Is that
on
the
it
one
as
that came
well.
as a kit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but when I had bought that, I think it was 163 quid the kit from the Paratran factory in, I think it was Andover.
Ha.
Yeah, and I didn't know anything about electronics at all. And we gave it to my auntie's next door neighbour, who was a BT engineer who dabbled, and it took him 18 months to build it. But he wasn't a musician, so when I got it back, it didn't scale across the keyboard at all. So I could only play sort of like the bottom octave and a half before it started going out a bit. It started going a bit flat after that.
It didn't really show up over here. The first time I heard of it was Bernard Sumner talking about it.
Yeah. They did a polysynth one as well. They did a four-voice polysynth version of the Transcendent. Actually,
Yeah,
got
'cause
one
I
of them
think-
as
I think-
well.
I think Joy Division. He used it in Joy
Yeah.
Division, didn't he?
Yeah.
So I remember seeing a video of Joy
And
Division.
there was a vocoder.
Wow.
It was also a kit, which was quite good to all intents and purposes, and a chorus unit that was quite nice as well. But yeah, I did quite a few bits, and then like so many,
Bye bye.
Sure.
it's down the toilet.
You ever use one of those old Dark Stars with the vocoder chip you could swap out?
The Dark Star?
Red Sound Dark Star?
Yeah.
I have an XP2,
Mm.
but the original one you could actually swap out a chip and make it a different instrument.
Yes, Tim Orr
remember
also
that.
designed the EMS polysynth, and will forever burn in hell for his sins. My God, what an awful keyboard that was.
That's the colorful one, right?
Yeah.
Yellow,
It's
orange,
it's
red.
Yeah, and the knobs work backwards.
Oh.
Yeah. So your off position is full on.
Well, to be fair, the CS80, the paddles go backward, right? So,
Well, actually, to me, it seems totally intuitive, but always did. Right
Yeah.
from the first time I ever went up to one, it kind of made sense that it was more as you brought it towards you. So, because a lot of people think that up is full on, and off is full down.
well, like a light
because
switch.
That's how a slider works. But these are paddles, and if you'd played an organ
Yeah.
before you see one of them, the paddles on the organ, on the Yamaha organ, is towards you is more like drawbars.
Mm-hmm.
So coming from Yamaha organs, which looked more like the little sliders rather than the big paddles, but they were towards you for more. So it was perfectly obvious to me, I never had a problem with that. But there are people who do. Like the irate guy shouting at me on the phone at 11:15 at night, saying that his CS8 is completely buggered. And I said, well, show us some video of it,
Yeah.
which he does. And I went, you've got all the paddles turned on, you fucking arsehole. Fuck off. Yeah.
You just tell them RTFM, right?
Yeah, and then went on to do a big video about how the CS80 works and got 20,000 million views. It's like, fuck you.
Well, because no one has one, so they want to see it in action.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're all they're fun when they're working. I mean, this one works all the time, but then it's a KSR one, so it would.
Yeah.
He said,
Oh, yeah.
"Make him an offer you can't refuse." So, you're right, Sis. It's Mummy.
I thought you might like dinner.
Oh, dinner.
Oh.
Oh, thank you.
Thank
Oh,
you.
you've gone to a lot of effort. Thank
I
you,
know.
darling.
Uh,
What do you reckon,
it's
Sue?
slaving over
A
hot
bag of
cupboard.
crisps and Coke. Yes.
It's a dinner of champions.
Slaving over a hot snack box.
I told you she's a keeper.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean,
Do you want anything else?
no, I don't want anything else. Thank you. I couldn't possibly eat anything more, and not die of diabetes.
They are giant.
They are
And
giant
they're-
ones.
They're zero. That's zero.
So that's sugar. Oh, I make up for that, won't it? So this is diet Coke. Cool. I
And
won't
it's
get
not
fat
just
then.
an ordinary bag of crisps. That's a
Don't
monster
want you
bag of
getting
crisps.
fat.
So you're going down having wine, are you?
Oh, I might be popping down the offer. Yeah.
Yeah, you might be popping this.
Do you want anything?
I don't drink, so no.
Yeah, but you don't need. I mean, I could get you some more crisps.
I think there's enough here.
I could get you, I don't know. One of
See,
those horrible
there's my
burgers
stomach
you
and
put
there's
in
the bag.
microwave.
I mean, it's filled. There isn't room. There isn't room for all these. That's probably why. Sarah
Are they the
thinks I'm
spicy
happy.
Whatsits?
Okay.
No.
Oh, the
No,
spicy ones
just
are the best.
No,
Huh?
just asking if anyone else wanted to do anything.
I'll have a packet of spicy Whatsits.
He'll have a packet of spicy what's it?
Ooh,
You have any
spicy
Jolt Cola?
what's it? Not one of those.
Any what cola?
Jolt Cola.
I
Jolt
don't know that.
cola? Do we have Jolt cola in this country?
All the sugar and twice the caffeine.
Jolt.
All the
No.
sugar and twice the caffeine. Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Oh, now you're talking.
It was Nerd Cred soda from the 90s.
Oh.
And Paul wants a wine.
Yeah, yeah. Well, she's definitely getting wine. We know that.
Yes. Maybe some brandy.
It is. That is a foregone conclusion. Trust me. What?
Is that us or is it just me that's fuzzy?
No, it's just you. I'm looking at you and you're fuzzy. Yeah. What? What? I thought I was mental. What? What do you mean? Is that just me, or are we fuzzy?
It's fuzzy on there.
I'm feeling a little bit fuzzy.
Are we coming across fuzzy to you guys?
No, you're looking good.
No,
Well,
it's fine.
Look at me. Do I look fuzzy?
Yes.
Well, then we're fuzzy, and it's not the monitor, not my beautiful brand new monitor.
Kent is the Velveteen Rabbit.
Are you cleaning your glasses on my Chrysler T-shirt?
It's my glasses.
Oh, what a massive surprise! I think I will have a heart attack from not surprise. Yeah, we do.
I was
know,
fuzzy
mate.
till I had my caffeine a while ago. So
So, zero sugar. What's the point in that? What's the point?
is
No,
it
I have-
sucralose or is it
I have-
NutraSweet?
I have decaffeinated
Really?
Diet Coke.
All right, I can understand, but no sugar?
Low sugar or no sugar.
No. Zero, no.
I have to say, it's Diet Coke and Zero Coke are different. I don't like the Zero Coke.
No.
I can tell the difference.
NutraSweet is evil.
Oh God, it's better.
Last thing was just asking, was Debbie Harry on the T-shirt? I've got a Debbie Harry story. Apparently,
Go on.
Debbie Harry was playing with Blondie in Scarborough a couple of nights ago.
No.
And yeah, exactly. And the local York paper had one of their big stories
yeah.
was that I think it was Thursday night or maybe Wednesday night. Debbie Harry went on a ghost tour around York. You couldn't believe it, could you?
What?
Yeah, that's the big story. Debbie Harry did a ghost tour of York. And nothing about the concert.
Are there a lot of ghost attractions there?
Yeah, there's 2 or 3 ghost tours of York, actually.
Yeah.
I did one, probably 20 or 30 years ago. When I did it, it was fine. It wasn't scary.
People
Actually,
just want to give up their money left and right, eh?
I did a
Yeah.
ghost tour of Edinburgh once. That was much more fun. Does the ghost I go, does the tour include the ghost of Big Daddy these days? Who the hell's what Big Daddy the
Wrestler.
wrestler?
Big Daddy.
So you got to do a York.
Was the other one Giant Haystacks, wasn't it? Was the other one?
Giant haystacks. That's right.
I love those guys with all their
Shirley Crabtree
so-called
is his real
equipment for analyzing ghosts.
Yeah.
You know,
that is
It's
so
like, where's your
funny.
PKE meter? That's what I want to
Yeah,
see.
Yeah.
No, if you want to look for ghosts, take a dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm named after the ref, Kent Walton.
Are you all right?
Yeah. Yeah, my dad was a massive fake
Well, I
wrestling
remember watching
fan.
it growing up, it was Saturday afternoon wrestling, wasn't it? I remember
That's
watching
it,
with my
yeah.
dad. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a
It's good
massive fan of it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Shirley Crabtree.
Yeah. Shirley Crabtree. I always remember that.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to go do an Ian because it's time. Jane's back, and we're going to go and watch the next Harry Potter movie, which is movie 5.
Ah.
So we're watching them every. That's
Which
our
is
Saturday night.
Deathly Hallows Part 1, is it? Or
No,
is
no,
that
it's
Goblet of
not.
Fire?
No, I've watched Goblet of Fire. That was number
Oh,
4.
okay. So, what's after
It's
Goblet
not
of Fire?
Half Prince either. I
No,
I can't
that's
remember which one it is
before.
anyway. But
Prisoner of Azkaban, is it?
no, I've done that.
No. Oh, 5.
Hang on. Let me look it up.
This one I'm not
I mean,
remembering.
I'm quite amazed how many I haven't seen. Or
Order of the
you know,
Phoenix.
that's the one.
Yeah.
Order of the Phoenix.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
you've nailed it. All right, well, that's a shame because you're just about to miss my
And
massive
why am I-
Vangelis concert.
Oh.
Actually, Wagyu, why am I a potter?
Oh, shit.
That's wrong. That's not even nowhere near right. Where'd that? No.
It's okay. It's Spongellis. So it doesn't have to be
Should
perfect.
be.
Da, 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 da.
Maybe
Oh,
another-
Potterhead. Okay. No, I'm not a Potterhead, but I'm watching the movies in order. Right, I'll see you all later.
See ya. Have fun.
All right,
I'll
see
be
you
back.
later, buddy.
See you later. Bye.
I'll be back. No, that won't work. No, and no. No. I really got to try and figure out a way of getting a decent reverb onto this Mac.
What preset is that on the CS80?
It should be based around, I believe, it's Guitar 1 and 2.
Oh, okay. So that's got to use that one a lot, huh?
Yeah, but it's actually better to transfer Guitar 1 and 2 onto the front panel, so you can actually extend the attack
Yeah.
on the filter slightly more than what the preset set to. So, I used to be really good at transferring the presets to the front panel. I'm really crap at it now. Just can't remember. It's all like, what was it again?
They're doing some jet testing at Moffett Field here.
Oh yeah.
Like, all kinds of jets flying around outside.
Yeah. Yeah, we've had jet engines since the 50s. What are they testing them for? We know they work.
Well, there's the wind tunnel going off, but they're also actually doing some flight testing. I think they're these little mini jets. They used to have the Blue Angels fly out of Moffett and do aerial shows, and they would do flybys of the neighborhoods here. And it's like, holy shit, is that loud? It's really cool, though. You know, it freaks the dogs out and everything. Just
No, it was a conversation I had with somebody once about nuclear testing. And I said, it shouldn't be called nuclear testing because you can't use that bomb after you've tested it.
yeah, exactly.
They're
yeah.
not testing. It's a show
Well, the
of
recipe. They're
strength.
testing the recipe.
Yeah. So they know how to make them, and they know that they work. They're just showing that they've got one now. That's all that's about. And that's not testing, that's showing off.
I was still
It's
blown
called
away by those old
nuclear showing
bikini,
off.
all that old Bikini Atoll footage where they're testing the H-bomb.
Mm.
And giant column of water goes up, and
Yeah.
the ships like little toys, you know,
Yeah.
these giant battleships.
Yeah.
It's like, holy moly.
Yeah.
You still here?
We can't leave.
Yeah, it's like match testing, isn't it?
I mean,
That one
really?
works.
Yeah.
That one works.
I've got 10 minutes leave of absence.
Has she gone to the toilet or something?
Well, I don't like to say,
Ah.
but let's just say that I have my persuader.
Dun, dun, dun.
Uh-oh.
It
Hang
is. Ooh. You want to get the rubber glove on the top, so you've got that disguise.
Disguise?
Yeah.
Disguise? That's what the bag is for.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's what that's for.
Yeah, so that's not right at all, is it? That's not right.
Oh, that was a nice sound.
That's not quite right either. You bastard, you.
You pretty much got the notes right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some playage. Some playage.
Never have a fedora when you need one, do you?
I've got lots of... you haven't seen my hats, have you?
I haven't seen your hats.
Oh, hang on about a minute.
Show us your hats.
He's got a haberdashery over there. So
Yeah. Oh, he's going to great lengths with this. Rummage, rummage, rummage. Who was it? It's this one, isn't it? You found it? There you go. Oh, he's got more than one.
Hat-tastic, mate.
Come on in. It's fashion show time.
So, you know I'm a colossal tosser.
Okay.
Well, I like hats.
Good man.
I've
Oh.
got two tweed ones. This is my darker tweed one.
Yeah, it's here very much.
That's more sort of wintry or autumnal. Then I've got my shitty gardening hat, which I
yeah.
love. You see,
With the holes in
And
it to breathe.
got sparkles on it,
Yeah.
which are falling off now, but you know. Yeah. So then I've got my more sort of how do you do, terribly terry, padbar,
Oh, I see,
which
yeah.
doesn't fit on top of my headphones.
Pins with ice, if you don't mind.
Pins with
Thank
ice,
you.
yes, well, pins with. And then I've got my more formal. You see, they're jolly good. Here we are at Wimbledon. Here we are at the third test at Edgbaston.
And it's
What I don't-
24 fucking pounds for a pallet of strawberries.
We've got so many strawberries at the moment, and raspberries, and got pink champagne gooseberries as well.
Oh, you're making jam, boy. Are you making jams?
No, we're just stuffing them in our faces. You
Make
know,
jams, dude. It's preserves, my
Well,
man.
we're going to preserve some. We're certainly going to be preserving the gooseberries. We're going to make
well
a
done.
lovely chili gooseberry sort of thingy. And maybe even a gooseberry fruit. I've never made one, so we'll give that a go. But yeah, hats. I like hats.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta love hats.
I never seem to, even when I get a hat, I always manage to lose a hat.
Well, I used to, but now I seem to be getting an ever larger collection. It's a bit. I can't now say to Liz, you can't keep buying shoes and handbags because hats, and those things,
Yeah.
hats. You know that I don't care about.
Yeah.
That I do that one. I love. I'm missing that. I'm missing my Emu, my E4K. I miss that enormously.
Well, as Fiona pointed out to me, you know, she goes, you have 54 synthesizers but 2 pairs of socks.
I think I have 54 pairs of socks,
Oh, okay.
but a rather large number of synthesizers. Not as many as you, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if 54 is right.
No, I've got under 20. No, I haven't got under 20 now I think about it. Flipping heck.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I think I've got 15 or so in the attic.
Yeah, I'm just trying to count out count up how many I've actually got. And, geez, it's a lot.
Mind you, if I was to also include other people's, I have many hundreds at the moment.
Yes, it's the other people's bit.
Yeah.
It's the other people's bit. We kind of, from
You
time
have to do a
time,
survey of all your
people,
bathrooms.
Yeah, got to go around and sort of like do stock take
Yeah.
into each room.
Yeah. When we were doing up the studio, we were using we did a whole bunch of design and all sorts of other things, and as part of doing up the studio, we decided to build a proper stock room, and as we were doing that, I started just getting all the equipment noted down, and I suddenly realised that when I started doing the list, I realised I was woefully underinsured.
Yeah.
Woefully.
Yeah.
And the problem is, if you do have an incident, they will just take the percent, whatever if you've got, 10 grand's worth of stuff and you've only put down 5 grand, you're only insured for 5 grand, you'd only get 50% of the payout, right? That's how it works. So I started looking at it, and I was horrified. When I actually put the list together and I spoke to my insurer and said, I think there's 1 or 2 more bits. Yeah. Then I got the quote in and I went,
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we did think about insurance, but we went for dogs instead.
Unfortunately.
Oh, and state-of-the-art security system.
because I've got the studios, I don't have people through. I've got to have all the insurances, and we do location stuff and all that kind of thing. I didn't show you my studio last night, did I?
No, it didn't work, did it? Because we couldn't add it.
Well, it worked here and it worked there. But we weren't
couldn't
able to
add it in. Yeah.
Let
so
me see if I
so I
can
only
get
saw
it
a
up.
tiny little link.
Yeah, but that's what my wife says. Now let me.
Dun,
let me-
dun, dun.
Dun. Let's pause that. Let's pause that. I
P-
may be
pick up a
stuttering for a bit
penguin.
because whilst we were having dinner, we were watching Lewis Capaldi, who's an extraordinary performer.
Yeah, he's a brilliant Doctor Who, isn't he?
Yes. Indeed.
Yeah.
Where are we?
Join me.
So what I'll do, Mr. Kent, I'll bring this up because we were talking about Unreal. That's what
We were talking about Unreal 5, if I remember correctly.
That's right. So let me this is going to take a couple of mins or a min or so to open up.
Indeed.
But essentially, we LiDAR scanned the studio, and then we gradually did all the, we did the paint and everything else in the virtual studio space, and all the design, and then the rest of the studio now looks like it is in the designs, as it were.
Uh-huh.
So if I do this a minute, watch this. This is kind of fun.
Hate to ask how long that took.
Not that long. We've got. That's what we do. For a living, an awful lot of what we do is 3D virtualization. So, and
Got more GPUs than you can shake a stick at.
I gotta say, yeah, you'd have to.
More really clever people that know more about shit than I do is what I've. That's the truth.
Polygon reduction team.
Oh God, yeah, yeah. Thank God for nanites. That's all I can say. Right, let me have a look. Settings. So I'm going to change my background to the one you've all hated. There we go. That's actually.
Yeah.
That is actually that's the office in the studio. That's just a photograph of it, right?
Indeed.
So let me bring up the model. Where are we? Open level. Here we go.
And then
Knew there was something.
I should be able to make it into a full screen for you.
Well, that would be good, but I'm not sure if I can get it full screen. I might be able to. Actually, let me go. If I go to
whatever
play,
you have up on your screen, I'll be able to get.
play and F11.
Full screen
That's
here
what we
as
need.
well.
F11.
Yeah. Fake studio.
Or maybe no, it's not F11, is it?
No, it's never F11.
There we go. Gotcha. Right, let me try and present this. Share screen. Yes. Window. Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Something is occurring. Okay, we add to the screen, and we can make this full size, I believe.
So this is
Voila.
the studio.
Wow.
So, or rather, this is, if you have a look at my, my picture behind me,
Yeah.
essentially that's shot from here.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So we can, move things around. We can do all of this stuff. We can copy things. We can.
And people were
we can.
taking a piss out of me with the amount of monitors I had.
Oh, I've got. I think
Copy
we've
machine. Whee!
I think we've got 40 monitors.
Oh, it's very foggy outside.
Yeah, that's deliberate.
Yeah.
So that's the office, the
Yeah.
orifice.
When does Slender Man come out?
This is now, we've actually got a cabinet in here. We're turning this into a cocktail bar area. So we are actually going to have cocktails.
What?
Oh.
For the clients or for you?
Yeah.
Mm.
So,
Thought so. Moving on.
yeah, moving on. In here,
It's like Mad Men. Everyone's drunk.
Yeah.
in here, we can't get
Come
in
in.
here at the moment. So I'll
Oh.
show you that in a minute. I'll show you. That's our stockroom.
Didn't they render a key?
Oh, very good. So this is the client room.
Uh-huh.
And we use it, so each room can be used also as a set. So that's why we've got that particular green and that particular blue on the wall.
Oh, well, that's clever. I like that.
Because we can actually use them, we can change the background so that this sofa could be against, a set of, looking onto a garden or in Paris or something.
Come on, where's my favourite room? Where's my favourite room?
Your favourite room's just coming, so that's the
Oh,
voice
cool.
booth. There we go,
Nice.
the voice boothy. So,
Yeah.
we've got 3 tons of gorgeousness, that is.
Yeah.
And we built that. I want BM15s up there. And then your favourite room. Here we go.
Go on. Green box. Yeah.
Wow. Look at that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
look at that. So, yeah.
An entire Star Wars film in a room.
And if we do that, we can change that screen colour to whatever we want. We can change it to a blue screen if we want,
Nice.
or a white screen. So we can just take that off, and then there we go. We've got a white screen now.
Nice.
So we can, you can do all of this kind of cool, griffly stuff. But that's the studios, without
Nice.
all the keyboards showing.
Sure.
But
Do you
with
have
all
those little sticky tape things on the floor so people don't get junk on your green screen?
We used to. I used to have that. That used to be a vinyl floor. But we've just ended up using paint because you can actually you can remove almost all the scuffs up to a certain point. And if you get something really bad, you just repaint it. The paint's horribly expensive. It's about 150 quid for what, 4 or 5 pints, something like that. But it's a specific chroma key thing. But
Have you tried that clever trick where you put plexiglass over the green screen so you get reflections?
Yeah, we've done all of that, which,
Yeah.
and of course we can repaint it any colour we want, or we can just, we can do it live as well now. So, so that's our studios. There we
Well,
go.
like I said before, we should get everybody in the chat to group fund so we can actually remake Thunderbirds again.
I told you we had Thunderbirds. Anyway, let's just come.
Yeah.
Let's stop sharing. Escape, thank you. There we go.
There you go. Oh,
So we're...
we have Bunty in the wings. Hello, darling.
Hello, Bunty.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Is that the right mic? Is it working?
That appears to be working fine.
Yes, hello. One is fine,
Good.
but frustrated.
Go on.
Because
Well, I was supposed to be playing at a music festival in Doncaster today. At least I thought I was. And then when they put up the list of people who were playing, my name wasn't on the list.
Oh,
And I thought, well, okay, what's going on? So I texted, I was going, am I playing or am I not playing? And then I got a load of mixed messages. And then, there's some slots on the open mic stage. And I'm going, you what? What's going on? So I just thought, this morning, I just thought, sod it. I'm not going. I'm not going. you know, with 3,000 quid's worth of stuff to a place
Yeah.
where I don't know whether I'm playing or not. I just thought,
So
have a great festival. It was.
What happened? Did you get pushed off the list, or were you just?
I have no
like,
idea.
forgot, or what?
I suspect it's just one of those things, an oversight. But yes,
Yeah.
Le Pingouin de la Mort.
Do you want me to send him up?
No, I think he's already been. No, it's just one of those things. It doesn't matter, you know. I mean, fortunately, I had not spent hours and hours and hours and hours and hours getting a set ready. You know, if I had, I'd be proper narked. But at the end of it, I'm going,
Yeah.
well, I've just got a few sounds up and running, was ready to go. But just one of those things that happens. It's not the end. It's not the end. You know. Maybe I'll get messages tomorrow like, well, where were you? We were expecting you at 7 o'clock. I go, well,
At least you found out before going all that way. Yeah.
well, yeah. There's lessons to be learned there. I think on both sides. If I get any negative things back, I'll just say, well, you need to be better organised than that. It's not fair to leave people
Hanging.
you know. Yeah, I mean, okay, so it's only a little event. It's probably only organised by 2 or 3 people, but still, it's frustrating because it's
Because
Anyway,
you've
that's
rehearsed,
my-
you've thought about it, you've got, you know, all that kit doesn't cost nothing. You're doing
Well,
it
no,
for a
it doesn't.
reason, right? You know,
Yeah.
so some respect for musicians. It's a bit like that. You know, come and play for us, and you know, we won't pay you, but you'll get great exposure. Just
yeah, right, yeah.
you know.
I mean, that was it. I mean, it wasn't being paid. It was a free festival, that sort of thing, and so I'm not angry. You know, I'm no bitterness. You know, here it's just I wanted to know with a degree of clarity
What the hell was going on? Yeah.
where, and unfortunately there wasn't any of that. So I
Yeah,
just
but
said that
Glastonbury
this
can
morning.
be like that on the main stage. To be fair, you know, Bunty.
Unfortunately, it wasn't Glastonbury main stage. It was the Urban Farm in Doncaster. I'm sure it's lovely. I'm sure they've had a lovely time. I'm sure there've been some great artists. I'm sure there's been. In fact, I know some of the people who've been performing at it, so I'm sure it was great. But I just needed a bit more clarity. That's all. So
Clarity or Bordeaux-y?
if it was my own personal choice, clarity. Yeah.
Clarity.
Well, you're always welcome here, darling. You know that.
Yes.
Well, give us the date. We'll turn up whenever the Kent mom is.
Do you know what? I said a date, and people go, "Oh no, I don't know if I can make
July
that."
29th.
Too
Just
early.
fix it. People turn up or they don't. You know.
Yeah, well.
July 29th. I'll be there.
Hello, Fruitbat.
Oh, it's Wobbert. Hello, Wobbert. Hello, Wobbert.
Glastonbury.
Hello.
Shall we Swabert?
I think the doorbell's gone off.
Well, the dogs have gone off.
No, that's the
Execute
organic
Order
doorbell.
66.
Yeah.
Not seen you for ages, Wobbert. What you been doing?
Working mainly, and being ill, and being stupid enough to continue working because I
Sorry.
didn't think it was that bad.
1 sec.
That'll be the festival for him.
Yeah. Why aren't you here?
Hello. 1 second. Who's calling me? Say that again.
Could he mute
Hello,
himself?
Joe. Am I in? Yes, I'm in. Why? Yes, hello, Joe.
Oh,
Have I got what?
Your front door's on fire.
We forgot to mute.
wow.
We've just got to ask him lots and lots of questions when he comes back now.
Yes.
Yes.
How's your S3, Robert?
It's an S2, but yes, it's...
S2, sorry.
Oh, it's been downgraded.
Yeah, no, I got it wrong. It's S2 because I have an S2 as well. So. Have you loaded any sounds into it?
No. I still
I
haven't
couldn't find anything
replaced
online for it. I looked all over the place. I couldn't find shit for it.
I still haven't replaced the battery. I just
Yeah.
cut it out a few months ago and cleaned it a bit more around the traces, but need to buy one at some point, so there's actually point trying to do things.
Ken, you should get someone to tune that, mate.
Finding someone, isn't it?
I know a guy who's quite good, but I think like he's
I
quite
heard he
busy
was a bit of a
normally.
wank, personally, but there you go.
Oh, who's at the door?
Sounds like a very expensive Casio.
It is a very expensive Casio. That's the problem.
CS80 now with phase distortion.
That's the one.
See what I mean? I can't get the presets anymore.
Ken, can you?
Hello.
Can you? Is it possible to mute Mr. Brooks so we don't accidentally hear something?
I don't know.
You can do it remotely, but
Yes, I can.
There we go.
There we go.
Now we won't be eavesdropping.
We
Well, that's
won't
some fun in that.
Yeah, you know, you might have been going to meet somebody.
Right. That's just showing off.
It is, isn't it?
I like it.
Just get all funky.
yeah, that's some fancy flatulence there.
Let's get it. Sequencer. Come on, guys. Sequencer. Here we go.
Mr.
That's
Brooks
not a
is
System
back.
100.
You're muted, Andrew. There we go.
Yeah, sorry about that, folks. Dashing off. That was my neighbour downstairs ringing me up to say there's just been a bit of a hullabaloo outside, and there's been two cars chasing each other up the street, and they've smashed into parked cars and taken wing mirrors off and ploughed into doors and blocked people in, and somebody jumped out at me smashing the windscreen. Oh, it's such a
That's the
civilised
kind of thing
area that I live in.
That's the kind of thing that happens when you live in Sloane Square. You see,
Well, exactly. I know.
Yeah.
Yes, but the class of car is better.
Yeah.
It's mental. I mean, I've lived there for such a long time. I've never heard the like. And because I'm in here and I've been playing music and watching stuff, because it's a room back from the front, and I've got headphones, and I've been completely oblivious. So Joe, my neighbour, was just letting me know what's been going on, and said, "Fortunately, your car's not damaged." Oh, thanks for that. So I'm really grateful for. Oh dear.
Well,
We
probably
don't have,
missed
it's
it.
not, it's pretty unusual. I've never heard anything like that before on this road.
Marital harmony beckons. I'll be back again.
Dan,
Go and enjoy your marital harmony.
Yeah, there's damn hooligans in their street antics.
Oh, they'll be from somewhere else. They won't be from here. There'll be something that's happened on the road, and they decided to take it out on each other. Or who knows? It is crazy, mental bonkers. Quick, play the lottery. I do. I subscribe to it.
yeah, you're in Moscow now.
Once a week.
I mean, it could be worse. As I was telling Kit earlier, after the imam I did on Thursday night in San Francisco, there's a big human shit behind my car. So
Well, clearly somebody didn't like your set.
Did you get your microscope out to test it?
yeah,
Human,
no,
then,
I was. I thought better of the contamination
You
aspect.
could tell it was human because it was signed.
Yeah. But the ironic thing I thought was funny is there's no toilet paper in sight. So what the hell happened there? So.
Sometimes
Did you check
you've
your
gotta go,
door
you've gotta
handles?
Yeah.
Oh.
But that's San Francisco for you. It's getting worse and worse.
Everywhere's getting worse and worse.
What are you whittling on there, Robert?
It's still the Gem S2, but actually playing the internal sounds rather than Zebra.
There's some really good presets on that thing. I was shocked.
I mean, for a 90s rompler trying to emulate the analog synth, it's actually not too terrible, some of those sounds.
There's some great O&W type sounds on it too. A lot of layering.
I've got to get more.
Yeah, that's better.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's not behind my car there. That's it.
Why does he have to say such crap?
What?
Sorry.
Oh.
But
What? Who's a fucking girl? Hey? Fucking girl. You're weird. You don't bark at the doorbell, do you? No, you don't. Your silly sister.
The last patch, you could do Tangram with that, Robert.
So what else you been up to, Andy?
nothing.
Just sneezing and work.
Yeah,
Essentially.
sneezing, work, putting on weight, drinking beer, basically.
Oh well.
Got a right good belly going on. I've got to do something about that.
At least two of them are fun.
Carry me down the street in a wheelbarrow.
Penny
At
for
least
the
it's
guy.
downhill for you.
You can just roll downhill.
I could, yeah. I could just curl myself into a little ball and roll down it.
Penny for the guy.
That's
Well-
me.
Never too old to start skateboarding.
Yeah, you are. And I am.
Of course, you wouldn't have that in the States, would you?
What, skateboarding or...
Ah, penny for
never-
the guy. Penny for the guy.
Oh, well, I'm not in the States. I'm in Sheffield and we know
I
exactly...
know, I'm not talking to
Oh,
you,
sorry.
twit.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I don't,
Sorry,
I don't know
Andy.
what you
Yeah.
meant there.
Penny for the guy. Yeah, Guy Fawkes night, 5th of November.
Oh, okay, right.
Gunpowder, treason and plot.
Sure.
Yeah.
I know that. I just didn't know the phrase, penny for the guy. I've heard that.
Well, the people make sort of stuffed puppets that they burn on bonfires called the Guy.
Oh,
You know, which is why everybody thinks that poor Guy Fawkes was burned. Well, he wasn't. He was
No.
hanged, drawn, and quartered.
oh,
Yeah.
drawn and quarter. Nice. Oh.
Oh, yes, all the bits. Yeah, he got
Because
the whole
failure
works.
will not be
Lovely.
tolerated.
Yeah. But he wasn't burned. But bonfires were lit to celebrate the saving of Parliament and the King.
There's a contradiction in terms.
Of course. So, St. Guido de Fawkes, poor chap.
Aye.
Why would you draw and quarter a fox? Such a lovely animal.
Oh, Robert, give yourself a slap.
Apparently
Not
it's too
in
much
public.
effort. He's been drinking so much beer, you've got to do it for him. Yeah.
I've only had like 3 pints yesterday and I still managed to get here at 3 a.m.
What, you got there after three whole juicy pints? Blimey.
Yes, that's how much of a lightweight I am, but it, starting at 9 until 2 a.m.
3
Then we
pints
get food
between
free.
9 and 2 a.m.
Yeah, it's like terrible.
Well, you could get your alcohol from NyQuil, but that just put you to sleep. So
Love David, love handles. Is that what they are? Is that what you're telling me? I've got love handles. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, whatever they are, nobody's handled them, and no, just me. I go.
I thought that sentence was going somewhere for a minute.
Yeah, so did I, and I just decided not to continue
it. Just ran
Right
out of
off.
steam. Just ran out of steam.
No, it wasn't running out of steam. I just decided I'm not heading down that path. Not for anybody. Not right now. There were pints of
Indeed.
Jägermeister. You're drinking pints of Jägermeister, Robert. It's hardly surprising you staggered home.
I don't like Jägermeister, so no. I mean, pints of
There's a reason-
absinthe, maybe.
there's a reason they serve it super cold, so you don't taste it as much.
I never drink anything I can't spell.
Yeah.
Well, I can spell it, so I drink it. So
Yeah,
I know where the A and the E go.
I can only spell coffee.
One for A goes after the E.
Cut off
Yeah, the off. I remember how many E's and F's it needs.
what was the other one? Oh, that was even more disgusting than Jägermeister. Oh yeah, Underberg. Underberg. Do you remember? You're a German. Is that familiar to you? Underberg.
No.
Oh. It's wrapped in paper with a little twizzly bit on the top. You can have it's a digestivo. It's all a Kräuter liqueur. Oh, it's like it's like drinking alcoholic Actifed. It's awful.
You can have apple corn.
Well, apple corn that's just white spirit basically. It's used for stripping paint off walls.
Apple corn.
Apple
Yeah.
corn. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Oh,
a
I was
sweet
gonna say.
apple liqueur.
Yeah, apple. I was going to say apple and corn. What the fuck's that?
Had a German friend kept bringing stuff over here from there, and just that was one of the delights.
Corn though is that is it made from the pips and the bit in the middle? I think the apple corn is the bit in the middle of the apple.
Is that?
Am I right, Robert? Is that what it is?
I don't know. I would assume for apple corn just to be corn with a taste of apple in it. With corn just being your standard, basic, boring distilled alcohol from grain.
So
And
legal
then-
moonshine. Yeah. So
So apple and corn. So not like
Wait,
But it won't be made from the nice bits of the apple. It'll maybe from all the bits of the apple that you don't use. So the skin, and
What
the
was,
stalk, and the central seed.
but all
pod.
parts of apple are used. They're just shredded as a whole, and then that's how you make an
even
apple
the seeds with
sauce.
cyanide.
But
Yeah.
well,
something like that.
how else do you think apple sauce is made on an industrial scale? You just shred the entire apple, stop caring. And people like it. Tastes
same
better with those,
cows,
of course.
don't they?
Bloody hell, Matt. And I thought, what's
Well, that-
no, but just watching what's going on in the chat.
We could always have Everclear. That stuff's brutal.
that's for cleaning windows, isn't it?
Yeah, 190 proof.
Jesus.
I just prefer my 72% vol absinthe at that point.
Is it real absinthe?
That way, madness
Yes.
lies, Robert.
Really? I thought that was hard to get.
No, it's easy enough to get in Switzerland. You just go by the distillery.
So that wormwood shit really fuck you up.
Yeah.
How different is it to normal vermouth? I mean, I mean, you don't tend to drink a lot, really, because like it's 4-1 with cold water. So it's more like patés. You drink a tiny amount, really.
Thunderbird wine. Yeah.
Still
Drink
set
that. Then you
people
will
mad.
need rescuing.
Mad Dog 2020, all that stuff. Yeah.
I used to drink a lot of Tennant Super.
Been there, done that. It's horrid.
I think I remember drinking lots of Tennant Super.
We have Boone's Farm out here. That's another one.
It's like there's a photograph somewhere. I think Mel Weston's got it of Hans dressed up as a can of Tennant's. He didn't know that because he was absolutely off his head. passed out in the studio chair. I keep asking him, he says, give us a copy of the photo. For fuck's sake, come on.
When's he going to come on PSN? When's he going to join in the? When's he going to pop into the pub? That'd be fun, wouldn't it? If he popped into the pub.
Yeah. I keep asking. He said, I'm still on the road. So.
Gosh.
Oh, mind you, I was talking to old David Arnold yesterday. He said he'd
yeah.
pop into it. He said he's watched a couple of them now. He says,
You feel safe now?
he knows. He goes. Oh, you're allowed to swear. Oh, cool. Oh, good.
I thought he did come in. Did he come in once already?
Yeah, he came in once.
Yeah, he was here.
Yeah. But I think it was very, very early on. But it was like it hadn't found its depth yet.
Has it ever?
Will it ever?
Yeah. It's found depth. I mean, there's a couple I had to delete afterwards.
Did you? Why?
Because I don't want to be prosecuted. That's why. So they had to be removed.
What did I say?
I don't think it was you.
Oh, good job. It probably could have been me.
No, I think it was me.
I got off about all sorts. It was probably you.
Actually, I think it was almost certainly me.
Oh.
But yes, there you go. It happens.
Matt Evans, you got your knob out again, Brooks. What, Matt? Jump in here and explain that, please.
It's normally Ty who does that on here.
Yeah.
His dressing gown.
Got my knob out again. I mean,
Well, he has admitted to me he's done a couple of shows where you just see the top half and he was wearing nothing underneath at all.
Wow.
that's lovely.
He was just in a t-shirt.
Free balling.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what else do you think?
If it's any comfort,
We all
I've got some grey sort of loungy sort of slobbing about pants on.
Aren't those crotchless pants though? Or the
No, they're not. What is the point of crotchless pants? I don't understand.
the thrill.
Might as well
It's just
wear
the
nothing.
thrill of it.
It's ventilation for a start.
Being very naughty.
Well, sorry, I'd take Ty's route and just not wear anything at all.
Mind you, when you get to my age, you can't wear crotchless pants because you just end up bruising your knees.
Or you get the
when you're old.
so some animation with the cat's like scratching the hanging balls.
Oh. Yeah. It's the new
Cat
cat
toy.
toy. Get off!
Yeah.
Get off, you damn cat! Thank God I can't feel
You're starting to go
anything
Dalek
anymore.
again, Kent.
Huh?
Dalek time.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Fucking... Why does Mac do this? God damn it.
exterminate.
And it's
Speak,
now
Kent.
clear.
It's clear. Yeah.
It is all clear again. Yeah, I don't know why.
Did you pay the extra licensing fee? It's a timeout thing. So
I tell you what, it might as well be. Do you know what? Every time I fire up the Mac, the camera panel doesn't come up, and I actually have to install the software every time I fire up the computer. Now, and after I install it, you get the icon, and I do the right click on the icon and go, keep open, keep in the dock, add to the library as well. And every time I turn the computer on, it's not there, and I have to load the software again.
I've had stuff like that on Windows too. So it's just a computer thing.
Oh, no. Before I used to use it on my Mac Mini, and it was always there. It always worked. I think this might be a silicon thing. I don't know. I don't know what it is. But I keep getting icons disappearing in the dock there for no apparent reason whatsoever.
Is this your new swanky full-on?
Yeah, it's the new
M2?
swanky full-on M2 Mac Studio Ninja nut bastard.
Ninja nut bastard.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we got the 64 meg something terabyte thing, whatever. And I've had nothing but bloody problems with it so far.
That's
I
what
mean,
it
compared
was.
with the Mac Mini, which was just like, "Hi, what do you want today?"
Well, that's more than Apple for you.
I mean, it is possible you have something wrong with it. There are, things come out as lemons. So
I mean, everything else seems to be. I'm sure it's a setting somewhere where you go, "Oh, you idiot! If you were a Mac user, you would have known to turn that off or turn that on or something like that." And it's probably something along those lines.
Just look at what Matt Evans has just posted. Matt, you're a twat.
Sell it to me for £5.
No, it's the one above that.
I don't like.
Matt Evans,
talking
Ken
ab-
deleted the shows because you had your knob out. That's what I meant.
Yeah. See, Matt, I don't like talking about my other activities on an open forum like this. All right, mate?
see, Robert just has his OnlyFans. It goes to the right place for that. So
Yeah, it's a lot easier, and you don't get a complaint from YouTube about it.
and you get
don't
money too. Hey,
Yeah, for websites are far better at monetizing that sort of content than YouTube.
Hi, Matt. Thanks. Love you too. I am. You only just worked it out. Yeah. What?
Hey, I think. Matt,
Oh, I
you
see.
getting
He's sitting there with his knob out. No,
Oh,
I'm not
is it-
sitting with my knob out. No, I'm not.
Not yet.
What is this fascination?
well, it's not
There's
out;
nothing
it's in
there
your
anyway.
hand, but it's
It's Knob Out Saturday. Come on. Obviously.
Thanks, Matt. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
But I only wear the Crocs for songs on Sundays.
This is getting ridiculous. So I just thought I'd say that.
Yes. Go for it, Rob. Let's see how bad this actually is.
I was going to share the bad band.
Yeah, looks it. Will they be able to hear us jeering from here?
I'll tell you what I'm being subjected to. Well, always it's a gig.
Is that a wedding, I believe?
And it's a wedding, and they've got a band playing all the great classics.
All the classics.
All the classics from
Like Jolene.
From Come and Eileen to Jolene. Yes.
No, that's afterwards, I think.
Oh,
Depends how well it
Kent.
goes.
What?
What?
Depends on the sort of wedding.
Yeah.
I'm trying to work up to a deletion.
Well, you didn't whip it out yet, Kent.
Seems like you're not going to get
He's
a Kent
here.
copyright strike. Well, no, if they're playing that badly, the algorithm
Yeah,
won't
they're
recognise the song. Oh, here we go. Sad for man.
Oh my god, they're fucking killing the chili peppers! Feel free
Boo!
to disconnect me whenever you feel like it.
Sometimes I feel like I don't have a father.
Oh, wow.
Sometimes I feel like my only friend.
Well, this ties in well with what Matt's doing. Apparently, he was taking the guitar apart as well.
Don't be as I am, together we cry.
It's not that bad.
Too much chorus on that guitar for that song.
Oh, somebody's brought a coconut.
My companion, I walk through the hills, knows who I am. She's my good teacher.
We're hearing it through Rob's phone. That's not exactly a fair method to judge.
Yeah, but apparently they didn't pay him enough to have all the syllables in the song.
I just wanna be like a head.
Kill me now!
It's an interesting use of microtones.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's not in any key I've got. And I got all of them.
I mean, the vocals are the worst part, but
Yeah, the rest of the band sounded tight.
As in drunk?
Well, they probably were, but they
Yeah,
were playing
probably
well
were
together.
very, very drunk.
Never mind. Wedding bands.
This isn't
What's
how
not
Billie
to
Jean
love?
goes, is it?
At least you got the correct keyboard for that.
Yeah. That's
A
interesting.
wedding in Essex.
The reverb has completely turned itself off.
A wedding in Essex.
No, they don't. They don't do weddings in Essex.
No, for they only do stabbings.
They have to have the weddings at the weekend because they have to go back to school on Monday.
Guy Ritchie's wedding in Essex. Really?
But I think Robbie's at it.
What just happened? No idea, Dan.
So, I wonder what happened. This fucking computer does things by itself.
Well, stop fucking it then.
Oh, okay. There you go. I didn't think I was using it that badly, to be honest with you, Rob. I thought I was just pushing the buttons I was supposed to, but apparently not. Sorry.
Maybe we should play more with the knobs.
No. No. Now, Rob wouldn't be at Guy Ritchie's wedding anyway. Nowhere near East End enough. Got to talk like that, ain't you?
Burning Man.
Was it? I don't care if you're fucking Bruce Lee. Was it? I'm fucking hard Muhammad Ali.
Well, my boss at my former job was actually in a wedding type band, and they're quite good actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was really good on the keys. The singer was this gorgeous woman who the bass player was married to or about to marry, and so it was quite a little team.
Trouble is, you can't have the group you're in play at your own wedding, can you?
I know.
No, you can. It's just going to be a bit weird when some people are lacking.
So, like, especially if you're the drummer, it's like, oh, fucking hell, this is a bit bland. Sis, you're right, baby.
Or maybe it sounds better, and then you know who's going to get sacked.
Okay, let's try this instead, shall we?
Sorry. I sing the body electric. What on earth has prompted that? Categorical fucking hell. Oh, that's very funny.
How's your soda, Kent?
It's coca sugar-free,
It's
tasteless.
Coca Blandus.
What's the point of not getting diabetes in the can anymore? You get the drink because you want sugar and caffeine in your system. Otherwise, you might as well just drink water.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of tastes like water, actually. But tap
Cordial.
water.
Sorry, that's not beautiful.
You can.
Sorry.
Oh, he's wet himself.
Well, I mean, It's even more annoying when you're not wearing any pants.
Do you guys have a lot of that flavored carbonated water there, like LaCroix, stuff like that?
No, I don't think so. No.
That's a big trend here. People love that LaCroix shit.
I mean, different, like store-owned brands, you definitely still see it, but more of the bigger ones, I don't think it sells that well.
Yeah.
I think it's about 68 million now. At least half of Hong Kong is here now. Especially in Surrey.
The leafy Surrey.
In leafy Surrey. Although they've been cutting all the trees down everywhere else in the States.
Yep.
It's great. I love our...
To Sheffield, it's the leafiest city in Britain.
I love it. Our neighbours are from Hong Kong and they're lovely, lovely people.
Was it that awful?
Yeah. It was.
You could just get diabetes from a bottle like that.
Right. I'm going to pretend that I'm 3 years old.
And eat crisps.
And eat a normal... What's it? Oh, hello.
They're the rapper.
Did I rattle a packet, did I?
Yep.
You brought your mate with you as well, I see. All right, come on. Come on. Work for it, bitch. There you go. Come on, Nelly.
Are those Cheeto-like things? Little puffs?
Yeah. Cheesy popcorn snacks.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Yeah, but deliciously disgusting.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I have no problem with decimating through a big bag of them occasionally. However, it doesn't change the fact that they're still disgusting.
I will sit down and eat an entire Sainsbury's tiramisu in one sitting.
Yes, I've done this plenty of times.
There's something about just another.
Well, you can't you can't just like leave it outside or put it back in the fridge.
Yeah.
They have real simulated cheese.
Yes, you can.
What, only to return
in a bag, yeah.
Only to return in half an hour and finish the rest.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the other, because that half's gone down now. It's settled.
Yeah.
Found all the corners. And there's room for more. I was consuming one a couple of weeks ago. Trying to go. You do realise you are 60, don't you? I mean, not for much longer.
61 soon.
Bring it on, bitch. Were you panting at, lovey?
What are you doing, that computer? Leave the screen alone. Keeps going dim as though it's about to close itself off because I've not done anything for a while. So wiggle it about. I'll give it a good wiggle, 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 wiggle. It's all back to life.
Is that a
Go
PC
set
thing?
your timing.
Yep. If in doubt, wiggle it
Power
about.
options.
Yeah. Wake up, bastard. You haven't used me in 20 years. Yeah. Be prepared.
All with the default Windows power settings for going to sleep and stuff. It's just ridiculous settings.
Oh yeah, it's like if you put a space between two words, it fucking goes into power saving mode. It's so quick. So fuck off. I was just going to push another key.
What, people do not disable that completely? To never, 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 never?
Well, we're on a PC. I know where it is, and yes.
Well, on a laptop you want it sometimes because you don't want to kill your battery on the go. But
agoraphobics don't suffer from that.
yeah,
there's always a PowerPoint nearby. As far as I'm concerned, mains is everywhere.
Well, yeah, power banks too.
Yeah. Oh, 4 points.
Thank you.
Let's back that up.
That's better.
That's it. Now, if you could do that at exactly the same time, you could probably see daylight. You could see the carpet. Oh, look at that. I have to get some more of these. Telling David Arnold about all the. We were talking about fart libraries, sound libraries last week. He's going, oh, I've got some good ones. Oh, good man, bring them along.
Does he hide them regularly in his scores?
Yeah, do you know what? It'd be brilliant to find if you say, like, now, if you listen to the opening score of Stargate movie, at this point, you will hear me pushing a DX7 out of a window, kind of thing. That'd be great. That's what I want. I love that kind of stuff.
How does that sound? Pushing a DX7 out of a window? Very disappointing because like, there's not a lot.
Somebody said that Art of Noise did it.
Crunch.
Yeah. It's sort of like a doorbell noise and then crunch.
Yeah, Art of Noise. 9 Inch Nails. He just hit them with hammers on the stage, smashed them to bits. I mean, some people would call that heresy. Others would call it
Art?
reasonable behaviour. Art, yeah. Personally, yeah. Do that again, Kent. Just do that again.
Okay. Oh, that should be
There you go.
that, shouldn't it, really?
Yes.
£35,000 of the synthesizer to sound like that. It's amazing, isn't it?
So what is the shit?
That'd be the perfect setup, wouldn't it? So you go, a YouTube video like exploring the CS80.
Yeah, God, you get it done, Kent.
And then the video
The
starts.
crappiest sounds ever. Go on.
Yeah. And then finish it.
That would be brilliant. Get that video
Yeah, I think
made,
we'll have
Kent.
to do that. We'll have to do that.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
No, there's a lot of mileage in that one.
Oh, there's a lot for parody.
Yeah, bring the price of CS80s down to perhaps affordable level.
Perhaps to what they should be. You mean? Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, I can't believe it. The one at GAC, it's up for 54k, right?
Oh God.
I know the chappie that's selling it because he asked me. He goes, "What do you reckon it's worth?" And I said, "Well, the current market, whether you agree with it or not, is about 30." And I was speaking to him a couple of nights ago, and he goes, "Oh, apparently the CS80 is doing something on one channel or something." I said, "Well, if you need to bring it back, then fine." I said, "So you went for a good price on it then?" And he went, No, I'm getting 30. That's GAC's fucking bit that you've put on." I went, what?
Oh, I see.
What? 24k? Okay.
Cheeky buggers.
I've heard of seller's fee, but fuck, I know, mate. It's nearly fucking half.
Yeah, that's a bit off, isn't it?
Yeah, that would be an idea. Got an idea there. Old Matt. You put like the super bass key on it. There you go. Look at it. Brilliant. Worth every penny of 30 grand. Oh dear.
Well, you could say the same for the Fairlight sampler with farts on it. I mean, that's a very expensive thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly the same when I got my Mirage. You're just doing fart noises into it and stuff like that, and then playing it back, and it was just fucking hours of hilarity, on this brand new, almost $2,000 sampler.
But see, now you can do farts with granular, so it's even more cool.
Granular farts.
Yes, granular farts.
Isn't that called diarrhea?
Would you eat a bucket of sand first? Oh no, it's grainy farts, isn't it? Yeah. I don't think I downloaded any more. I think I only put 2 on. There's that one.
Oh,
Flick your
spring.
penis.
Spring is here. Spring is here. Life is Skittles and life is beer.
Okay. Oh, that's useful. Not.
That's for the OnlyFans channel.
Is that a stream deck thing that you're...
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, but they've got the pub ambience in the background. So there you go. There's your pub atmosphere.
You'd fight.
Cheers,
sound.
everyone.
Massive reverb. It's a huge pub.
It's massive, isn't it? It's one of those. Have you been to a harvester before, sir?
No, it's the classic sort of
Well, of
Wetherspoons.
course I have. Another. I wouldn't be here.
Take a nice big room and a nice big old building, convert it into a Wetherspoons.
Yeah.
Make it disgusting.
Yeah.
I don't like this beer. It's not good.
Yeah, well, the pub I used to go to, Matt, was pretty much the same thing. There'd always be somebody saying, "Oh, gravity, it's fake." So you push them to the floor and go, "Yeah, sure. Bonjour.
Bonjour, ça va?
Ah, mais oui.
Ça va, ça va.
Ça va bien, très bien. Et
Quoi?
Oui. Moi aussi.
Comment
Ouvrez
était
le fenêtre.
Comment
Mercy
était le
buckets.
imam le jeudi? C'était okay?
It was.
Eiffel
It
Tower.
was fine.
Yeah, Jim, honestly, Jim, I'm so sorry. On Friday morning, I found a Facebook post. I opened it, and apparently my name was on a list for an imam that I didn't even realise I was supposed to be at.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I felt awful.
No worries.
So I missed yours completely absent-mindedly, or I'm such a twat. I honestly had no idea my name was down.
Nice. No worries, mate. Yeah, it's one of those who like, shit, am I playing?
Yeah. Well, it wasn't am I playing, it was, oh my God, should I have played?
Yeah.
Oops.
Past tense.
I think we're getting some echo back from you, Jim, actually.
Oh, dear.
You got YouTube running behind it.
Oh,
Something similar.
no, I thought I muted that. No, that's muted.
Because it's
Oh,
the
where
one that
the
always
fuck that's
caught me
come
out.
No,
Oh,
no, there's nothing else going on here.
it's probably been caused by one of those horrible patch bays.
Horrible patch. Yeah, that's the patch bay incident. That's caused a bit of a rumpus, hasn't it?
Actually, what is echoing? Is it me or
It's where
or
something
thee?
repeats itself. What? You asked the fucking question.
I think it was picking up the volume in your headphones. It sounded like an echo.
Echo.
Oh,
Sorry, can
I'm
you
not sure.
repeat that?
It may be what's being monitored. Oh, fuck off.
Yeah, that's the right response, Jim. Well done.
I've had a whole can of Coke. Fuck you.
Yeah, watch out. Ken's high on sucralose. So.
Yeah. I haven't been this pissed in 8 years.
Fucking cokeheads. Can't stand them.
Yeah, it was worse. I used to be on gummy bears, mate.
Oh, they are worse.
Yeah, but at least you can shit round the corner. Not quite sure how that works, but
with skill and precision.
well, unlike the bloke behind Andy's car.
What?
Miss me? No. Well, apparently we had a rumpus outside on the street with two cars chasing each other up the street. And then all sorts of shenanigans, people jumping out, taking bats at each other's cars and then driving back down. And well, they've driven into a few cars on the way, but mine's been missed, thankfully.
God.
Yeah, what it was, synthetic
nowhere to
went
go
out
up
to
that
his
way.
car and somebody had a big shit behind it.
Oh, that too. Yeah.
Yeah, I left
Is
my
that- I
email
think it
on
is
Thursday,
in
Jim,
the
and there was a
chat.
big human shit behind my car. So
Yes, unfortunately, Jim.
lots of homeless people.
Well, there's a big human shit in the chat room as well, by the looks of it.
They do appear.
I'll shoot you at you first. There. Yeah, okay.
So Kent, what is the shittiest CS80 record that you know of?
Where to start?
It needs to be part of your documentary about making the CS80 sound shit.
Yeah.
Paul McCartney had a good go, didn't he?
Well, he had a very good go.
Well, that was Linda's, wasn't it?
Well, it was Linda's, yeah. Well, let's see if we can recreate. We need envelope. I need to actually hear something happen in that. That's interesting. The LFO stopped working. No, that's something else. Where's the LFO not?
That's the wedding march, isn't it?
Yes, Mendelssohn, right?
Yeah, Felix Mendelssohn Bartholdy.
No, that's not it. Why is the LFO stopped working, dude? No, it's there.
From what, Robert? From what?
What do you mean from what?
Midsummer Night's Dream, is it?
Thank you. Well done, Synthetics. That's you get the point. That's
I'm a
all I was
classical
after.
nerd. I love classical music first,
Yeah.
so.
I've never gotten into Mendelssohn Bartholdy. Which is so it's really the only piece I know by name of him is.
Well, Hitler
The
definitely
Wedding
didn't
March.
like him for certain reasons, but
Well, that's why I added the Bartholdy bit. Because Mendelssohn is a Jewish
Yes.
name. So
Well, yeah, the son of Mendel.
Mendel, yeah. So he didn't like it. But he was born Jewish and then Christianized and then added the Bartholdy bit at the end. Never get that mentioned. You're the only person I've ever heard actually say Mendelssohn Bartholdy, Robert. But you're right.
Probably because I don't know too much about him or his music, whether because that's the proper name, let's go by it, or your full name.
Yeah, Felix Mendelssohn Bartholdy.
And also, like, the three names for your classical composers are important. Like, Johann Sebastian Bach.
Oh, Ludwig
Fell off the
van
bus.
Beethoven.
Hello.
Hello
Can you hear
again,
me?
Jim.
Can you hear
I
me?
can hear you.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Sorry, my fucking shitty buggy antelope audio software was just crashing all the time. I'm like, fuck this, just killed it. So yeah,
What is Antelope?
It could have been an artwork instead.
Is that another
Yeah.
Apple Mac thing that works perfectly all the time and never crashes? That's just crashed.
oh, it's no, that's fine. It's the Antelope Audio USB sound card thing that
Oh, right,
is amazingly. It's amazing in terms of quality and what you can do with it, but fucking hell, they're really just they're kind of like, imagine a load of software developers with ADHD, so they have like brilliant ideas and implement brilliant hardware and then never finish it.
Ah.
And
Sounds
that's
like
what
too
it's
many
like.
companies, I know.
Yeah. It could be great. Could be absolutely amazing. Can just
Hence, behave.
That's supposed to be a flute.
What?
What?
Yeah. That's supposed to be a flute.
What kind? Nose flute?
A
Drum
sand
flute?
even. Imagine if that's the sand flute. Oh no.
Flute.
Champagne flute?
Doesn't matter what the preset is. Everything sounds like brass one.
Yeah.
Electric piano.
Sounds like a guitar.
It sounds like the guitar.
Yeah.
Now the harpsichord, I grant you.
It doesn't sound like brass.
Wow.
Sounds like strings.
That does sound like a Casio keyboard.
The organ. Well, the organ though.
It's Casio 80.
That's crazy.
Well, the C in CS stands for Casio, doesn't it?
Casio Synth 80.
Yeah, you do have to kind of work at it with them to make them do the old. Thing. Actually, did I put the unison mod in this?
That is eye-opening. Imagine somebody going by the reputation of the CS80 and hearing all those terrible sounds. Going, I paid this much for this?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I got my unison mod in it.
So like, where's my effects? Oh, it doesn't come with any.
CS80 farts.
You put the oscilloscope on that and it goes, come on, do something.
Yeah, Wagyu's right. Are you trying to bring down the value of CS80s to a reasonable level?
Yep, we've managed that twice already
Cool.
this evening, Jim.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah, CZ101. Yeah, next.
Right, bass. It's guitar, but an octave lower.
They're piss poor.
Sounds like Vangelis.
Hang on, is that what Quincy Jones used for stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably. Clavichord.
I mean, mixing that with something else might not be terrible, but
Yeah, I mean, you have to, yeah, like I say, work with them and manipulate. But normally, you get nice sounds when you mess around on the front panel and stuff like that. But yeah.
how about the strings? I heard that. Amazing.
Oh, yeah, you got to hear this. This is top-notch strings 1, 2.
Play a chord, Kent. Well, it's a piss
high
poor
pass
Selena.
Sounds so real.
And then strings, because 3 and 4, because they weren't done. They weren't done.
That's better.
They turned the filter down a little bit.
What increase the attack time?
Yeah. So this is why every Vangelis CS80 had those 4 presets altered to anything else other than those 4 sounds. Because it just can't use them. No, basically. So now the presets have the issue. You really have to mess with them, with the performance controls, to make them more interesting or tuneful or bearable, even actually in some cases. So I mean, Brass 3 is just the shortened version of Brass 2.
Sounds almost like an FM brass.
But then when you listen to bass, and you can then compare it with, where is it now? That's guitar. And you close it off. It's pretty much the same sound, actually. So.
Yeah. Sounds
It's
like
almost like
Casio
it's very
MT500.
limited.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's only because of all the performance controls that everything comes to life, and you can get all these really great sounds and everything else. This is why I was always going on about why don't these people bring out these keyboards with polyphonic aftertouch and blah blah this and blah blah that, and being able to do this and be able to do that. That's what we need. And because everything was coming out note on, note off, and maybe a bit of velocity. Yay! Woo! Because with these expressive things, you can get the most boring sound and make it really, really interesting instead of a boring sound. And it only took them 5 years to fucking listen to me. Actually, they didn't listen to me. Somebody else came up with the idea. Well, ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. But I will claim. I will claim it. I will claim it.
And Sonic tried. They really did.
Yeah, they did. And it helped. It did help. I think if memory serves, which isn't very good at the moment, what you could assign the poly aftertouch to was limited, if I remember rightly.
Well, on the SQ80, it's just a standard source and any modulation selection.
Yeah.
But I don't know how it is in the later ones, or in the fully digital ones.
Yeah. I mean, Vangelis used to always do that thing where it's split bank 1, bank 2 by an octave, and use the initial pitch, to get that type of sound. He loved all that. So you get a better sound. But then after a while, even that, you start running out pretty quick. But when you've got a machine that's like 40 odd years old, I mean, you can safely say that every single sound it can possibly do has been recorded and is out there on an album in some form or other. And owning a CS80 is just, look at the size of my dick, basically. You're not going to get anything that hasn't been done before from it. Really,
except a new hernia.
Yeah, absolutely. You got cojones that stick out my side here. Like, moving them fuckers about, I tell you. Yeah. But it's funny because when you move hundreds of them, you get used to it. So I can actually stand an 80 up on its corner and spin it, holding it with my hand like old Keith Emerson used to do.
Have you now just tied all your hernias together?
Yes. Yeah, I wrap my testicles around it and then pull it like a top. So, yeah, a lot of it's romance. Well, a lot of it, 98% of it is romance. And the other 2% is stupidity, I think. Because it's such a lump. It really is.
And how much of it is your heating in winter?
Oh, it's lovely in the winter. It's like having a 3-bar electric fire in the room. It's gorgeous. Cats love them. I mean, they just adore them.
I just can't win in this place. It's fucking freezing in winter and just baking in summer. Just like...
Have you considered air conditioning?
Have you considered going indoors?
I'm now homeless.
It's a good virtual background.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it?
It's barely cutting in and out.
I'd like to know if Jim's thinking about getting an S1.
I am not thinking about getting an S1.
Okay, that's just wondering.
Expand.
So,
well, I was on it. I was watching the Sonic State review of the S1, and I thought Nick Butt did a brilliant job of showing off just how good it sounds in different ways. That's not like an SH101. And I was looking at my SH01A here, which is rather sadly neglected. At least Jim's not neglecting his. He's got it in his rig and is using it, making it go boom quite a lot. Because it's a great little thing, but it doesn't go anywhere near as far in terms of the synthesis that the S1 does with all those interesting quirky waveforms and he made and Nick did a great job and made it sound fantastic. So I was just wondering because it certainly piqued my interest.
Yes, good question is why not? Because I've got the SH01A. It fits perfectly in my kit. It's already in my live set. I don't have any need for the S1.
It's kind of like I understand that. Good answer, Jim.
Yeah,
all those little vocals are really good, actually.
And it's like as small as those sliders are, I still need those to perform with. You know,
but they're not stupidly small on the SH01A, are they? They work perfectly well.
Yeah, they're fine. I mean, you know, they weren't that much bigger on the original, were they? Really? You know.
Not by much. No, you're right.
But yeah, no, it's kind of like it doesn't really bring anything that I can't do by other means. I don't think.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. And that's what I need to tell myself. You see.
It's funny people complain about slider throw, but that CS80 preset section is the worst sliders on it.
But if I didn't have an SH01A, then yeah, I probably would. I would get one, definitely.
Yeah. Good answer. Thank you, Jim.
Or if I hadn't already integrated my SH01A into my live rig, then maybe I would think about swapping it. So, could be a few boutiques on the second-hand market soon.
There could well be, yeah. There could well be.
Oh, hang on. What have we got here? Come on, then.
Well, we're gonna get some more purring sample libraries.
Come on. Honestly, I'm absolutely boiling. I don't really need fur on me as well, you know. A furry hot water bottle. I'm just like, how can you do it? It's boiling. How can you sit on a human and make them hotter? She's sweet though. Isn't she? Actually.
Excuse me.
Oh, honestly, Bluebell. That's it. I'm now hairier. Thank you. Now covered in your fur, I look like some Greek bloke in his 60s.
Well, it's like a mohair sweater, Jim. You know, mohair sweater. You've seen those?
Yeah.
Hairier than a Greek bloke in his 60s. What a simile that is.
It's just like the black and white hair, you know, it's just like all over me. So I'm just like...
Hairier than a Greek bloke in his 60s. Speaking of Greek blokes in their 60s, Kent's trying to do a bit more Vangelis over there for us.
Yeah. He was the top Greek bloke. Isn't he? Yes.
Kaftans are us. If this gets any rounder, I'll be wearing a caftan before too long.
Honestly, Bluebell, it's too much. I can't take this. I'm absolutely boiling.
Jim,
I've got sweat and
shove.
crap dripping down my arms.
Pick that up, put that on floor.
Yeah. Come on.
That's just
now.
sticking her arse in your face. That's really not good.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want that sticking to me as well. Ugh.
Not again. Interesting.
You know, it's how I sneezed when the cat came in. Is that psychosomatic or what?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Well, this internet connection is a lot better than we thought.
It's too Brooksy. Yes, thank you.
Oh, letting off fireworks again.
No, that was just Jim having a puff on his pipe.
Oh. Oh, bloody hell, they're really going for it.
Is it definitely fireworks, not gunfire?
It's not.
That was outside here tonight.
No, this is Surrey, dear.
Right. All right.
We use samurai.
See, you compare the Hydrosynth to the sound of the CS80.
Exactly.
I can feel it coming in the air tonight.
No, let's stop that
feel
then.
it coming in the air.
I am not digging out my CR78 now.
Well, is it just because it's got such lovely effects in there?
It's a great piano coming out of it.
Yeah, what's
Yeah,
lovely sound?
it's not the Hydra though, playing the piano. That's C7 acoustic samples. The chords is not the Hydra either.
You're conning us, Kent.
This is a 20 quid plug-in I bought about 10 years ago called Pad Shop. It does so many pads, it's stupid.
JV 1080 land.
What not to be confused with a Cubase integrated pad shop.
Yeah. The thing that hang on, let's put something in. Yeah, that'll do. Doing it with that, it's fine. It's fine. Ugh. Let's put it into the multis. That's Hydra.
That's very left and nothing right.
Yeah. I'm suspecting this.
Or the other way around, depending on what side you've got your headphones on.
She was being very weird earlier.
There's a tiny bit in the right ear. It's all very left, isn't it?
Is it you, Kent?
Huh? No, it's
balanced. Right, no.
Yeah. But what about this? Is that left?
No, that's not stereo.
No, that's stereo, yeah.
And it's going through the same gear.
Well, I mean, Kent's mic is very slightly right. I mean, not a lot, but a tiny bit.
How about that? Now, what about now?
No, right from my point of view, not yours.
Oh, I see what you mean. There. Oh God.
I refer the honourable member to the answer I gave a few moments ago.
earlier. I can't see any reason why it would be doing this at all.
The bits of the preset could all be panned left, of course.
Yeah. That's what Kosh is saying. That's still left.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's the preset pan settings, yeah, gosh, yeah, very possibly.
No, but they wouldn't all be the same.
No.
I don't know.
I thought so.
If some say this went through Ken's presets and panned from all hard left.
Now, Robert, did you?
I would never do such a thing. But it does seem like a great way to really freak somebody out. I would only do that to Ty.
Well, lots of those are all coming through very left, so
Yeah,
it's not. It's not the pan. It's not the preset panning.
So what
They-
was that
they
you were
wouldn't be
playing
panning
there,
bass
Ken?
sounds to the left.
This is Hydra playing.
So that's the Hydra. The Hydra's panned left. So
But if you
Check your
swap the
game.
left and or if you swap
Yeah.
the left and right tracks around at the back of the Hydra,
does it follow it?
You lost the whole bloody draw there. Oh,
Now I'm a bit behind. So Robert, have you sold your Andromeda yet?
no, it's still
Oh.
standing vertically.
Oh,
Are you interested in an Andromeda? Or
definitely not.
what was you seem very disappointed that I haven't sold it yet.
Yeah, because
Well, we
Don't
are,
move.
yeah,
because you've only got 5 modules in that rack, and you need at least 20.
and it's working at the minute, so it'd be a good time to sell it.
that's weird. It's reading a stereo on the.
No, that's one side.
Yeah, it's still left. Heavy.
What's your output doing?
So,
Balanced.
So what's the signal path? Out of the Hydrosynth into an interface.
Hydrosynth. In fact, Hydrosynth is going into the mixer, which is going into the interface, which is going in with the computer
Right, have a
And
look
then-
at the mixer.
into the second. No, back. It's directly into the Mac.
Yeah,
And then,
I think you've got left plus left and right.
check the back of this.
I suspect a dead cable coming out the back of the Hydrosynth.
No, I swapped them over, and
Yeah.
it's still in the same.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Weird way. Everything's balanced up on the front. Very strong.
Is it a stereo channel on your mixer?
Yeah. That's balanced.
And on your meters you've got it's level.
Because it's coming into the.
Are you using loopback?
Yeah, on the Mac. It's showing that being a bit heavy. One side.
Yeah. It's still over one side.
well, yeah, it is sort of only half left, not fully.
Yeah.
That's weird. I don't know where it's doing that then. Signal the mixer is showing it's balanced, which is literally the final out.
What have you got in sort of monitoring on your interface? Has it got its own mixer?
Yeah, I've got Focusrite control.
Yeah.
And it's showing it balanced, would you believe?
Right.
Let's have a look at the loopback software and see what that says.
Yeah. So you might have only the left-hand side going in as an extra.
No, they're both there. Now that is really odd. That don't make sense at all. Maybe it's hang on.
It's another evening of troubleshooting loopback.
God. Where's Richard Hilton where you need it? Rich, come and sort this out.
Oh, do I need to add some echo?
Yeah, that show with Rich was prophetic. Who knew all future shows would have that content in it?
Let's see what settings.
Is registering both cables out of the machine okay? Because I've had cables just go bad.
I've swapped them over and it didn't move. Echo.
Is that Robert?
Echo.
Of course.
Was it?
Which it comes back more stereo than it left.
Common problem.
Everything says it's balanced. I really didn't know. I bet this old girl can be on the same channels. Please work. Anytime we take a call. What do you mean wasn't turned off properly? Fuck you.
What on earth has gone on with Russia and this Wagner chief?
Yeah.
Jesus. Can't keep up with it. Yeah, it's all a bit left.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's perfectly stereo here. What the hell is going on, man?
Check your panning in your Focusrite mixer.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Everything is as it should be. No, everything looks right. Everything
Definitely sounds left.
Yeah, where is it? Is it completely, totally left, or just...
No, partially. It's almost like you've got left and right plus an extra 6 dB on the left. Or something.
Yeah, it's sort of half left, and then your mic is like a tiny bit like plus 2 to the right.
So now...
Still left. Still leftish. Oh,
right.
What the hell? That's all right now. Oh, that's middle.
Very central.
What was that?
Well, I messed with the controls. It seems to be a
now
bit
your
maybe
microphone
right,
is right.
Neil.
Yeah, your mic's gone a bit right now.
Don't all right, hang on a sec. Let me mess with this at the same time that I'm so you go microphone. Oh, hello.
Oh,
microphone.
yeah.
Hello, microphone. Hello, microphone. Are you balanced?
Just a tiny bit more.
Balanced?
That's about right for me. But
Balanced.
No, I can still see it slightly right.
Slightly right. Hang on, let me bring right down a bit then. How about now?
Close enough.
Yeah. Does that sound centrally? Yeah.
Well, my own, because do you know BBC engineers used to have a preferred pan setting for each engineer? They'd have it set up because nobody's hearing is exactly the same in terms of left-right balance.
Yeah.
For me, I'm like, I would push you slightly more to the right personally, but
Oh, okay.
but
But
the meters don't lie.
Like this.
Pushing people to the right, Jim. What are you up to?
He's shoving people around.
Well, that's what they apparently do in the BBC.
I definitely don't want to push people to the right.
It's becoming a Tory stream, yeah. It's a
Definitely not.
It's a ebb. Come on, to the left.
That's still very left. The Hydra is very left field.
Is it really?
Yeah. The effects are on the right now, a bit more, but the original source is not.
But.
No, do I need to come down tomorrow morning?
Yes.
Yeah.
And hit it
Stick
with a
some
hammer.
test tones through it and see what the hell's going on. That's a bit left.
Really?
Yeah.
See, the mixer's no real help because it has that sort of like single main thing, doesn't that do a left-right as it were?
Could it, of course, be StreamYard doing something weird?
It could be. Yeah, it could be. I don't know.
Problem for another day.
Yeah, sod it. It's mess, waste, and mess, and whatever.
Robert, have you got 4 pulses behind you?
Yes.
Oh,
4 pulses. One very late one, and the other 3 sort of reasonably early. But yeah.
Do you stack them or do individual stuff with them?
Well,
Just looks at them.
I don't even look at them. I just ignore them. Like pretty much everything in this room has been ignored for more than half a year, if not a year or more. It's been quite bad.
Oh dear.
That brought a tear to my eye.
Poor little
Mine
sad
too.
synths. Yeah.
I'll find some space for you. Remember that SQ80?
Yes. But whenever you're down here and want to pick it up, be my guest.
Right, we'll come
It's called. It was called. I think it was called Pad Shop Buds. I'm trying to remember myself. Let's have a look.
Yeah, you did say pad shop.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, it's Pad Shop. I think it was called.
Steinberg, right?
No, I think this was pre.
Steinberg
all
has
that.
a pad shop.
Steinberg.
Yeah, it has a built-in
Wow.
pad shop, but this was a separate one.
Is there any world before Steinberg? Goodness me.
Apparently, a long time ago, when dinosaurs roamed the earth.
In a galaxy far, far away.
Yeah.
Oh, what's happened? Why is he keeping doing that? Go away. That sounds very stereo.
Yeah, that does. The computer's fine. Everything else is shite.
So that was a plug-in, not from the.
Oh no, it wasn't Hydra. No, Hydra apparently is very over here at the moment.
So, is your MPC going through your mixer?
Yeah.
Yeah, problems with your mixer then, I think.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Because where it comes out and goes into the Focusrite, it shows it as dead level now. Absolutely dead level. Weird.
Mind you, I've got this thing right. Annoying bug again with this Antelope audio interface. Basically, you turn it on. If you use the inputs and you have it set up so polarity isn't inverted on either channel, but it is on one side. It's inverted until you click the polarity invert button on and off again, and then it goes into phase. Just what the fuck?
And if you reload a different
Sounds like
preset,
Sorry,
if you were to reload, instead of clicking the button, reload a different routing preset, does that change it?
I don't know, actually. I've not tried that. But it loads up with the preset that I've been using, so I guess it doesn't fix it. But I'll try it.
Because that would be more interesting to see if you reload something, even if it has the same information retained, whether it does it differently or...
It's really weird. And the fix for it was to revert to a previous version, but that didn't fix it. It's just like, oh, it's just broken now. Honestly. It's great, but it's shit.
Well, you could go for army.
You don't
that's
need
all I'm
that,
saying.
though, James.
Yeah.
You don't. So
You what, sorry?
you don't need that sort of thing. If you've shelled out for something that's, from what you're saying, reasonably high end, you expect it to work.
Yeah, the converters are great, really good, and the software, the FPGA software, is great. You know, the plugins, you know, that you can record with zero latency, amazing. But the fucking driver software is shit.
But that's no good to anybody then, is it?
But mind saying that, it's really good at low latency, but it's just kind of like, it's just clunky, these bugs. It's just buggy, really buggy. It could be absolutely amazing. But you're right, RME, absolutely solid. You know, metric halo, again, really good. But yeah.
Or with army, it's just like even the Fireface 800, was it 2 weeks after all the modern interfaces that was also working on an M1 Mac? Because that's an interface that's more than 15 years old.
Yeah.
And hasn't been made for at least 7. And they still support it. Not officially, but then sometime after they've done all the official drivers for the modern equipment, they will still make them for the old ones. It's great.
Yeah, that is good.
And also, of course, the sad thing is on Windows, they're the only real option. Because anything else just has weird glitches or can't deal properly with multiple applications, whereas Army just has no trouble taking Windows Direct Sound and one ASIO, and if not on the more modern ones, I think up to 3 or 4 ASIO applications at the same time. So it feels as smooth as core audio, even if it isn't.
Tumbleweed.
Exciting day.
Some interesting comments in the chat actually about from Wagyu about the Behringer Selena and the P800 and stuff. So he's saying he's enjoying his Prophet 800 and also Pro 800.
Pro
The
800.
Selena sounds like a Selena. The Prophet 600, a cut down version of the Prophet 5. Well, it was a cut down version of the Prophet 5, but it was also the first MIDI synth, so that makes it important. I can hear myself coming back again in some kind of loop back. I don't know who.
Not me. Or at least not intentionally.
I think Ken has his headphones on very loud and his mic is picking it up.
Oh, is that it? Okay, fair enough then. So
it might be, unless my mic gain is like really high.
I mean, you're a lot hotter than the rest of us.
Well, I know that.
That's just because
that's
basically gorgeous.
Just give him Robert.
Don't give him encouragement, Robert. You know, honestly, is it?
Right, is that any better?
That's because he has his pants off. You can't see right now. But.
It's all about wearing that crotchless thong.
Yeah,
It's actually the edible panties.
For a
Yeah,
ride.
crotchless panties.
I sing the body electric, behave. That's not a way to summon Kent.
I mean, there are worse things than a Prof 5 Rev 2. Could be a Rev 1.
Well, they work and the Rev 2 didn't,
Good night,
according to
Matt.
Kent. Good night, Matt. Sleep tight. We'll speak soon. Hope you're okay.
At this point, I think Kent should really pull hands closer to the mic. He's going to have a stand-in. I noticed how he's actually modelled his entire studio on Hans's attire there, you know.
Yeah, although not too
deliberate or
much
just
white we can
conscious?
see.
I think Kent likes red and black.
Just looks like a medieval chessboard.
Yeah.
With pieces missing. I mean, that happens to old artifacts, of course.
Pawn to Queen 4. Your move.
I mean, it would seem like quite a fun thing to have that on that. But come on, Kent would far prefer his 3D chess.
3D chess. Well, chess on 2D on one board is hard enough without any of that stupid nonsense.
Yeah, Star Trek
It's
chess.
the perfect game.
Yes. Star Trek chess, which of course isn't proper 3D chess. It's even worse with what is it like the three big platform or 3 square platforms, and then the
Little
is it
floating ones, yeah.
2 by
Yeah.
2s on the sides there? Yeah.
But is it not amazing that actually just basic bog standard ordinary chess has been around for hundreds and hundreds of years, and it's perfect.
I think Go is even older.
Very possibly, yeah. I mean, mahjong and those things, but it's as a tactical game, it's perfect. There's no chance, no random, no nothing. It's you against the other person, and it's just beautiful. And you see those lovely patterns on the board, and all those little sort of tessellations that interact with each other when you put the pieces in play. Oh, it's just fabulous. I just wish I was better at it than I am. Cool. It's remarkable. It's never been improved. No matter what you do with it, make it 3D, make it 4D, make the pieces look like fucking
Shirley's
Wind
back.
in the Willows. It doesn't matter.
Battle chess was great. You get to watch them fight. You know.
Is Brian May in the house, or
No, Saruman. Saruman's arrived.
She just plonked this on my head and went, "Oh, thanks, darling." She goes, "Well, when you take it off, your hair won't look so bad." I went, "Yeah, that's true." None shall pass.
Hey, you're the homeless guy that put the shit behind my car.
Yeah, sorry about that, mate. Caught short.
He wiped his bum on your wing mirrors, though, Andy. So.
I just had to wipe it somewhere. There was no toilet paper, so.
Actually, all I really need now is the beard, and I can do the full Vangelis, can't I? So what's been happening?
Would you like to explain why you've come back dressed as Gandalf?
Oh, she just dropped this on my head. She goes, "Wear this." I went, "Okay, dear." You don't know, Fiona.
Right, no, okay, fair enough.
Actually, kind of looks like wavy gravy now. Bust out that LSD buclacent.
The trouble is, you'd be surprised, but I can barely hear anything.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I think when I see a lot of engineers with
quick
long
haircut.
hair. And I'm just kind of like, surely that affects your hearing.
No. It means the hearing isn't completely fucked.
Oh, it's
Yeah, it's true enough.
Extra.
It's extra hearing protection.
Yeah.
Because by the time you're a sound engineer and actually using your ears properly, they already need to be reasonably destroyed from all the shit work you had to do before.
Yeah, that's what I should have done, Paul, isn't it? So, hello, the people in the computer. Oh, what?
Kent Metley.
there was a giveaway sigh over there.
Oh, that guy's got so much energy, it's just untrue.
Yeah.
Look, just curb your enthusiasm for a few minutes, mate. I need to catch up.
Actually, in person, he's very mellow. I've seen him several times.
I'm sure he is. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's very lovely. He's a doctor, after all. So.
Yeah, doctor in nuclear physics.
And we love it. Yeah, absolutely, we love him. But oh my god, when he's on the show, just slow down, mate. My brain can't process it all quite so quickly.
That's perfect for the internet, of the ADHD generation, of all those other videos.
It's the crystal meth. Once it wears off, he's perfectly mellow. So
you said that, Andy. Nobody else.
He's got the blue Heisenberg stuff, good stuff.
I've got some of that as well.
The Delito meter. Oh, God, we just got to the red there.
Yes, Dan Capalas. I think there is a unison mode on the P800. It's in the menu somewhere. I remember watching it on a video, but
Unison in the menu.
Yeah, there's some buttons you have to push, and it set it to unison.
Oh God.
Well, I mean, it's like a Prophet 600. It's a shit user interface on the left-hand side.
Behringer, typically, they've copied it perfectly, so it's just as shit as it ever was.
We ordered there's a new cord controller thing out there on Kickstarter, and Mike and I ordered it duo so we'd save some money. I have to contact him.
I wonder doesn't anybody else do dynamic unison? I mean, it can't be that hard. I mean, I designed
you mean
one.
So that you press one note and you get all of them. You press two notes, you get half of them. Three notes, you get them spread. And
yeah,
the Behringer D, the Poly D did that.
You mean the parody?
The parody, yeah, parody. Don't be so rude, Robert. Well, they implemented that on it.
Yeah.
Does the Analog 4 do that? It might, actually.
It might well do. You've got one, so try it.
No, fuck that. Can't be that.
Somebody's getting up and moving and oh no. Yeah, because I always found it to be quite. I can skip from unison or play chords whenever you want. You don't have to lift your hands off the keyboard.
Yeah, the Behringer Poly D definitely did that, or does that. So.
Yeah, they probably nicked my design.
Probably. Sue them.
Probably.
Why isn't it more of a Monopoly design base still there?
Yeah. Mind you, you had to... you just had the unison button, didn't you, on the Monopoly?
Parody, yeah, well...
Oh.
Robert got there before you, Wagyu, but the parody, yeah.
Yeah. Do we know when the raffle draw is?
Raffle
Not Robbie,
draw
not
for what?
Robbie, not Robbie, not Robbie.
Have I missed? Oh, for the Moog.
Yeah,
right.
for the Moog. Yes, Moog. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I've not entered. I can't. I'd love to.
It has a resetting springy pitch bend wheel. I would never have such a mini Moog here.
I have side cutters.
How dare anyone want their pitch bend to reset to 0 in a normal place like every other synth ever did, but no, yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's even better if there's no dent in the path. But that's a perfect pitch bend wheel. It's just free floating. You never know where the 0 position is.
Perfect pitch is required.
I've got one like that. My bloody Nectar controller. It's like that. Fucking hell.
My Prodigy had a spring-loaded pitch wheel.
Yeah, the Prodigy did. I don't like pitch
Well,
wheels.
no, it didn't. I put the springs
wheels.
on.
I like Roland wiggy sticks, and I know that people go on saying, but you can set the modulation so it's a source, and you can turn it up, and it goes, and you can turn it down again, turn it up again. No, give me the wiggy stick, thank you. It works perfectly.
I take it you didn't agree.
I don't want anything that goes.
Something is giving it away.
Well, in the
I don't
older
know what
sets, they had a
what
goddamn
was-
knob, so I'd rather have the wheels.
Oh,
It's more precise.
I mean,
Roland,
I
Wiggy
do
Wiggy
quite
sticks
like
to the wind.
I do quite like the Roland one on the farm.
The Moog didn't have a stick.
No. See,
To be
you
f- I'm-
push
I'm
it
working
to
at one of the
right,
first
it goes
joysticks.
up, you push it to the left, it goes down. You push it forward, it goes wibble wibble. What more do you want?
Yeah, but in the older Rolands, the modulation depth for pushing it up was very shallow until they made like the V-Synth and other ones.
What
JP.
modulation depth on the Jupiter 8 or Juno 60? It's a button. You
No, I'm
can-
talking about the Juno
on the-
60, Juno 6,
Juno 6.
stuff like that. It's very shallow. So you get
No,
the
no,
JP
no, they had no
8000, they
depth.
fixed that.
You literally only had you have a button that turns it on or not or off. You literally
Oh,
just have
The
D50, I think, was
You're
the
right, I'm
first
sorry.
one.
D50 and higher did that. You're right.
You push it forward, and it does work, and you can get more, but it's
But the
not a
later
whole
one, they
night.
fixed that. The V-Synth has a huge modulation depth on it.
D50 is basically on off, but then again, the aftertouch on the D50 is like on off.
Yeah.
Like press it normally, stand on it. Oh yeah, great.
That's why they have that pressure me strings patch. You're like, okay, I'm pressing.
Yeah.
I would like to know what sort of workouts the engineers did to their fingers to play that keyboard.
They did
Clearly had
binary
this-
workouts.
Clearly, a stringent exercise routine in their hands. Playing
They
too much
probably used a
money off.
mechanical digger and then just set it. They got that. That'll do it.
It's just a really stiff rubber or something, right? What's in that?
On the D50,
Yeah.
it was a carbon strip.
But in that case, why would pressing so hard make a difference?
We'd felt. I think because after a while it just stopped working. You needed to take it all apart and clean it again.
Yeah.
It wasn't. It wasn't a sealed unit as such, so dirt and dust and shit could get in there.
Can't be as nice of a Prophet VS aftertouch strip where the whole bottom of the keyboard just bends if you don't have it on a.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean,
straight surface.
I mean, the good thing about the T8 is that, I mean, you play the T8 and then everything seems fucking brilliant after that.
Oh dear, what a shame.
Because you'll have one key where you barely touch it and it's full aftertouch, and the key next to it you have to stand on it, and then the next key you barely touch it, and it's stuff like that. It's just unplayable piece of crap. So it doesn't even seem to have the
Prophet
sound of the
T8,
Prophet.
An unplayable piece of crap,
Yeah.
said Kent.
Mm.
You'll have to take this video down as well now.
Well, I'll put it this way: I've never met a T8 I liked.
Sad because I've always loved it. No, that's not fair. I love the look of it. I really do.
Oh yeah, it looks fantastic, but it is mostly just
hopeless
wood inside.
The only thing I find weird about it is trying to do a short attack sound. I don't know whether it just feels wrong trying to play it, or whether it's impossible to play it and program that. But I always like it to have a
I
bit
think
of
you had to mess around with that. That was it. The second release on it.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
where you had.
Yeah, because they have a separate processor just for the keyboard and envelopes.
Yeah.
And
So there was the second release. So what you did is if you had the release switch on, but you had the release up as well, and when you bring that release knob down, it's still got quite a considerable amount of release on it. And it's sort of like an envelope timeser, if you like. So it's like a ×2 type of thing. So you think you're going to get a short envelope, and you still get quite a longish one. And you think, that can't be right. It's normally that stupid bloody button. Because that LED would always give up first.
There you go, Paul Holmes. There's mine. There's my Pro 1 sitting there after Kent's had his grubby paws all over it.
They were not grubby, I'll have you know. When I opened that thing up, I had to wear gloves. It was so filthy inside.
Oh, yeah, it was. It was disgusting. Yeah.
Give
Kent
it
did a
a nice
remarkable job.
pruning.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I've still got
Fiona
mine.
did the keyboard.
She did,
all,
yeah.
Yeah,
thanks
she
to
did all the
Fiona for
bushing
that.
on it. Yeah.
And it plays beautifully now. Thank you. Give her a massive hug from me, Ken.
Mm.
'Cause It's done a great job on that.
Mind you, talking of that, it just reminded me of something that happened in the garden today. I was really
What
trying
on
to.
earth were
It
the
was
pair
so,
of you up to in the garden?
so
Do we
that
need
she
to
didn't.
know?
Yeah, no. So that they didn't hear me laughing, I had to go into the kitchen because they were out. They were building a shed next door, and the kids are out there. And it's like the kids are getting bored and all the rest of it, and they're fed up now with the paddling pool and everything like that. And one of them was really, really acting up, and it's started running around the garden and stuff like that. And she was saying about, get away from the flowers and like that. Get away from the flowers. And then you hear her shouting at the top of her voice, "Will you stop kicking my bush?" And that's to run indoors.
What? Oh, that's not fair.
That is.
Such a beautiful lady, and we're now laughing. That's not
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, I know, it's all right. But nobody knows who she is, so it's fine.
Well,
She'll remain nameless.
Her bush worked well on my Pro One. She
Stop
rebushed
kicking my
that
bush.
beautifully.
Oh, dear. I finished Ty's DX7 this afternoon. My godfathers, it looks bloody brilliant now. There's not a speck of dust on it because he's so fussy.
Well, you think it might be allowed in his main studio?
Well, this thing has a lot of sentimental value because it used to be. It was originally Philps, so she had that from year dot. And I think when they won that song competition where they were on TV in, I don't know, Look West from Bradford or wherever it was, and they're there playing it. He was about 17 and she was like 12. So yeah, it was brilliant because I was really looking forward to working on it actually, because when I went to take the screws out the front panel, they were as tight as possible. It was ridiculously tight. I'm going, oh great, nobody's ever opened this. It's not going to have some sort of like, oh my god, inside it, It's like that picture I put. Was it last week's pub? I put up that picture. That's what I found when I opened up a Jupiter 4, where the mains cable had been cut and they just twisted the wires together and left it on top of the power supply.
No.
Yeah.
Wow.
No insulating tape, nothing.
Grounding or anything? Oh.
Nope. They just twisted the various wires together and left them there.
It's amazing they were still alive.
Yeah, perfectly safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that will definitely pass the pad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tons of insulation resistance. Don't know what you're talking about.
So you kept the DX7 presets, or did you put some better ones in there?
Oh no, this battery had long gone. But fortunately, it hadn't leaked, so the presets had because it's still got the original battery in it. So I put a new battery in it, new caps, put a new bridge rack in it just in case, because you never know. And yeah, it's got the new front panel on it, the new sticky strip. Which I think, yeah, no, Ty sent me a video. He said, apparently this is how you put them on. And I was watching how this guy put it on. I went, I'm not putting it on like that. I'm going to use the wet method.
Is it Mark 1 or Mark 2?
Mark 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mark 1. And it's in very, very good condition.
Have you seen that DXZ master cart file they put up that has like 100,000 DX7 presets on it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know how they cram that many doorbells
crazy.
into a little box, to be honest.
Yeah.
About to say that. Yeah.
Yeah.
What doorbells do you need?
But you too.
I mean, Kent doesn't need a single one, to be honest. But
No.
Well, it's got like more than 4.
Yeah, because when people say, DX7, they do doorbell sounds. I go, I've never heard it bark. Not once, ever.
Yeah. And Grace's
I'm going to duck out.
Are you ducking out?
Anyway,
I'll be going.
yeah.
I'll be following you fairly soon.
Tired.
But Grace's DX7 is lovely.
Right,
She's
everyone.
sort of in.
Hello, mate.
Night, Jim. We'll see you
Cheers.
soon,
Take
chap.
care. Bye.
Nice, buds.
Take care of yourselves.
Yeah. Grace's
waste.
DX7 is no behave.
There we go. That's all I've got.
It works out. You know?
Yeah, oh, that one.
How the balloon sound.
Oh, yeah. Well,
That's what they call the balloon knot. It sounds like a balloon. So.
you got to be careful. They bruise. Sorry, darling, you were saying.
I've forgotten.
No.
About Grace's.
Grace's DX7. Yeah, she got it off a friend in Lincolnshire, who just basically has been standing here forever. You know, not doing anything in a flight case. The lot.
Yeah.
And it's pristine. It's absolutely pristine. It's beautiful. It plays beautifully. It sounds like a DX7.
So that means you hate it.
Well, actually, you know, I mean, to be honest, she's got some good sounds in it, and we use plenty of processing on it.
Yeah.
Well, the keyboard, the keyboard action, the way it plays. I mean, how they got it so right in 1983.
Yeah.
Wow, it's lovely. It's so nice to play.
Which is why you wonder the Mo DX has, you know, crap keyboard, right?
Yeah,
So.
it's weird, isn't it? You know, why have they done that?
Fantastic keyboard on the DX.
Yeah, it really is great. It's lovely. It plays beautifully.
Well, Korg adopted it as well, didn't they? They put it on the M1 and the Triton.
Well, I think it's slightly different, but yeah, basically the same one.
No, honestly, no, it's exactly the same. You can literally interchange the parts.
No, I think they're technically different, but they're mechanically like as much the same as possible.
Yeah.
According to the spare keys I bought, they are the same on a lot of those models.
Yeah. I mean, once you've done the modes.
Yeah, they're spec for the.
The only things they would change are like minimal improvements to build them quicker.
Yeah.
Because I think that's the only things they changed with the updated
it's
version.
Absolutely brilliant keyboard design. It's such a lovely keyboard to play, I must admit.
It is.
It says a lot how shit the stuff that came before it is.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Fred Reed's terrible.
Fred Reed's.
Years and years ago, when I first had to use a computer, I was told, stop hitting the keys so hard. You don't have to hit them so hard, because I was using pianist's fingers to go, stop hitting them so hard. And you have a certain way of hitting and playing things. And I suppose over the years, I've slightly lost some of that. But that stuck in me. I said, why? It's a keyboard. You just have to tap them. And I'm going, playing a passionata on it. So, and yet, the DX7 always has been lovely. But other synth keyboards, you notice it. You go, it's not so clever. And these days, I mean, I've so got out of playing piano keyboards. Been playing this one over here. I play this keyboard more than I play any other keyboard. That's the Arturia Keystep 37, which is basically not that great.
Yeah.
I played a piano the other day, and it was so difficult. I was like, "What am I doing? I've lost it.
Yeah.
I've got to get that back."
Oh, you'll get it back quicker.
Yeah, probably.
But you will have to. You have to work it out to get it back again.
When I come down with my brother to pick up that 88 keyboard that you still got for me.
Well, to be fair, the Keystep Pro though, the aftertouch on it is quite nice.
I don't know about the Keystep Pro. I mean, I've got the Keystep 37, and it does have. I've never really used it. Yeah,
it's the same keyboard.
Almost certainly, yeah.
But as far as mini keys go, the Keystep I really like.
Yeah, well, actually, again, I'll say that again. This is very playable. I've never had a problem playing this. Unlike the Korg, I've got the Korg Micro Korg up here with its mini keys, which I just can't play. I find it almost impossible to play it. Well, hey.
Yeah, the really good minis are the Arturia.
Clapping over out to EMOMs in the future.
The Yamaha Reface keypads are nice too.
Oh, are they? Yeah, okay, that's cool.
They don't have a lot of travel, but they're nice.
Yeah.
And then you got System 1 and System 8. Ugh, terrible keybeds.
Well, how about the lovely Fatar with polyphonic aftertouch?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah.
But,
There were some awful Fatars as well, though. If I remember rightly.
I mean, which one is it? The TP7? Is that the really shitty one? And the TP4 that is
Yeah.
also run away.
Yeah.
But then everybody just uses for synth actions V8 or 9, and that is more a matter of taste and how long do you want your black keys to be proper length or slightly shorter.
I think probably the worst keyboards in the world are the ones that they fitted to a lot of those Russian synthesizers.
Oh, Polyvox and all that.
Yeah.
No, the Polyvox isn't the worst. Like
Well,
some of
it's the one keyboard that I mean, it's the only time I've ever done it where I played it and my finger went through the key. Where it
well,
it's gone
plastic was
brittle.
expensive.
Yeah.
Well, that was radioactive breakdown. It was nurtured.
It wasn't a Polyvox though. I think it was a liter, the liter one. You know, the one that's two halves.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just went straight through the key. I was like, oh, I've got to try and find another one of them.
What? Try and find another Elita too.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Now, I had my System 1 misfiring one time. I go, what the hell? I took it apart, and it was literally one of those plastic stuck together strips of keys like you have in a kid's toy.
Yeah.
It's really a piece of shit keypad in that thing.
That's what I think is in that new Mode X, that new Yamaha Mode X. They look like they're molded octaves.
Awful.
Yeah. Which is a like
FM cries for
really?
expression. You want that aftertouch too. They don't have that either. So.
No. Because I think the first thing Robbie said about that Mode X thing was, it's like, ooh, don't like this keyboard at all.
Yeah.
He put the camera down back and I said, yeah, that's an entire molded octave.
They really should have made a module. Those bastards.
Well, you could always just pretend it hasn't
I mean,
got
a
a keyboard.
rack, proper rack thing.
Yeah, that's true enough.
Like they had with the Motif, right? Motif was excellent.
Yeah.
Well,
I love my ES.
Bye,
My
everyone.
Motif ES.
Night Brooksy.
You're all right.
Yeah, I'm going to disappear. My
Fading
eyes are
fast.
closing. Yes, exactly. And I've
Yeah.
drunk too much, so I'm
babe.
going to bed now to get fatter. So I'll see you.
You can't
all,
leave when you're drunk. We've got to take advantage of you.
You can take advantage of me whenever you like, Andy. I am always there.
Yeah,
ready
you
to be
say that
taken
he's applied for a
advantage of.
passport.
Exactly. I'm going to test that out.
Yeah.
Good luck getting one. Right, okay. Take care.
Yes, yeah.
See you all, folks. soon.
See you later.
Bye.
Ta-da, mate.
But yeah, make sure not to come in a small boat over the channel.
We haven't got water wanko, but so there you go. That'll do.
I don't come in boats. I use rooms.
Where's the raccoon?
Yeah. Trash panda. Well, I wonder what's going to be the next big thing to come out.
I mean, maybe the Anima Omega, but polyphonic
Yeah, it's coming out
physical
soon.
modeling.
Don't forget the Behringer Soul synths. Those are going to be awesome.
If I'm
any of them
60 now.
have any of them materialized yet?
No, of course not.
Oh, are they too busy shoving up their ass to see whether it's nicer than a Volker? Or
I mean, I think they've got their entire workforce just making adverts of different keyboards they haven't made yet. I think that's what they're doing.
Well, I'm surprised they didn't do the
with the Souls, they had.
PPG thing, right?
I believe
the PPG?
I believe that's still happening. Or last I heard.
And the Oberheim one was pretty much done, right? What happened with that?
Well, probably it didn't sound good enough, or manufacturing issues, or they. I mean, the way that Behringer operates is, of course, they just buy components by the billions, and that's the only way they can afford make stuff for the price. So if they can't get something cheap enough, then they won't make it. Because the amount of shit mixers they can sell is different to the amount of keyboards they can sell. So clearly, it is low priority in the company to actually get it on the production line.
It'd be funny if they remade the Polyvox.
I mean, technically, Vladimir Kutzmin is employed by them, or was a few years ago.
Because you get pieces of it from Erica Synths already, so that's people are doing it.
Yeah, the Harvestman before, like 10, 15 years ago.
Oh,
We
that's
had
right. Yeah.
Most of the stuff as modules.
Was
You
his
see,
name
this is
Scott
why-
Spiegel? What was this the Harvestman guy? What was his name?
Can't remember.
See, it never sat well with me when they're saying about, due to parts availability and stuff like that, it may be a long time before whatever keyboard they're talking about is going to come out and all the rest of it. And
Yeah,
then
but if-
other keyboard manufacturers releasing keyboards.
Yes, but other keyboard manufacturers don't mind coughing up those extra 5 cent on the price because Behringer is not very keen on doing that.
So they got like a whole team of people just on Alibaba, just sorting through it. Go, if we can get these at 1 cent each, then we can do it. Yeah, and then they don't turn up. That's probably what happens.
Speaking of Alibaba, there's a really funny, I think he's Russian guy, has a web channel called Slivki Show. He hosts with this cat, and every week he does a video on crap he bought in Alibaba, all these fun little weird things, and he puts them together or he does demos with them. He also does whole series of MRE rations from around the world, and he's just kind of a weird guy. But the Alibaba stuff is really funny. He buys some crazy stuff on there, totally random stuff. And
well, I was on there looking for the joysticks that go inside the PlayStation controllers, not the top bit, just the actual bit that fits to the board. All right.
Oh, is Behringer buying them all for their soul sins?
I don't know. Alibaba apparently had some, and they were they worked out under the UK pricing at, I think it was 12p each. I think for a 4-directional, a 2-directional joystick. I thought, does that sound too good to be true? I don't know.
amazing how cheap stuff can be there.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've ordered buttons from Alibaba before. They never showed up.
It's funny too because I know people who either live in China or visit quite a bit, and a good portion of the country, cost of living has gone up quite a bit. How the hell they keep those prices low on their parts? I have no idea.
They pay their workers less.
No, I know, but it's just
No, just let it go. You're having a pay cut.
I mean, that's what happens when government controls everything, right? You can really just do whatever the fuck you want.
Well, I think it's also more and more automation wherever possible, of course. Because, I mean, Chinese labor is too expensive. It's gotten to the point where you can't really do it any cheaper apart from slave labor.
Yep. Well, they keep moving it around, right? First it was China, then it was like Thailand and other parts of Southeast Asia, and then
Let's hope it's not Taiwan.
What, China?
Because or tomorrow's China.
Yeah, they keep wanting to take it over. So
excuse me, it is China. It's the Republic of China.
Well, and then the Olympics is Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, according to the Taiwanese, it isn't.
Ooh, hear the jet?
Yep.
There's a big old jet going by from Moffett Field.
Anything exciting? F-35 or
build up of forces in the US.
No, it's just some test flying. My friend had a thing on Facebook the other day. It's one of those little mini Fs. I forgot which one it is. See if I can find it. He was out there shooting footage of it.
Just check on Flight Radar and see whether it turns up.
No, he actually had pictures of it. I can find it. Let me see here. It used to be Blue Angels and stuff. Some pretty nice craft, but now it's just like little Pissant jets.
Hello. Goodbye.
Let's see. What did he post?
F5
fighters.
Oh dear. It's not even in double figures. Was it a drone?
F5 training going on at Moffett.
Was was always an
They
F16
look pretty
fan
cool.
myself.
They're very sleek.
Hmm.
But yeah, quite noisy.
Both frequency shift modules are cheap. Yeah, not the bloody original ones. Fucking hell.
I mean, I wonder how they get the components matched enough.
No idea.
Or will they just be good models and really fit models? Because, I mean, the main price of the sound frequency shifters is that matching the components and then spending a lot of time calibrating it afterwards.
Hmm.
So
I
they
like
must
the
have some
audio
way
damage
of-
one I got. The Eurorack audio damage frequency shifter is excellent.
I know there's a trick to matching transistors.
I mean, well, they probably use transistor and diode arrays wherever they can.
Hmm.
Just have them all on the same piece of silicon in the first place.
Yeah.
In fact, frequency shifters are a cool trick for making watery, splashy sounds in modular. Very simple.
Yeah.
In fact, they're also like one of the Oscar Zala, who like I think since the late 50s had one in the delay path of his delay tape machine. No, in the feedback path. That's
And
like
of course,
one
they're all over Star Wars for the communicator sounds, all the droid sounds.
aren't Daleks also just frequency shifting, or is that a fixed
Pretty
wing
much,
model?
yeah. There's a recreation of that on the BBC radiophonic website. You can do the wobulator, the Dalek machine, some kind of machine gun simulator they used to use in old BBC movie stuff. Fake machine gun noises. It's on a website. It's web MIDI controlled, so you can some of the stuff you can interact with, but it needs to run in Chrome or a couple other compatible browsers. It's pretty fun. But you can't load on your own stuff. It just says a couple different phrases preloaded, like exterminate and a couple other things.
Yeah. We go, oh God, stairs. Isn't it?
Why is my plunger broken? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
The toilet is blocked.
It's clogged now.
Exfoliate. Exfoliate.
I thought the plungers are only forward, they don't go down, so the Daleks aren't really good at
Well, that's why they had to fly.
They have to fall over.
That's why in the series I saw with the Eccleston guy, they had Daleks flying.
Yeah.
And that arm actually went up and down. It could flex.
Yeah, terrible.
Don't they all have a half-dead Davros in them, or is that only...
No, the Daleks were supposed to be a genetically created race, weren't they? By Davros.
And then it put inside the trash can that they are, or...
That's their environmental suits, basically, yeah. According to the original film, anyway. But in the original film, they could only move on metal. That's how they got their power. But then in the next film, they're running around on ground. So, had an upgrade.
But I mean, if the worst enemy for Daleks is stairs, what if you have a ramp that's just slightly too steep?
Well, that's the Trump. The Trump fell down the ramp almost.
If you have them chasing the Doctor down the ramp and then fall over.
Did he trip on his comb over or something?
No, he's so fat and so out of it. He's like, if you say that stance he has, it kind of leans forward a little bit.
Yeah.
He's front
Well, a
heavy.
little bit.
He's top heavy and front heavy, so he has this kind of weird stance.
I mean, to be fair, Joe Biden trips over walking.
Yeah, but he's a little
upstairs
older.
and-
He has an excuse a little bit more, right?
Yeah.
Because he actually can run. He can run around.
Yeah. To be fair, more the problem with him is that he tries to be cool granddad running around.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trump can't run for 2 seconds; he'll have a heart attack.
You'd have a heart attack thinking about it.
Yeah,
Oh, we should encourage him.
he lives on McDonald's, so that's part of the problem.
God. Oh, well.
He's the typical low class, high class guy, right?
Well.
I'll try to be down with the kids. With the electorate.
Well, he invited like the whole NBA team at one point to the White House and then catered McDonald's. What a fucking asshole! You know, give him some decent food. This is what these guys like. Give them what they like. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would any of them actually ever eat McDonald's in various sort of sports, or I thought they would be all looking out on the diet properly?
Yeah, but he was also being a racist because there are a lot of black players on there, and he had this whole thing about black people liking McDonald's. Typical Trump nonsense.
I thought McDonald's was a very white establishment.
Well, they have those catered ads, remember? I don't know if you've seen the different ads. There's an all-black McDonald's ad, and there's an all-white McDonald's ad.
Oh, wow.
And they occasionally have mixed ads. Yeah, McDonald's was all over that shit.
Segregation is still alive.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Well, because you know the "I'm loving it" slogan didn't come for the white audience. You know,
Really?
because it had kind of a jazzy tune in the commercial.
Oh, okay.
And then they eventually carried it forward. I guess they liked it so much. They said, "Oh, put on all the ads." You know, but it's terrible stuff.
Wow.
Who'd have thought a big company doing terrible things?
Yeah, it's unheard of.
Yeah.
Well, like they used to count on the sign, like 1 billion burgers sold or something like that, but they didn't show how many heart attacks happened for those burgers. Or coronary bypasses.
Yeah.
Those burgers are very important. What else would you do with all the other leftover beef off cuts that nobody else takes?
Well, it's the pink slime and the horse meat. Remember, I had horse meat for a while and didn't tell anybody. That was awesome.
Oh, we had that.
I mean, yeah.
They were very tasty lasagnas, though.
It was 10 to 20%, and they got away with it till they got busted.
Mind you, what's with the fucking gherkin in it? What's that about? A sliver of gherkin on top of the cheese.
That's typical, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Burger with pickles?
I thought two slices of gherkin.
Is it two? It's been so long since I've had one, honestly.
Yeah, it's onions, pickles, special sauce, fake cheese, like American cheese crap.
Yeah, but I like that cheese.
Oh, I hate that.
No, I love classic cheese.
I don't know whether you're allowed to call that cheese. I mean, maybe in the UK again. I don't think in the EU you're allowed to call some of it cheese.
It's modified processed dairy food. It's not cheese.
Yeah, but we had that with Cadbury's, didn't we, in Europe? It was only 1% above not being allowed to be called chocolate.
Yeah, I hate Cadbury. It's terrible.
I'm pretty sure they lobbied hard enough to make the definition.
Yeah, they probably did, because I think because they were at 21% and the limit was at 20% cocoa, it has to be called chocolate flavoured by EU regulations. So they just got in, unless they just went, we better put just 1% more cocoa in it.
Just to be safe. Somebody does a spot check.
Yeah. Put it in every other bar.
Well, also I know the Dutch processed cocoa is different, but the one they use here is a little bit different. Also, the chocolate formulation when they actually make the liqueur, depending on the company, sometimes they use way too much filler.
Uh-huh.
I forgot the name of the chemical they use as a filler, but it's basically a texturizer to try to make the chocolate more smooth. But to make it more waxy and kind of ugh. So you know immediately when you're eating like good German or Italian chocolate or whatever versus some of the crappier American chocolates.
Yeah.
Mouthfeel is very different.
Because I when I tried Reese's cups, My sister brought back a bag of them for me from. She went.
Yeah.
She went to New York for that parade they have.
Oh, they have so many of them.
Macy's or
No, it was a. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, they have so many parades there.
But anyway, she brought me back these Reese's cups, and I opened the bag, and I honestly thought somebody had thrown up in the bag. That was the smell that came out of the bag. Was sick.
Well, it's also the peanut butter is crap. It's and just everything in those is substandard.
Yeah, but I was going, how do they sell these? You know, it was a very sort of like acidic kind of, you know.
Well, it was actually invented by a coworker at the factory. He had a home. He was experimenting with stuff, and he made the recipe at home, and they bought it from him.
What, and threw up in it? Something.
Well, I mean, he probably made it with normal ingredients at home, and then they made their own chemicalized version of it.
Well,
in the factory.
You might be able to sort this one out for us. I was reading somewhere, it was quite a while back, but it was something about saltwater taffy.
Yeah.
And it was something about there was an accident at the factory, and a tank burst, and all this toffee flew out. There was actually people killed in the town from this flood of toffee.
Oh, it's possible. I don't know. Really? I don't know exactly how they make that stuff. But yeah, they're all. I mean, so many things now they're not made the natural way. They're made with various chemicals and stuff. Like when I took organic chemistry, we were making esters in the lab, and one smelled like banana, one smelled like pineapple. It was very convincing, but it was still a chemical smell, and they weren't flavors; they were just smells. So there's so much stuff now that's making, you know, out of bogus lab equipment.
It's like those foam sweets we have. I don't know if they still do the foam sweets. It's been a long time since I've been in a sweet shop. But it used to have like a foam banana. And it smelled like, well, supposedly smelled like a banana.
Yeah, it's an ester.
Yeah. Yeah.
In fact, it was funny. The banana one we could make at our desk. The pineapple one nobody made because you had to make it in a fume hood. It was so dangerous to make.
Oh, God.
So, everyone's lazy. They go, we'll just make the banana, thanks. You know.
Yeah, fuck that. Yeah. Wow.
But that's the problem is, you know, is you read these ingredient lists on things, and it's, you know, FT&C red number 40 and all this kind of stuff, and tons of other like stabilizer ingredients and preservatives and flavoring agents, and you know it's considered food.
What are you consuming?
Is this food?
Hey, well,
Dale's Pale Ale.
I tell you what, there's probably a lot of calories in the tin. I don't know about the content.
It's gonna be okay.
It'll be fine, don't worry.
It's gonna be okay. It might be the Dale's talking. It's hard to say right now.
So that's a beer?
Yeah.
So
I got a beer, okay?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Get FTC ready.
Hey, isn't that supposed to be in a paper bag?
Yeah, I know.
You're supposed to stumble around having a paper bag.
I used to. It never occurred to me, because you know, as a kid growing up, you know, we'd see Starsky and Hutch and stuff like that, and people would have, you know, the bottle in the paper bag.
No, it's so cool.
Water. Why is it always in a paper bag?
Because you can't be drunk in public, so they
didn't know about that until later. But
how you need to drink your fire water.
Yeah, you gotta have your 40 in the bag, or you gotta have a flask.
Yeah.
Any other way, you are uncool.
Well, the smart guys, they just put it in a thermos, and you could be drinking anywhere. No one knows what it is.
I like the bag. It's like, yeah, it might be a 40, it might not be. You don't know.
Or if it's a clear
that's a law that doesn't exist anymore.
Bottle, and you won't know it's not alcohol.
Is that a thing that doesn't exist anymore?
Ow.
You still can't be out with a bottle, no.
Really? But you can wear them on your. But you can wear them on your baseball cap.
You can walk the Vegas Strip and be drinking.
Yeah, New Orleans too, right?
And you can walk Bourbon Street and be drinking, but most public places you cannot.
No, you can't. Wow. It's really, public indecency.
Cleo!
But you can get around
it
because
baby.
You know you put it in a different bottle. Nobody knows.
No,
I think Cleo, not Siri.
I'm not really going around public drinking that much.
No, I know, but I mean, if you really wanted to, right?
Yeah, it's just, I didn't have a bag.
Those days are over. They were awesome. Mostly in my teens, but.
Or even better, you have a Camelback backpack with the tube coming out. You put whatever the hell you want in that. So.
Yeah.
I'll honestly, I'll drink this one beer and I'll be like, oh my god.
Yeah, the tolerance is way down. I can't.
Yeah, I went for donkey's years without drinking anything alcoholic at all, and then did half a bottle of Bailey's. Jesus Christ! I didn't know walls could move that much.
So I made my little changed my skiff around, Andy.
Oh.
So I got. Oh fuck, man! Why is this so hard for me? Okay, there it goes.
Is that Pittsburgh, the big one with the big knob there? What is that?
No, it's a Weston. I put the store on it, so forget.
I don't know Weston stuff really.
Weston's out of Portland, so they do analog stuff. But I got that a while ago. Never used it. These two little guys right here are two little mixer. One's got an aux. It's a little Ukrainian modular company. They're supposed to be really nice though. And then I got 3 WMD percussions in a Platts clone beehive.
Nice.
I still can't get over the price of cases.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's like, holy fuck, you paying how much for an empty box?
My 7U IntelliGel cases are $750.
God,
wow.
I spent a lot of money last year, and then, that's why I went cold turkey of modular. I was like, man, I gotta stop this.
Oh, then I got bad news for you, Dave. On Ty's spoke to Ty, was it yesterday? And he was saying, he says, I've just been going through all of Dom's Eurorack.
Oh, he had a lot, yeah.
There's tons of it. And a lot of it was in stacker boxes even.
I feel
never got around to getting some of them out of the boxes even. And there's loads and loads and loads of it.
Oh, it's not even like obviously that's a really deep issue. And part of me at first was like, oh, I don't know if I want to do that. Because then I have to recognize that Dom's kind of, you know what I mean? It was almost like the reverse. Like I had to be honest with myself. But then I was like, nah, I definitely want to try to get something. If it's possible. I know I'm over in the States. You know what I mean?
Well,
it's just.
Well, I said to Ty, because at one point I said,
but yeah, I know I can.
You know, you got that Matrix brute there, haven't you? And then I was going. He said, yeah. He says, but a couple of people have said they have shown interest. He says, but if you want first shout, and I went, no. Do you know what? What I'll do is I'll buy something, because I'll be buying something that I don't need. So I'll be buying it just to help. So what I'll do is I'll buy something that isn't shifting instead.
No, I'm the same way. I know exactly what you mean.
You know what I mean? So if there was 3 people queuing up for one particular unit, I go,
so
go for it. I'm not taking that away from them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think probably the way I'll look at it is that way. If I'd like that just to have something that would be awesome, but more important is if it will help the family, then I will buy whatever is necessary.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not. So it's more of a question, how can I that's a better way to look at it. How can I help? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
If it's irrelevant, it's going to be fine either way, then that's cool. But, and that's kind of what got me in a little trouble with some of this modular, because, he's like, some of these companies are small, very different, obviously, than Dom's situation, but it was kind of like, oh man,
Yeah.
This guy looks like he's working really hard, trying to pump out these things, and you're like, I guess I can,
Well, I mean, like even Ty said, he said that there's a possibility that it would end up being a bulk of stuff left over that's either it's not worth enough to sell, or it hasn't got a it's not an attractive thing to sell and could hang around forever,
No, that's the kind of stuff like a box of cables or something.
Yeah.
Like, whatever.
The sad thing is that they're saying, well, that's probably when they'll have to get somebody like funky junk come in and then offer them ridiculously stupid
Yeah,
money for everything, you know, and then
Well, we'll-
those fuckers
we
get
get-
the best of it.
Why not go through Vimeo with that stuff?
Yeah, but it's waiting that has to go on.
Yeah,
I believe
but-
they want to sell a house, so they need to
Yeah,
get
but-
stuff out as well. So
But again,
pressure. Extra pressure.
Obviously, there's the thing. Peter could have it in his warehouse.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
I think there'll be some of us that will be able to help quite a bit if necessary.
Yeah.
Let's just leave it at that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Because I said, sorry, Ty, I'm going to make your job even harder. He's going, why is that there? I said, well, here I've got Dom's Lyra.
Oh, yeah.
I got his Timberwolf and his Rhythm Wolf.
Because you were doing that stuff.
So it's like, yeah, because we're going to do that thingy. And I said, so, you know, but I said, you know, it'll be Dom's Timberwolf. It's different, you know.
Oh, it's totally different.
So.
No, and I think, honestly, yeah. So, yeah, I guess that time's coming up, like, now, right? I'm sure Ty's trying to roll through this. I can't imagine. I really am, what's the word? Just immense respect for what he's doing, you know? And
Yeah.
I know he isn't asking anybody to say thank you or anything, but good God, what an amazing
It's a lot of stuff. And the cabling, he's still going on about it. He said the cable, it's like, there's a cable tie every 3 inches. And I spoke to Margaret, you know, his assistant, Auntie Margaret. And she goes, you know, I was helping him do all the cabling and stuff like that. And we did have it very, very, very tidy.
Oh.
And it's like, yeah, I mean, a cable is cable tied to another cable tied to another cable. And then when they branch off, and then they're cable tied and go off in a direction and stuff like that. It's cable tied everywhere.
Yeah, doing it properly.
Yeah. But the thing is, there isn't plugs on the end. They are soldered directly in.
Yeah.
So everything has to be, well, he says,
Oh,
he goes, I've got to try and cut them off. He says, I can't. He says, I haven't got a desoldering station. So, but, yeah, so it's a lot of work, but he's been really getting through it. So yeah, I reckon about another week or so, and then there will be a list of stuff. So
hopefully there'll be some a relatively good group of people local that can.
Yeah. No, I said to him, I said, but has he got any sort of like, you know, when sometimes you invest a lot of money in one piece of gear. I said, so like something like I don't know, some really top of the range, super duper whistles, bells, compressor, for instance. And he goes, oh, he says, no, it's loads of it. It's loads of it. I go, oh, okay.
Lifetime.
I mean, I don't need a compressor. You know, I need a compressor like a third leg, but I got if it helps out.
Yeah.
But then I thought, no, that's one of the things that it would take a little time, but it will go because it is desirable type of thing. So if he's got some sort of AMS unit or, you know, not electroharmonics. What's that one? The German one begins with K.
Oh. I shouldn't drink that beer.
Cliff.
Is it Cliff?
California? Kirsch or...
Yeah, it's something like that. Some sort of like top of the range Rolls Royce kind of unit. Yeah. So it would get the money, but it will take a little time before they find a buyer for it. So that's how it goes. But yeah, it's a lot of stuff, man. It's a lot of stuff.
Wow.
Because even I was thinking, maybe I could buy some Eurorack.
Could.
Whoa. What am I thinking? Whoa, stop.
Pallet case.
I cannot fall down that.
It always starts with a pallet case. And then somebody online says, you're going to want a bigger case. And they're wrong and right at the same time. And it's the wrong thing to say, and it's probably right what's going to happen. But I've actually gone back where it's like I kind of got some bigger cases, but now I like these. I like just having a few little cases like this because it's almost like okay, I just want it's just that whole wall thing of patching to me.
But this is it. If I got into Eurorack, the next thing I know, I'd be the next Lester Barnes. I would just have walls of Eurorack going around. It's sort of like you can't do anything by arms, for Christ's sake. So
I had a buddy like that years ago who got a .com. And he had it's just started building. I was like, dude, I'd come over like every weekend. I'd be like, and then all of a sudden he was like, then he just went, that's it. I gotta get.
Yeah,
out.
once you go 5U, you're already committed to the massive size. So
then he offered me like
massive. You mean proper size?
Well, you stopped yourself, Robert, but most people keep going.
I didn't really stop myself. My bank account stopped me.
Yeah, it will. You can.
I must admit, as your head, I had thought about buying the horn and then setting it off on Dom's birthday.
Well, I'm sure
out in the back
the
garden.
incinerator won't have a problem.
Yeah, but you see, again, if that's something that's going to go quickly, then
I think it will. I'm sure somebody wants that.
Yeah.
Oh man, what a mess. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
like I said, I would imagine the hope, I guess, is that locally you can roll most of that stuff out because shipping and all that stuff's going to be a pain in the ass for something.
Oh, yeah.
Unless it's modular or something. So
I mean, the Eurorack stuff would have a better chance of being able to go abroad, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Than some of the bigger or heavier units. So.
Yeah, because someone could pick up 4 or 5 modules easy in a little.
Yeah.
It's still a pain in the butt, but it's not.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
But all the modules have their boxes. So, which is going to be good because I spent, was it most of Tuesday night testing modules and then putting them into the respective boxes. It was just fucking tons of them. Bless your little heart. You're supposed to be doing a bloody music project. The was it Addis Ababa or wherever it was project you're supposed to be doing as well. So he worked up his bloody arse like something stupid. So, but it has to be done, and it is at least getting done. So.
Yeah, and it's important for the family. So.
You can also still go buy the Snuggle Sounds and the Incinerator.
Yeah, Incinerator, yeah.
I actually have Snuggle Sounds on my phone all the time. It's a great little app.
Is that on the same site?
No, just the Apple Store. App Store.
Oh.
iOS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I helped them do a little beta testing for it before he released it. So it's a cool little app.
Mm. Yeah, this is why it was going to be, good when we worked together. Because what I was going to do is, design this sort of like mad piece of bloody shit, and then Dom would be able to computerize large quantities of it, so it would then be cheaper and smaller and all the rest of it. So it was a design marriage made in heaven. It really was. So. But even when we talked about trying to do like a almost commercial viable version of Anaglyph, and it was like bloody hell, about 80% of it was going to end up being completely software. Because it's really the only way you can do it. You do it hardware, you could buy an Audi R8 instead. But like I said, sometimes the world just wants something big and stupid, just for the sake of it, knowing that it's there. Well, it's like that. Was it the Clavin's 450M piano?
Yeah, the one that Niels Fram has in the studio now.
It's about 15. You sit 15 feet off the ground playing it. Mad thing it is. And you think, well, that's just nuts. But it's sort of like kind of reassuring that somebody has done something like that.
Yeah, but the low A on that must be amazing. Like really nice and clear, and not like we.
Yeah, well, this is it. The low A is like 15 feet long, and it's like boom. Goes on forever.
and it can actually vibrate properly rather than needing this really thick string that is just disgusting.
Yeah, because it's one string per key instead of
No,
three.
That one is like standard, but it's like probably like 1 or 2 bass strings and then only 3 at the top end.
Yeah, just load it up in Contact, but that's fine. But the reason you can is because somebody designed that bloody thing in the first place. Otherwise, you couldn't have it in Contact.
You only have a 370 in Contact. Don't even have the new 450.
Yeah.
It's like only 3.70 meters for the long string. It's like it's disappointing.
Yeah. So I mean, because like the argument was like, yeah, but if you did the anaglyph, you could get that into software and you could have that as a plugin. Go, yeah, but I have to build the fucking thing before you can put it into software for it to be relevant, isn't it? If you do the instrument just in software, then it's just software. It has no relevance to anything in the real world. So, I know it's a weird way of looking at things, but
yeah, especially if you want to make it skeuomorphic, you have to have the real item first. And then
well, yeah, it's that kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. So, unfortunately, it's the the pain and the money involved in actually building the real thing first.
You said you did the faceplate, though, right? You have the faceplate part?
Yeah, I still got the faceplate out in the garage. All wired up. Well, laced wiring. I better not show Ty, he'd bloody have a heart attack.
Laced wiring?
You
put it all on the circuit board and you just connect one ribbon.
Yeah, I know. Back then, it was like, no, I'm going to design it like it was done in the 1970s as well. Ugh, for realism, which I must admit, after a few months, it was like, what the fuck was I thinking? But there again, when you consider that the front plate is what? About CS80 and a half again, and nearly twice as deep, that's a lot of circuit boards. A lot of very big circuit boards, actually, thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be cheap, or even doing it in sections that are more reasonable to get made cheaply.
Yeah,
It is still a lot more manageable if you don't fuck anything up to build it and make sure it works. Whereas, I mean, with a wire-laced loom, the risk runs very high for any fuck up.
Speaking of boards and building, you guys talked to Adam Angelo lately?
No.
Work on his project still?
No idea.
It was Advantage Synth?
Yeah, I heard from him a while, have we?
No.
I'm just busy.
It's been quiet.
So I'm digging the Hydrosynth so far.
Good man.
I got a free sustain pedal with it. The guy just,
Really? Cool.
It made me feel. I was like, oh, okay. Well, now I feel like, it was worth it. I got something. No, it's. I actually like the keys more than I thought. When I first touched them, I was like, oh. And then I started playing a little bit, and I was like, no.
Yeah, you kind of get used to it. Don't
Yeah, I got used to them real quick. And
definitely an expression pedal so you can keep your hands on those keys.
Yeah, well, you got to have some expression pedals. I just didn't have any actually for it that I could spare, so I was like, oh, sweet, that's nice. Actually.
Fortunately, you can use those cheap M Audio ones.
I just have Roland and M Audio ones and Guitar Center brand ones.
I have a lovely dub for one.
What are these called? I have a couple of these. They're cheaper, but they're nice. They got a little orange on them.
I do. On my Hydro, I use that Yamaha. Was it F7? FH7, isn't it? It's just that I had a heart attack when I saw how much it was. For an expression pedal, it was like 150 quid or something. Like, holy crap. Because it's optical rather than a pot. which has ended up being more trouble than it was worth. I should have gone for the cheap one again.
You don't go for an optical expression pedal.
It's the CS80 in me. I can't help it. Mind you, if you want an expression pedal for a CS80, good luck.
Well, just buy another CS80 with an expression pedal, right?
Do you know what? Out of 680s, I've seen 3 expression pedals with them.
Well, they have a special pinout or something? What's the deal?
No, it's light and photocell. And then the circuitry in there. You plug a normal expression pedal in it, it explodes.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Because it runs on, was it -15? Or some stupid bloody setup they got on it, if I'm trying to remember. So, and it's also a 1/2-inch jack socket. Like the foot switch socket is right next to it. So, and that's when people can plug the wrong pedal in the wrong hole, and you get a big plume of smoke come out in the top right corner.
Well, that's
it's an easy fix, but it looks horrible. It looks like, oh my god, I've destroyed my keyboard. But basically,
it's just a resistor that goes poof spectacularly.
No, what it does every single time, it just burns the track off the back of the PRA board for the -15 volt. Just go and peels off. So you just run a wire down.
Like the Back to the Future effect where the road burns. You know,
yeah, literally, yeah.
No, but it's basically, yeah, it is for the resistor that's burning. It's just for the resistor is for a piece of wire.
yeah, you could say that, yeah. It's that zero ohm resistor that runs down the board, yeah.
Excuse me, that's what zero ohm resistors are for.
Yeah.
They're just fuses, right?
So, yeah, it's pretty much... So, of course, because it takes out this... It just goes dead silent and you don't hear another thing again. It's like, oh dear, I've killed it. In actual fact, you haven't. It's fine. It's just run a jumper wire and she's fine again. But it's happened so many... I mean, I've seen so many PRA boards with the wire connected on the back. I think I've only seen maybe 10, maybe 12 PRA boards that hadn't been blown. So that's probably because they didn't have an expression pedal because they're so fucking rare. It weighs a ton, those expression pedals as well. Chunky bloody thing.
Not as bad as the Kurzweil K250 where it's also a power supply.
Oh, God.
You have a piano foot pedals.
Yeah.
Although piano pedals, of course, you know a lot of the GS1.
Mm. Well, the mains runs up through them, so and they can short at times apparently. So we're keeping our eye out for that.
Oh, of those 2 big metal rods, are they live and neutral or?
Yeah, literally, because that's where the cables run up. Yeah.
Oh, this is cables inside them, not just the rod connected directly.
Yeah, it's not for aesthetics. That's how the cables get up. Yeah. So, because all the XLRs and outputs and everything are on the bottom behind the pedals. So all of those wires run up in there as well. All together. Yay. One big happy family waiting to fray and explode.
Would it be hard to cobble together a compatible pedal for the 80? Just a few items, right?
Well, I think the thing to do would be it'd be easier to change the circuit on the PRA board.
Right.
So you could use a standard pedal.
Yeah.
I did look into that for a customer, and it was like, I don't know, I was just very, very busy or something. Mate, just go and find a pedal. I'll get round to it one day. Not bothered at the moment. There's too much shit on my plate. So, I don't know. But yeah, there's they're nice to open, but there's stuff out there, mate, that's the business.
Still looking forward to the Behringer BS80 whenever that appears in like 20 years' time.
I am actually looking forward to it coming out because I want to see what they do and see whether they nail it or not.
You think they're still going to do it though at this point, since they said
I wouldn't have thought so, because I think what they've done,
yeah,
they wanted to make an impact,
Yeah.
They've made their impact.
Yeah.
There's no need to go down that road anymore.
They probably realise the market is too small anyway.
Well, yeah. I mean,
They're going to make a mini Soul 80. It's going to have the.
Yeah. I mean, what they really need to do now is to bring out a keyboard that is their own.
Yeah.
Properly their own, and not have, little bits nicked from that synth, little bits nicked from that. But actually, do their own thing.
Yeah. Well, they also gotta kind of get with the program. I mean, to me, you gotta, you gotta think mini free. They gotta think Hydrosynth. They gotta think. In my mind, that those are the real. I just don't think they can sell enough volume of those.
Well, I had
monosynths, or I don't. I know there's people that want them, but do they sell as many as
But there is loads and loads and loads and loads and loads and loads of them out there available.
Yeah,
all the time. But so I mean, I've heard people say about Behringer have done their own. They did the DeepMind 12.
Yeah.
I've opened the DeepMind 12, and was it Analog Renaissance that did the VCA chips with 106, and they didn't even bother changing the design, and they just nicked them and stuck them in the M12.
No.
So it is a 12 voice, supposedly 12 voice 106, essentially. From that at least that point of view. So it's I'm waiting for them to bring something out of their own and see what they produce.
What about the Neutron? The Neutron is somewhat.
Yeah, the
original.
Neutron was probably one of the, because it was kind of cheap, but it's cheap in price, and I mean the things that I've touched of theirs have been okay in quality. Nothing feels great. It feels okay. I mean, like I said, looking at the Hydrosynth and these knobs, and I mean it's kind of shocking what you get for the money, but it doesn't feel like
it's
you know
that
what I mean?
sort of there's that duality of it, of like, wow, this is so much synthesizer for so little money.
Yeah.
At the same time going, this is really shitty built, but that's why it's so cheap. But at the same time, it's sort of like one side of the brain's thinking one thing and the other side's thinking the other. So
the Hydra's very sturdy. Everything's properly case mounted.
The Hydra. I mean,
the metal case. Those knobs aren't going anywhere.
Nice. I mean,
there's lots of nods. There's lots of nods on the Hydra. I mean, anybody who didn't know, like for instance, Dave, that you had a Hydrosynth there, would think, oh wow, I think he's got. Is that Jupiter 6? Just by looking at the end chip.
Yeah, you can kind of.
It's got.
I was surprised though. I wasn't surprised, but I was surprised how like chunky and big it was. Like it reminds me kind of a Moog in that way. Like just big knobs, and it just doesn't. It's not all cramped.
Yeah.
But
and it does that thing that if you try to do a lozenge on the case, nothing moves, nothing squeaks. If you twist it, it's like no, it's like a solid piece of gear.
There's two things to me that are really just on the interface that are just freaking brilliant. Well, it's actually got two screens, which is really cool. The 8 macros, the way it's designed, and then that whole thing on the side where you just go ADSR, and then boom, it comes on the macro. That whole design is just so, and I guess some of that is maybe not totally new, but good lord, it is so. And then a lot of people complain about the arpeggiator section, but for me, sometimes I'm just not into sequencers. I don't need it on every synth, and I kind of like the way they designed it with all the knobs and just. It makes you really want to play the arpeggiator, like play it.
It's cool, yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
So, like, if you're gonna, it's like they picked one, and they went for it.
Well, I like the way with the arpeggiator. Like, I mean, more so on the deluxe, where you can you have the arpeggiator, but you have those two separate split points. So you've got the standard split point, but then you can have the shorter one if your sequencer if you're not moving around very much with that sequence, and then you've got lots more keyboard to play your chords or whatever, or your leads or whatever you're doing.
Well, that is cool.
Yeah, and so and never the twain shall meet. But it does have one annoyance, which is when you have the arpeggiator stroke sequencer running, you have to keep your hand on it. Right, so, but if you wanted to go both hands up the top end of the keyboard, your first thought would go, all right, I'll push the latch button.
Yeah.
But when you push the latch button, it also latches all the notes on the top up of the keyboard as well at the same time.
What?
Yeah.
I see the problem.
Is it just the same pedal and the latch button, basically?
Pretty much, yeah. But instead of just staying with the sequencer, or with that split point, it's right across the keyboard. And that was one thing I went, dude, you did everything else. You did everything else right, and then you...
Well, it's the same as the no release velocity, right? It's like you can't call it MPE because it doesn't do that. That kind of sucks.
I don't
and
know.
that was a hardware thing. The key bed they used, or whatever the circuit you used, could not do it, they said.
Yeah.
But I thought the Deluxe and Mini, they have release velocity now.
They fixed that, exactly.
They do, yeah. They fixed it.
But the old keyboard and
49
the
key,
normal
you cannot
doesn't.
do that. And there's no fix for
My
it.
old
Just the way it
clunker
is.
doesn't have it, but no.
Yeah.
The other thing that it does, which drives me absolutely insane, is that the USB MIDI will not send out USB MIDI to Cubase in this particular instance. It won't send it out to Cubase until you turn the keyboard off and turn it back on again.
Yeah, I always have that kind of problem with certain.
Yeah, but it's only the Deluxe done it.
Oh, okay.
The 49 didn't. The 49 would work first time all the time.
So that's the dual voice problem. Some
But
kind of weird.
well, no. The annoying part was
the release velocity.
Before I put the version 2 software on it, I didn't have the problem. This is since the version 2 software's gone on.
I have. You know what? Mine doesn't have the version 2 software. Mine's got 1.65 or 1.5 something. I just checked.
Right.
I didn't. I was like, oh man, I should check this, and I was like, oh wow, okay.
Yeah.
But I haven't set up the.
I did send in a thing to them saying, if the way you turn things on, the HydroSynth is turned on, and then you fire up Cubase. Cubase is going to fire up afterwards, and because of that, won't send the MIDI out. Got to turn her off, turn her on again.
I've still got to wrap my head around the mutant stuff, and I'm not really.
Well, that's the other cool thing, because it's software. They keep adding new filters. They keep adding other really cool tricks to it. So
I must admit, this is one thing where the menu diving that you do on the Hydra, to start with, was annoying the living shit out of me. But did get used to it after a while. But the way it's got the one parameter at the top and one parameter at the bottom of the line, sometimes my brain's going, is that is that, and that's the value for it. No, it's not. It's two different things. Yeah, shit, bollocks. I've changed something I didn't need to. That kind of thing.
Hey Ken, did you see Manny's comment about the split and the latch? There's a
No,
workaround,
I
apparently.
didn't.
Yeah, there's a workaround for it.
Oh, is there? Oh, that's interesting.
It says you have to be in split edit mode to separate latch from the two parts. Well, that's the one thing I see.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's in here.
Oh, that's if there's a workaround, then fine.
Yeah.
To be honest, I just wish it kind of just did it. But there you go.
Act as advertised.
Yeah. Well, it looks like that's what it should do.
Yeah.
I mean, it's always easy to find some thing to pick at, but it's a question of, is that thing critical to what you wanted to do with it? And if it is, then it's big.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I really like mine. I need to use it more. I mean, I have no real complaints about it. It's just that there's so many other things to play with. It's hard to.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely capable of a lot, and it's kind of, you put it on and it sounds sounds big. You know, they've got all these effects on it and everything, and it kind of like reminded me when I put the Pro 3 at first. I was like, holy! I was like, all right, what is this? What do the oscillators sound like? Like I couldn't even like figure out the character of the synth right away. But then what I did find is once I really started playing with it a little bit, pulling out some effects, just messing with it, I'd start making these sounds. I'd like, whoa. And then I think that sounds really cool. And then I'd go back to the preset and listen. I was like, oh wow, yeah, I really messed with that. But I was pretty quickly, I could get it to sound really a way that to me was like, okay, this sounds like any other synth. It's got a lot of character to it, but it's just some of those presets are so big and they've got so much, and I know that makes sense that they would do that. And then the aftertouch at first for me, the poly aftertouch was weird because it's not necessarily on every preset, and I was like, oh, it's not doing anything. I'm like, well, maybe it's not on preset. Yeah. Then I'm like, well, where is that? Well, how do I even check that?
Yeah,
it was, these weren't like problems. It was me. Like I just had to kind of like, as I was trying to understand it, but I kind of walked away right away. What has to happen for me is that I've got to feel engaged by the synth pretty quickly, and that's what I really liked about it.
Yes.
I didn't mind. I felt like I could get around certain things pretty quickly and work with it. So, and the poly's cool. I've never used poly aftertouch, so I'm like, well, how am I going to use poly aftertouch? Like, it's not, I sound crazy, but like my style,
just do the one key at a time and work your way up from that.
Yeah.
Once you get it, you're like, holy shit, how did I not have this for so long?
Well,
You get mad at other synths for not having it.
Well, I definitely like aftertouch is always cool to have. It just depends how you use the synth, I guess. But I could tell as I was kind of just playing and improvising, it was like, oh, okay, yeah, this is nice. I can kind of, and it was interesting because I'd hear people say, well, I don't do that. I just use the mod wheel and everything. With hands.
Yeah, the whole point is your hands stay there.
I didn't want to go there. I was just like, and then you get the ribbon thing, which is, again, is like another whole thing. So it's just its own thing, and I think
it's the same with the Osmos. You want to put your hands in there, you leave them on the damn keys, and then you don't even want to touch those sticks. So you get the expression pedal out, and then your hands still stay on the keys.
But it's a playing synth, was what I like about it. Like with the Nord and stuff I have, I don't feel like I have to play the Nord all the time. What I actually like about the Nord is that the sounds are so, I guess it's compressed or whatever. They're so perfect. Some of them I just tweak them and I can put them in a song, and it's like, oh man, it just lays there perfect. Kind of like some of the Rolands do for me. But this, I go, no. This is not that. This is actually better as a starting point for me.
Yeah,
I'm going to work around the Hydra because the Hydra's not a.
Yeah, well, I mean, the ribbon on the Hydra is yet another nod.
It's great
to this old lump as well, where you get an octave going up and then into inaudible going down.
But you're trying to figure out, I guess for me, it's like, well, how am I going to use the ribbon musically? That's, you know what I mean? Like, what am I going to do with it other than go?
Well, you can use it. Because it lines up the keys on the 49, you can use it like a tritonium.
Yeah.
You play exactly the notes you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, I started to kind of play it,
Yeah.
But
and
again,
you can do that trill thing, that.
Yeah, that's
all that sort of thing,
But in that mode, you don't even have to press a key. You can just play the ribbon, which is really.
Well, it's sort of like
but can you do crazy horses on it?
I don't know if
it's the right rhythm, just the wrong sense.
I got to work within the constraints of my own.
But watch some of those Ken Flux videos because he's showing like buchla tricks on the Hydra synth. He's showing like string synth stuff on the Hydra synth. It's really versatile. It does a lot of shit.
I mean, I can see why somebody would bail on it because they could easily feel like, I'm going to get overwhelmed with this synth, or I'm not going to.
There's a cat.
Sounds more like a fox, really, doesn't it, than a horse?
Yeah, it did. But yeah, it's for an impulse buy. It's definitely. I'm glad I got it. I definitely don't.
Well, you could have done much worse.
Oh no, I could.
Impulse buy.
Oh, I know. Got a real timber wolf over there.
Said the guy with a hive.
Oh, the hive is clever. Hey, it's poly expression.
But there's.
Yeah. But. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, it's really cool. I'm kind of glad I'm able to sell some of them because it's fun to experience them and actually get to play them versus just trying to spec through them on the internet and listen to sounds.
Yeah.
I mean, I know we all know it, but it's totally different when you get something.
Another
if you
thing
want
that
your hive, you
impressed.
can send it to me. So.
Okay. All right,
Andy, that's why you're so valuable in these shows. And they're like, oh yeah.
Sorry, no.
Yeah, I've tried that.
Yeah.
There's plenty of stuff I haven't tried.
No,
Unfortunately,
not philosophical. Why?
Some of the stuff is so rare. I wish I had tried more.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, your San Francisco set was really good, man.
I like
Really?
that.
No,
It was a panic set because I had to set up last.
Really had a cool.
And I had some issues. I was in the mode. There a couple things I had to patch on site, and
couldn't tell. You couldn't
wasn't in
tell.
the right headspace, and it fucked up the beginning of it. So
Fiona has a question.
Oh my god!
For the panel
Robert?
and everybody in the chat, should the skirting boards be painted silver or dark blue?
Yeah. Same colour as the stairs or the same colour.
Yeah, but they don't know what colour the bloody stairs are, do they?
I'll just say dark blue.
Right, Andy says dark blue.
Okay. I'm dark.
I'm thinking silver.
Wagyu says ocean grey because he always picks what isn't available.
Ocean grey.
ACL says dark blue.
I like grey.
Grey.
What colour is the staircase per se, or is the carpet on top of it?
No carpet. She's going for a spaceship corridor look.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
Grey.
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 You can really, yeah.
It should. Yeah, they're going to. They're saying
If
grey.
it's a
but you
ship
mean
that
silver.
metallic, yeah, the
Metallic grey, yeah.
Silver grey.
Then you'll have to buy more silver paint.
And then you have to cut up a bunch of milk crates to make the stairs look like they're in a spaceship.
Yeah, exactly.
And at the bottom of the
Roger Corman
stairwell,
trick.
Yeah. There you go. Look.
Have a few complimentary these.
He's got his space helmet. There you go.
This is what you need.
Yeah, see? So.
It's going to feel very spaceship-like.
My picture of the spaceman.
I feel like I'm on the moon right now.
No. Well, that mural you want to put on the landing.
Yeah. I'm just throwing out ideas, okay? It's not.
And have a tray of poppers at the base of the stairs so you can be lightheaded when you're going upstairs.
It's amazing that
Oh no! See now, Wagu's saying grey like in Red Dwarf.
I get a lot of money.
Yeah, but it's a silvery grey.
Yeah, but you're going more alien corridor, aren't you? Than you're going sort of like interior of Nostromo, really, than your classic spaceship.
Well,
actually,
Theremin too somewhere close by.
Actually, the way she does decorating, it's more like Event Horizon.
We're better with the synth decorations.
With all the hell attributes.
Yeah, with the blood everywhere.
And you're in the thing going, ah!
Yeah.
Modular.
And the spanner slowly spinning.
Yeah.
On the walls. Modular would look very nice on the walls.
Yeah. 3D graphics in the movie.
So no on the space.
Yeah, on the invisible wire. Yeah, guy with a spanner slowly turning.
So your living room has to have one of those gyroscopes with spikes sticking out of it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. There you go. You see, this is the thing about piano. Is I mean,
Could you
she bought that Star Wars
painting
for this kitchen, which has every character out of all the 3 films and the prequels. Actually, yeah, all the prequels and the rest. Yeah, so 6.
Nothing from the holiday special or Ewok movies.
And I tell you what, you have no. But you do have to look for a very, very long time before you find Jar Jar.
Who's
Quite a while.
What next to the Emperor? Voice charge of the Emperor.
If the Ewoks are in the back, I'm fine.
I think there's one Ewok in it
That's
right near the front, I think.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and then every different type of ship.
They didn't have Jar Jar hanging from the tree in the back.
No, he's doing this sort of like pose.
Oh,
to one side. Yeah.
They didn't execute him.
Yeah. I was looking for Guido actually. He took that solo. What was the name of that little thing? Jabba's pet thing.
Oh, it's Salacious Crumb.
That's it. Yeah.
Nice.
If you watch The Mandalorian, they go to that one city and they're holding them at a tree, like throwing things at people.
Yeah.
They're like little nuisances.
And sort of like a little bad monkey.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they still look like crappy puppets.
Yes.
All that money.
Some people like that look.
Well, this is the way.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's like when you watch Labyrinth, you think, I mean, it's all sorts of shit, but if it was CGI, it would be utterly terrible.
Yeah, because that free walking character, I forgot his name, the short dude, his facial, the helmet he wears with all the servos in it is amazing.
Yeah. What was
his name? Bungle, or what's his name? I forgot his name.
Bungle. That's a completely different program.
Yeah. Whatever, some kind of goofy name like Bungle or Gungle or whatever. But
yeah.
He's following around the girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very expressive face. It's really good.
Because this came up in a conversation with Andrew Longhurst last night, which was about, we said about, we should, buy the rights to Thunderbirds or something like that and then redo it and do it as CGI. And but the CGI has to look like they are puppets, not be all free running.
That's what they did with the prequels. They wanted Yoda to still look a little quirky like the puppet did, but be CGI. So they actually distorted his head like the puppet hand would be. It's like, don't do that. You make it look like the dumb puppet.
Yes, but when you have a second one or third one, the fight with Count Dooku, I can never remember.
Oh, he's popping around, yeah.
Where just flying around like crazy, and it's just like, well, it was fine before. It's a fun fight, but it just looks like a little green, one frame of little green thing flying around with a lightsaber attached to it. It just.
But it also shows him as not some supreme fighter, as avoiding and hopping around and showing he doesn't really have that much skill.
Yeah, it's supposed to be that in his 900 years old he reaches.
Yeah.
It would be more, with Dooku just go and just snap his neck or something.
Or just, stop and fight and stuff instead of hopping around like he's scared, right?
Yeah.
Like, don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me.
Yeah, it was quite an odd moment the first time I watched that.
It made him look silly.
Yeah. It did,
and he already looks quite silly. So.
But do you know what made it sillier? The high pitch of his lightsaber.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's a little...
It's short.
Small. Yeah.
It doesn't mean the pitch has to go up.
It's like when you shrink
really
the guy,
doesn't.
The voice shrinks.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about something that actually doesn't exist and doesn't work in physics, so the pitch doesn't have to go up because it's shorter.
And what sort of lightsaber would Grogu have?
Oh, God.
Oh, chopsticks? Yeah.
Even higher.
Yeah.
No, Jar Jar should have had one. So it won't work, so he looks down the barrel.
Yeah.
Straight for the head.
Dead.
Yay!
Yeah, exactly.
Jar Jar's head. Yay!
When all the Ewoks can be celebrating.
I'll counter you.
Well, it's creepy when they had the Ewoks starting to blink and look around and stuff. They did all that CGI to them. You see the special editions where they give the Ewoks more animation.
Yeah. Really?
Oh, yeah. It's creepy.
Oh, dear.
Because, it's so important they look as realistic as possible because, they're little fucking teddy bears.
Because dwarf actors in fursuits are the most realistic thing.
I was very impressed actually with the Ewoks, how quickly they learnt how to use blasters and AT-ATs.
Yeah.
You know, they went from sticks and rocks tied with string, just suddenly using blasters and ATs. Okay.
Clearly they knew how to use them all along, but because they're good sports, they weren't trying to. They're trying to use their native weapons.
Well, the best was how dumb that whole group was when Han Solo was able to trick them to come out.
Yeah.
The whole group comes out of that building. Like,
yeah,
what
everybody
the hell?
comes out. Yeah. Yes, they need reinforcements. Send everyone.
Yeah.
They go, we're surrounded by people with sticks. Let's surrender. Let's put our blasters down.
Just don't try to analyze Revenge of the Jedi too much. It's massive for film.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, we've had the luxury of 30 odd years to think about it.
and getting the prequels afterwards, which obviously makes Return of the Jedi like a piece of high art.
Yeah, were they Star Wars films, or was that sort of like a political documentary? I'm not quite sure. I just spend an awful lot of time discussing stuff.
Well, my favorite thing is when all the people like waited in line overnight for the first movies, the first prequels to come out, and yet they knew they were bad, but they felt so guilty about all the time and effort they put into it. They convinced themselves they were good. Yeah.
Yeah, you see, you're never going to be able to, and you know, so many people have tried to do this before, but you can't beat the peak of something that's never been before. Going to, in my case, Marble Arch on, I think it was the third night of the premieres, and see that Star Destroyer coming across, you know, the 75mm screen that was nearly the size of a fucking football pitch, then you're not going to top that.
Yeah.
You can't top it.
Well, and it was pretty good visual storytelling too, because you immediately know, okay, this is the big bad guy, this is the good guy being chased.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of visual stuff there without even saying much.
But that was only really after Irving Kirchner said it was shit, and who was the other guy who was Steven Spielberg was a bit reserved of not saying anything, and who was the other guy who he showed it? Brian De Palma, wasn't it? Who was like really vocal of like the original cut. No, this is shit. And when they went back and actually fixed it and made it to what we now know and love. But apparently the original pacing was all over the place, and then
the original script was even worse. If you read the Luke Starkiller script,
it was about 45 minutes of him with Biggs and all that lot at the beginning.
But I mean, before they even shot anything, just the script. The original script was terrible.
A lot of scripts are terrible to start with.
Oh man, this is
but I have heard about some of it and going, oh dear.
Yeah, it's online. You can get it for easy.
Sand, it cores and gets everywhere.
Yeah, it's rough. It gets everywhere.
I hate it. Yeah. Makes my ass bleed.
And they brought his ass back for Obi-Wan to be in the Darth Vader outfit.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they could have gotten anybody to do it.
Exactly.
They should have kept the original voice for Darth Vader, actually. Hello, my lovelies.
What?
Well, it's Richard Prowse, wasn't it?
Yeah, they should have had Prowse do the voice, right? Because he talks in Clockwork Orange.
Yeah, he's from, was it Somerset? He's from Somerset, he is.
Now you got AI, so anybody can do it.
Yeah.
But nothing to beat the dulcet tones of James Earl Jones.
Well, you can hear in Rogue One when they have James Earl Jones do the voice. His voice is getting old and weak. They tried to doctor it up a bit, but it doesn't sound as powerful.
Yeah.
It's just getting old.
That's when you gotta step in, man.
Yeah.
You have disobeyed me, Simba. Oh, wrong film.
Simba, yeah.
His voice was so great, though, wasn't it? God.
Oh, yeah.
It's terrifying. He was
Simba,
so terrifying.
I am your father. No, that's impossible.
One day, all of this will be yours.
He was great as Thulsa Doom and Conan the Barbarian.
It was so tiny. It was just
with that very weird haircut.
Yeah, the long hair. He's a headbanger.
Yeah, it was a weird haircut, man. His fringe sort of started up here somewhere, didn't it? Huh.
Anyway, I think we're going to do an Ian. I think it's late enough, and I'm going to do an Ian and bugger off. So.
Yeah, Ian didn't do an Ian though. He didn't come back.
Yeah.
Coming back on a different pub, right?
Maybe he had to watch Harry Potter's back to back. He had to keep going. These are so good. I got to watch the next one.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he has any will to keep going after the fourth one. you could stop on the third one. It's the best film.
Mm-hmm. No,
which was the third one?
Well, by now he'd been the
Prisoner of Azkaban.
Azkaban.
It's like one of John Williams' best scores ever, and just a great film. Alfonso Cuarón really did an amazing job. I mean, it's quite grey. Then I think after that they just get darker and darker until like the last ones where you need to like bring a torch to the movie theater to like try and see anything, and you still can't see anything. Wait, I think it was the sixth one where it was just like, what is there something supposed to be, or is it just that 95% of the screen are supposed to be black?
It's energy saving.
Yeah, I'm still not sure whether it had to be two films at the end. I thought they could have just.
Well, no, it's probably after the mess of the fourth film they decided to, rather than cut too much, bolster it up and make it put more random shit in and keep ignoring more of the book. But anyway.
Yeah, because The Hobbit didn't have to be 3 movies either, so.
Hobbit didn't have to exist.
It would have been all right. The Rankin Bass animated one is okay, but it's pretty cheesy. They had to do something with it.
I was reading the chat. Coitus interruptus. Wasn't that one of the spells? Oh, man. That's so
Coitus interruptus. Ejacularmus.
Yeah. Shitus Pantheon. Oh, man. Dude, what did you do?
It was Kevin Smith was doing a funny routine on it when he was watching the movies a lot, and he kept saying there should be a spell called Forgeticus. So he just help people to forget everything. So.
Anyway, I'm gonna bugger off.
All right, darling.
Good to see you.
Have a fun time.
See ya.
See you whenever next.
As always.
Hope you feel better.
Yeah,
it's no fun being sick.
Yeah.
It's slowly getting there, but yeah.
That's good.
Emon maybe have Longhurst said just decide on a date.
We offered up the 29th. Yeah, we offered up the 29th, but I'm already getting a lot of backlash from that.
Yeah, just nail down Rick Hilton, right? Just when can you do, and everybody else work around his schedule?
Yeah.
Figure it out. Stay working.
What are the other what are the other options, really? He's the one who's flying around like crazy.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny what Fiona was just going. She goes, "So, how many sandwiches am I going to have to make? How many nibbles should I get?" I don't know. She goes, "Oh, I'll just buy loads." Oh, okay. I you do realise if one person turns up, you can be eating a lot of stuff.
Just a whole carload of those cheese doodles, whatever you call them.
It's big.
How many bottles of wine should I buy? Not getting into that conversation with you.
Oh, I thought you were going to have a nice barbecue with some nice burgers.
Yeah, and I really will try not to poison him this time. Oh, hello.
And anyway, I'm off now properly.
Okay.
Woo.
See you.
See you whenever.
You take care.
That's your new what a wanker.
Voila. See, I haven't got a what a wanker. But,
it's almost worse.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe this one is.
I guess that's something.
Yeah.
Almost silent but deadly.
Oh yes, the worst. The worst.
You got to learn, like, as you're like a teenager, like, well, nobody will hear this. You're like, oh shit.
Yeah, it would be the Gone with the Wind button. That's a good one. Yeah, I like that.
That's so good.
I can't remember. I don't know whether I got the other one. It was another one I got that was like very much a sort of like it starts off as a fart and then it goes horribly wrong. So that one's not on there though.
I got a ton of free ones that are pretty good on freesound.org. I don't know if you ever use freesound.org.
Yeah, I mean, this was literally a website that had this. It was a fart sample library. And I thought, okay, cool.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
No, we had a challenge, one of the early hardware jams challenge. It was over a year ago, and it was pick your least favorite YouTube ad that keeps annoying you every time it comes up. So I picked the Umzu guy. He always has these like digestive treatment pills and stuff.
All right.
And in the video, he talks about bad breath, poop, and a bunch of other stuff. So I sampled a bunch of him saying that. I got some fart sounds. I got some belching sounds. And then I used the SB404 and the Tenorion and a bunch of other stuff and made a big old fart, belching ensemble.
Wow, that's probably pretty good.
It was pretty funny, actually. I thought it was going to be really, really terrible. It turned out to be, obviously it was funny, not good, but it was. People were laughing. That was the whole point. So.
No, yeah,
okay, yeah.
It was good. It was good.
Because someone said, I remember the comments like, "We've hit an all-time low on this show right now." I said, "Good, I've succeeded."
Yes, my work here is done.
Yeah, basically.
You may continue.
Well, I had some samples too of a female comedian talking about bodily functions and stuff. She goes, "Ew, gross! I don't like that." And I put her in there too, and it was just funny. Yeah. I did a granular fart. I stretched it out, and just
Yeah, it's like you find yourself working twice as hard on the fart video. On the fart hardware jam than anything else. You're like
a lot of sampling and placement and mapping, and
you're like working with. That's really funny. It's so believable, though. It's like, okay, I got a vision for this.
Yeah, absolutely.
And some were just like little funny noises, and some were more grotesque. So.
Wow.
I think one is kind of like your balloon one.
Yeah. You got the "no one will notice me" one.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the pitch is such that everybody noticed.
I'll go grab the link for that real quick. Since it's topical, I'll go find it. You guys can have a laugh at it.
Oh, yeah.
Since we're talking about farts, I might as well find it.
Yeah. This is in unison. Okay. Big old girl.
Did you do work on it, or just was having some weird issues?
No, what it was there's a switch down that I put down by the headphone socket, and what it does is it turns the internal LFO off, so you can use like a MIDI LFO signal, so you can synchronize the LFO then with your computer and that. And it was set to off, and I was going, "Why isn't the LFO working?" I was like, "Twat, you turned it off." Oh, okay. Yep. Smart move. Cleo's been very needy tonight.
Oh, no. She's in my lap now.
Yeah.
Yeah, she can be very needy.
Yeah. You have stopped stroking me, Father. Continue.
She's something else. When I go over on the other side, when I'm trying to work on synths, if I get on the floor, she'll just try to climb on me.
Yeah.
Then I'm like standing there with her kind of on me, and I'm like, okay, what do I do now? Feel bad,
Oh, bless.
She's fine. She's fine. That's
I love her colouring though. It's beautiful.
yeah, she's gorgeous. She really is. She's a big girl. Say, what?
Sweetheart.
All right, I put it in the chat. The noise challenge.
Oh, right, okay.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Sure to
I like
offend.
how you
any-
wrote silly stuff like we don't.
Well, I guess I had to reiterate. It's not a serious project. It's
Yeah. I just feel like I need to make sure everybody knows that.
I could have said just sure to offend anybody on it, but you know. It's just...
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
I know why Ian hasn't come back. He's gone to watch the Owl service, hasn't he? On YouTube. The thing he wanted to see.
So, Andy, have you done your hardware jams yet? Probably not.
No, I haven't had any time. I did a microscope
I
thing
usually
last
do
night.
some
I
of
might
that.
do another one tonight as well because I'm going to go get some samples locally, some from the salt marsh. But I usually do them on Sunday anyway, or it's usually Sunday late. We'll see what happens. But it's this is one of those fun ones where you have to do everything from scratch.
Yeah, I did it.
So I'm gonna bust out my looper, bust out my Osmos, and just make some shit. So
It was weird. I kind of looked around. I was like, what do I actually know that well? That I got pretty lucky. I had one take and I was like, it just kind of flubbed at one point. And I was like, I can't do it. And then I redid it and it was going real well. And then my wife came halfway through, asked me a question. I just looked up. I was like, yeah, okay. But
you need an on-air light so that you get some quiet time.
But I had the subharmonic and it was really hard. I had to spend about 15 minutes because I was like, I had the reface and the subharmonic and I had to figure out kind of what key I was in, like what notes were even going to work on the reface if I used it. And that took me about 15 minutes and then I was like, okay, well, if I move these 2 or 3 knobs, have you played the subharmonicon?
I have it. Yeah, I just don't use it that much. It's really nice.
Okay, yeah. So you know how, like, you have to engage those 4 little knobs and switches on the to get it going. So I figured out about 3 of them, 4 of them that I could hit and what it was kind of going to do, and it was kind of in harmony. It worked, like, because it was a really dangerous instrument to try to even use, to be honest, because it's just, and you can, and I have the problem every once in a while with it because usually when I do the jams, it's kind of dark. I'll hit the frequency knob instead of the cutoff, and it's like, oh shit, it's like
it's a pretty deep little synth, though. I mean, I like it a lot. Actually, by itself, it does a lot.
It's so amazing. It's so well. I like it because it makes me sound in a way that I don't really think I could do without it. Like it's just like it kind of like I'm just gonna do something super cool, and you just got to decide if you like it. It's kind of like modular, I guess, but yeah, it is real deep. Now the tone of it is a little it gets kind of resiny. It has a real.
Well, that's the problem. You're still dealing with the same old Moog ladder filters. So if you start doing some tweaks to the filter, you're going to lose all your bass.
Yeah, so it's kind of weird. Like you can't. If you start moving the cutoff up, it gets really brassy and almost too much. But if you start trying to tame the filter, you lose the harmonics. So
with the 2 oscillators plus the 2 subs, you get real busy real fast.
Yes, but it does have some rhythmically and just harmonically. It has some really, it's really cool.
Sorry, 2 subs each. Actually 6 at once. So there's a lot of sounds going on there.
So I had that with the drum machine. The drum break Impact was it does sync pretty good, but again, you got to be really careful. And if you have any delays or anything else going on, it can sound like chaos really quick in your mind. You're just like, man, that's out of sync, isn't it? And you're like, so you're trying to like turn the attacks down. You're trying to figure out why it feels out of sync, but then like you turn the drums off and it stops, and you're like, no, it's clocking. It's just really, yeah, it's a really weird. But I guess the point is that also it can make you sound really interesting too. You know what I mean? In a way that a lot of other synths can't do. So yeah, it's super cool. It's probably one of the coolest little boxes out there. But
there's a guy who did a really cool video on the theory of how that works with the
yeah, I've seen some
tempo and getting the harmonic series out of changing the speed of the playback. So you're not just doing synthesis on there, you're also getting extra thingies out of it by varying the speed. Almost how you get with audio rate modulation, but even crazier than that.
Yeah, I don't.
And it's Adam, what is that guy's name? The guy who does all the theory videos and the bass videos on YouTube. Adam, I forgot his last name. Just my brain's fried. But he does a lot of really cool how songs work, theory videos, and jazzy stuff and all that. And he did a lecture about the nature of the harmonic series out of speed playback of sequences and stuff. And it's pretty deep stuff. It's pretty interesting.
I just know that when you start messing with those tempo knobs at all, or even it just everything can go to shit really fast.
That's it. Adam Neely, yeah, he got it. Thanks, Have God, Have Beast.
But it's cool. It's
lecture on that.
Yeah, it's very cool. I was almost gonna. I started to think, well, maybe I'll get rid of it. Then I pulled it out. And then I was like, nah, man, you can't get rid of this. This is like one of the most interesting things you have. So yeah, so I had fun. I will say that's a tough thing to do, just because you're jamming on any of those things, but this is like conceptually, I guess the idea is not to have a true idea what you're going to do, other than kind of the instruments you're going to use. That's how I approached it.
Yeah,
I had no idea, so I just started slow, and then I was kind of like, I think I got something, and I was like, phew.
I actually did a bunch like that about over a year ago when I was doing more of the looper stuff on the Hardware Jams weekly thing, and I was using multiple devices, and I'm like, God, this gets out of hand real fast.
You can just
screw up really badly. I have to do another take because I really screwed that up. Yeah,
that's the problem, is that you can't. I mean, it's sort of like live, but it's worse because it's on, it's 5 minutes and you're gonna hear it. It's like you can't.
Yeah, and one little thing can really screw it up, and you go, I don't want to leave that in there.
Yeah,
and I got to start over again. So
it's brutal.
And at some point, you're almost ready to abandon it, and then sometimes you get either really lucky or you're close enough. You say, okay, that's good enough.
Yeah, it's usually something like that. I feel like I got relatively lucky, even though I had the pitch factor, the Eventide on, and then I realized you could tell like it's kind of buried because of the effects, but the Eventide was not in pitch, but it sounded it sort of sounded cool dissonant, but it was not. It was not in the right key, because you kind of set your key on that when you're playing. So I think I was playing one key, but I was telling the pitch factor another key. And then you've got the subharmonica, which I'm not even sure what it's, what key I'm playing. I just I think it's this, but fuck if I know, it's such a bizarre. I just don't have that kind of depth of theory that you need for that. But yeah, it was fun. It was good.
That's the point. It's all about fun.
I know the group. All those people are so chill, and some of those people get on there just do goofy stuff, and that's fine. I just like to, I like to do what I do. I guess that's all I can. It's really all I can do, to be honest.
Well, there's only so much time, and there is a deadline, so you just do what you can. And I fucked up this time, but oh well, here it is anyway.
Yeah.
And there are a few I just wasn't based on the challenge, the sample library they had, or the artist they used. I just wasn't feeling it. So the couple I just bailed on.
Well,
about a
that
month ago. And I just
the,
like, yeah,
there
I'm
was
not into it this time. You know.
Yeah.
the two thing last week. I didn't realize you could use effects separately. I
Oh
realized.
yeah, it's
Well,
just two
see, I
sound
didn't,
sources, two two
yeah, see, I
oscillators,
didn't read
two.
it close enough, and
Yeah.
then I'm like, well, shit, I need to run this the Eventide. Then I'm like, well, okay, I guess if I had a like an Octatrack or something, I could, then I was thinking, I don't know if I can do this with what I have, I mean, the only reason I can pull any of that stuff off is that I have a dedicated drum machine that I clock with, and that centers everything I do. You know what I mean? If I did not have that,
Oh yeah.
because I don't have an NPC or something.
But they have to allow for that effects part, because imagine Kent tries to use the CS80 with no effects. You're like, ugh.
Well, he can use a CS80. He could just use one effect. No, I know.
As many as possible.
Yeah,
It was
exactly.
fine. I'm just trying to do my best.
Live long and prosper.
Kapla.
Fuck off.
Yeah,
Oh no,
basically.
hello. Good evening.
I'm still going. I'm still kind of in a daze about that studio tour, Andrew. That was like pretty epic.
Really?
See, you think it's not.
I think it's really. I think it's a it was a good
looks
model
like
for us to play with. We've got photorealistic stuff with reflections on water and people. 2,000
Looks like important
people
stuff.
going
Looks like
through
important
something.
things happening.
It's good. Yeah, it's good. It's good
Well,
fun.
your next
Well,
phase is to make a synth that you could walk through there and play virtually, right?
Well, we've had that discussion. The problem with virtual, the problem with anything virtual in that way, is the same problem you had with touch screen mixing.
Yeah.
Having tried, along with various others, the Raven, the Slate, and other mixing consoles.
Yeah.
The problem is, you get this. It looks great, and you fall in love with the look of it. But then you actually start playing with it, and you realise that you take your eye off the slider for 1 second, and your fingers moved off, and you're suddenly changing something else.
Sure.
And you don't get the whole thing about a large console is you can change 2-3 things at the same time. That's the way I've always worked. Having that tactile feedback. Same with a synth, and the same with a keyboard.
Yeah.
You play a key, play the key of D in front of me in the air right now. Do it. You can't. It's almost. Yeah, look at your hands moving all over the place, right? You're starting there, and then
But also
doesn't
having
work.
AR targets.
I can't do it.
If you use AR with the VR, then you have more stability.
You do, and you can use AR, and we've done that. We've tried. We've got something where we've tried that out. The problem is you then still need the tactile to make it work, to make it really useful. So you can create sound, but it's not then a keyboard controller, in which case then it's more like something else, and you can do all sorts that you can mix.
Those haptic gloves will help, though. You get at least a little bit of feedback, even.
The haptic gloves do help, but they're 10 grand a pair at the moment.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I know we've got. It's kind of.
Well, it's like that virtual drum kit thing I got, that virtual drumsticks thing. I swear blind, the drums are moving around. Because you never get the same drum when you go to the
tracking is kind of weak on those.
Yeah, you think, I'm sure I put it here.
And here's the thing. If you're doing that, why wouldn't you just, if you're doing VR and AR, why wouldn't you just have a drum kit there, some pads, and have a stick? Because then you're playing a real thing with it. And then you can put all the other, you could maybe change the drums. You could maybe do a mix where you've got an orchestra and you use one of the, like the Berlin plug-in for reverb, and you start moving things to the right positions in the field. That's a different thing. Positioning is a different thing, and that's easy to do. But to actually perform in VR, you need a different sort of instrument, and you need a different sort of tech. Where we are at the moment is we're on step 3 of probably 500. And I know this because I had the world's first VR studio back in 91 in London, in Barnes. And it was... It even back then, the expectation, because Lawnmower Man had come out, and everyone saw those graphics, and so had Tron,
Yeah.
The expectation was for glorious cinematic colour and these huge wide scapes, as it were. And we had 256 colours and 4,096 polygons. That was it. Right now, we're creating worlds with 20, 30 billion polygons and an unlimited number of colours. And photoreal with real lighting and the way it scatters. So the ability to simulate the look of something is relatively easy. The ability to then interact with that in a way that is meaningful to a musician that already has an instrument is another thing altogether. And I that's kind of what my whole you've heard me for weeks and weeks and months now banging on about articulation. It's why we all when we got into synths, the first thing we did was play a note here and twist something here. We were doing that because that's or pitch bending or we still do. We use two hands because we want to articulate maybe a foot, maybe a wind controller. Articulation is everything.
And if you're hitting I was going to say, if you're hitting a snare drum physically, even if you're trying to hit it the same place, if you don't, you can feel without really knowing it that you moved a little bit, and I think you autocorrect without even thinking about it.
Yeah, the tension across the skin.
You just kind of like and you just move back, and
and the tension across the skin is different depending on when you see drummers. I've tuned drums many a time, and you're tapping around the edge.
Feels different,
to find ding ding do 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 do. You're doing that sort of thing, right?
She almost she slid, and she almost slid the beer right with it. So I wasn't worried about the cat.
It's that video, cats are jerks and like knocking stuff over.
Yeah. It's had a big bang come about.
One of the cool things about the so back in '95, I got my first try at haptic gloves with VR, and the whole works at SIGGRAPH with Silicon Graphics shit. Super crazy money, way more than 10 grand for these gloves. They actually have these armatures that would sit on your hand. You wear the glove, and there's a whole armature that grabs your fingers, and as you touch the environment, it would pull back on your fingers like wind pressure. And when you grab like a virtual ball, there was like a ball that would pulsate, and an egg one that if you grab the egg too hard, it would break. You'd feel it break. And these armature gloves are amazing, but no one's made them since. I haven't seen them anywhere, and that's really what they have to do to give you that full graspability, as well as the vibration. The problem with the
armature gloves was that it was pulling from the top back. What it didn't What it didn't do was give you the fingertip pressure.
It wouldn't do that part, but it did. God, it did everything else so well. It was so cool.
We were sponsored by Silicon Graphics back in '91, so we had Silicon Graphics machine. I think we had the Onyx, and we had Mac. We had this guy, one knob. We had this guy. Well, no, he wasn't a knob. He was actually he was a cool dude. He worked for Apple, and his job title, he was able to invent his own job title because he was doing hot shit, working with some really weird and wonderful creatives. And he came to us, gave us a fully spec'd cheese gratey sort of system, or whatever it was back then. And he was, I can't remember his name, but his job title was Lord of the High End. And that was his official job title at Apple. That's when they were still cool.
Yeah.
They were cool. They were doing stuff then. So, we spent a year creating virtual worlds for all sorts of companies. Unfortunately, we were also earning virtual money. So, it was an interesting experiment. And as I say, the reason I mention that is because that was step one. We're now on step 3 or 4 in terms of iterations. We'll get there, but it's going to be a little while yet before we get there.
Well, like I said, after watching several thousand various videos linked from the Unreal site, and I'm looking at this software and I'm going, man. I mean, it leaves Lightwave in the dust.
Yeah, it does.
And then you get to the bottom of the page and it goes, oh, and of course it is free. You go, excuse me? Do you know how much I paid for Lightwave 10?
But you still need something like Lightwave to build the assets.
No. Well, you need something like Lightwave. But
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because
you can build them with Blender.
Yeah,
right, exactly. Any kind of modeler, you had to build the assets somehow.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I'm very comfortable with Lightwave Modeler, and I can do very, very detailed models.
You're going to go
stupidly.
Yeah, your sample rate's gone again.
Oh, here we go. Right, okay. Hang on.
But like Mental Ray was the gold standard for a while for rendering, and that was a long time ago. So stuff's changed a lot.
There's lots of different renderers out there, and which you're using changes. The NVIDIA pipeline, the Omniverse pipeline, is real good.
Yeah.
Is really, really good. And if you can get to a server that's got lots of their GPUs on, not RTX, the sort of super duper GPUs, can't remember what they're called now, then you can do amazing stuff. But even, I mean, right now what we tend to do is in any event, render on the fly and deliver to people's, so we'll use servers out in the cloud, and then we'll send a stream of what they're doing, and we'll connect them to it, so they'll have control of that server, and their experience on the screen is they're in control of this whole world and everything else. They don't need the hardware; they just need an HTML, a 64-bit, browser. If they've got a 64-bit HTML5 browser, then they can receive the stream and they're in control, and all the rendering's done out in the cloud. So it's it's a good thing. It's a good thing, and they just keep making it bigger and better and faster.
Yeah, it's gone a long way. It's crazy.
The number of polygons you can render at the same time now is nuts.
Well, that's one of the things that was exciting me, is because when I'd be building detailed models in Lightwave Modeler, I'd get to a point where the polygon count was really starting to make the thing chug. And then I was starting to have to cut these models up into individual parts
and assemble
space them across the layers, and all this sort of thing. It was just getting ridiculous. And so round about 2011, I was now modelling beyond the capability of the computer I had.
Yeah.
And GPUs were still, they were around, but they weren't, maybe 2-4 layer GPUs if you were really, really lucky, and plenty of Wonga required.
Plenty of dorsal.
Oh yeah, see, and
plenty dorsal.
Brutto, yeah. And
lots of shitters.
Yeah. Bag of cash. And I kind of deliberately tried to disengage and go, right, because I used to be avid 3D modeler. I just couldn't get enough of it. I was just modeling and building and rendering, and as the new stuff come out, like Radiosity, here we go, boys.
Then you're
and all this
big time for
that. And just going boom, boy, and watching the computer go new computer, and that was literally driving the whole get the bigger computer. So the music stuff benefited, but it wasn't necessarily the reason behind the new machine.
Yeah.
And I've left it for years and years and years, and deliberately tried to ignore the whole 3D thing. But in the last few months, and then you talking about Unreal 5 again, and I go, I'll have a look. And the other thing was, about New Tech losing Lightwave, and now Lightwave being apparently a British company. And they were talking about tearing the code down to nothing, start again.
Yeah.
Because they were always building on the old
here's
faulty code, weren't they?
My business revolves around a lot of 3D, as well as doing audio and audio dev and mixing and blah blah, voiceovers, all of it, filming, green screen, all of it.
Yeah.
Thing is, there's not enough hours in the day for me to be good at all of it, and there just isn't. And guess what? I'm not that good at 3D modeling. What I'm really good at is finding lots of people that are really good at it, and having them on board as a team, or working with teams of people that are really good at it, because guess what? They have the passion for one specific part of the workflow.
Yeah.
And they're really good at it. They can turn around in, seconds or, minutes, hours, what it would take me a week to do, and I wouldn't do anything half as good as that. It's a bit like when I'm filming, or if I'm recording. If I'm recording, I can spend an age programming up a drum part, but guess what? I love getting a real drummer in, and setting them up, miking them up, and you get that. You get something which you wouldn't otherwise get from someone that knows their stuff. And I don't give them a kit; they bring their stuff because they know it.
Yeah.
Same thing with this. With all the different parts of it, it's easier just to find people who are really, really good at that bit, but have the understanding from my perspective of all of this to essentially project manager or drive it forward and understand, why it's being done, what the goals are, what the user interface is about, and get all the people that work on all those things to do that. And it works. It's a good workflow. It's a really good workflow.
Yeah. This is it. I mean, I when I was on because there's a Lightwave 3D site on Facebook that I joined donkeys years ago, and I was back there having a look, and you still see people doing the same mistakes, especially with camera splining, and we got jerky camera movements. So it's like, I'm going to have the camera pull back like this, and then turn, say, 32 degrees here, and instead of having a nice flow to it, it goes all this sort, this sort of stuff, and it's like, I'm going to have a fucking field day if I get Unreal 5. I tell you, I'm just going to go mad.
The funny thing is that when it comes to, let's say, audio, or video, with any of them, I will tend to, if it's going to end up as video, the special effects or the Unreal stuff that we do, because we use green screen and track shots, so we know how to, put people in a space, and then have the space work with them, right? That's the goal. And the same with audio. I've got ambisonic microphones, so we can do the same thing. And ambisonic mics are brilliant for that. You can, put people in space. And still, sorry about this, there's a sort of slight diversion. I've been watching lots of demos of ambisonic mics of late, people using ambisonic mics. And they're all the same demo, which is they have people standing around in a circle, and they'll do choral stuff, or they'll have an orchestra where everyone's in the same place and you're hearing everyone in that place, and you get a sense of the space, right? And that's just so freaking boring. It's when you first hear it, you go, oh, that's good, spatial binaural sound. Yeah. But the kinds of, I was working back in the 90s at a studio that had the Calrec sound field, and that was the first, the first proper ambisonic mic. Yeah. And I looked at it and I didn't really understand what it was doing. So I rang Calrec, in fact it was AMS Neve that then owned them. And I rang them and said, look, I'm working at a studio with this ambisonic mic, I'd really like to understand it. Is there anyone I could talk to? They said, well, would you like to come up to the factory? And I was, I was no great shit then. No one really knew me. But I said, I'd love to. So I jumped on a train. Got there was a chauffeur-driven car from the train station to the factory. There's a banner up above the factory front saying, welcome Andrew Longhurst. And they spent a day, they really treated me like royalty. And I was just deeply puzzled. And I said, why? And they said, in all the years we've been doing this, only the BBC ever sent people over. And you're the only music producer that's been along and asked what it's all about. And so I learned ambisonics really well from them. Right?
Wow.
And so I do recordings, even now I do recordings where I'll have the mic set up and I'll get people doing backing vocals, like 3 or 4 backing vocalists. And I'll put them in stocking feet and I'll have them walk around the mic. Right?
Yeah.
And then you record them walking the other way. And then you record it, individuals or pairs walking around. So you end up with a composite with this enormous movement in it, and you're not quite sure what it is, but it's like a great big warm hug of voices that constantly evolve and move, and you can get them to move in and out and do this weaving thing. It's quite spectacular. Wow. And that kind of way of working, and also with drums and percussion in the same space. So you put a divider up, put the percussionist on one side, you put the drums the other, and you put the ambisonic mic above the divider, so you can, because you record in something called B format with CalRec. There's all sorts of different formats. So it's WXY pressure. So it's up, down, left, right, forward, back, and pressure. Pressure gives you the zoom, if you will.
Yeah.
And then after the fact, you record those 4 tracks, and after the fact, you can steer in and take either a stereo or a mono mix of that. So, for instance, I could steer in just on the, within reason, just on the snare drum. There's always a bit of bleed.
Yeah.
And then on the toms, and then perhaps on the overheads, and then steer it the other way over to the percussionist and zoom it down, so I'm getting the right, and then you just stuff a Neumann U47 and an RE20 into the kick drum, and the whole thing sounds magnificent. Now, what's really good about that is I can create all these drum tracks, have it absolutely, sounding absolutely great, no phase problems, none. So the percussionist and the drummer are hearing what they would normally hear. They're working in the same room, so they're feeding off each other, and you end up with this mix that's just crystal clear. Great way of working. Great way of working.
Wow.
That's cool.
Yeah. No, I like I say, I still can't get over the power of the Unreal part. I just can't get over it, man.
There's more coming though. There's.
I know. I mean, the guy was talking about it was this plugin that he applied. He goes, oh yeah, no, here's one of the plugins that are now available, and he just popped this thing in like that, and it was producing a 3D sound around this thing he put in a room, and then walked around it, walked under it, and stuff like that. And even in stereo, you could hear movement going on. It was like, what the fuck is what day?
Yeah, we create.
Felt like it was going over you, as he went under it. It's very
You can tie
weird.
sound, so you can tie spot effects which trigger depending on proximity and stuff.
Yeah.
You can have different areas with ambient sounds, and you can have them cross over and stuff.
Yeah.
There are some limits. It's not quite, even now, you kind of hear the differences. It's getting better. It is getting better.
Yeah.
But there's all sorts of stuff coming down the track. I was talking to Oscar Caballero, I think it is. Calabero. He's the president of the Synthesizer, the Sound Synthesis Club, which is all the people from Silicon Valley, from the Dave Rossum and all of those kind of people were sort of founder members, and it was just a way of them getting together and being able to talk synths and talk about technologies and ideas for how you might do stuff without and just having other people that understood it, and they would all just contribute bits into this. They'd have these talks, and they'd all walk away enriched and having different ideas, right? So he's the president of that club now, or whatever. And he was saying he's just passed a series of exams or whatever it is, so that he can now use the IBM quantum computing system, qubit system. And he said, has anyone got any ideas for this? And I'm immediately thinking, yeah. So what's the real power of this? And it's the power to be able to do a gazillion calculations like that, right? And if you can do a gazillion calculations like that, polyphony stops being an issue.
Yeah.
You invent not just a sound, you invent the entire soundscape, where every instrument is, where it's placed, what the volume is, what the pitch is. You can interact with it in real time, make it dynamic. It's one voice. You've created an entire soundscape with every little part of it, and it's one voice because you're just creating it on the fly dynamically. That kind of thing is going to start being, coming down the road at us, which is just fascinating.
That'll stop people paying 54 grand for a CS80, won't it?
Well, no, it won't, because
then
you've got the other side of all of this stuff, AI and everything. AI. The thing is, we each of us, I've said this before, we each of us, when we're writing or playing or creating whatever it is we create, we bring our lived experience to it, right? So, and what creativity, what art is, if it's nothing else, it's the desire to communicate at a very profound level, you know, and experience a something to communicate this, not this, but this. And that's something you do through lived experience. You have an experience, and the way you view the world and the way you portray it and tell the rest of, you know, tell the rest of the world what you're thinking is through art, drawing, or music or whatever. And there'll always be an audience for that, and there'll always be the desire to relate to someone else's lived experience. And yes, you can synthesize that, but you can never do it purposefully from a person's point of view, because you're not there, you haven't lived their life.
Yeah.
Although it may not talk as much as me.
But what you're saying is at the essence of what art is, right? At the very purest form, it is, we're vessels of whatever we've experienced, right?
Yeah.
And we should ultimately be the best storyteller of that. But
we should be unafraid to tell those stories as well.
Well, that's true, and that's the real shame, because a lot of
but expression makes you vulnerable, and people are worried about that, right? Because then that sucks, and then you go, oh man,
no, you're right, but the reality is, at some point, you feel that what I call falseness, that reluctance, it can come through, right? If you're holding back at all, or if you're just trying to put a veil on it, it's not.
It's best to not give a shit.
Right. It's best just to let it go, and if that means that you
because you won't go to the corners, those little hidden corners of what you're trying to express, if you're worried about it, and you'll just play safe. You play in the little safe area in the center, and it's just bland bullshit like everything else.
Yeah, if I was too precious, I would never do the hardware jam stuff. It's just too,
Well, no, because that's the beauty of the hardware jams is Inky or whoever, Jonathan, a lot of them just saying, like, just fucking
just bang it out.
Stop.
No. Yeah.
Stop all that.
And here's the thing, what I think I've found, which I find sort of most inspiring about almost everyone's uniquely wonderful, right? Yeah. And if you can work with them to bring that out, to say, look, take the risk. Here's the thing. When you're creating anything, whatever it is, if you're writing something, drawing, painting, doing music, but film, you know whether it's good or not, right? You do. You know whether or not it's good enough to share with other people. It may not be the best, but you know if it's good enough. And here's the thing. If you like it, there will be an audience for it. Not everyone's going to like what you do. That's just the world.
Yeah.
It's a bit like, you don't have to like me. Of the four of us here, 3 of you probably hate me. And I'm one of them.
I can't speak for Cleo.
As few as that?
Just can't do it.
But
I
have the penguin of death.
Ah, yes, that's why we behave ourselves.
So, you kind of have to put it out there. You have to put it out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Take the chance. At some point, you have to.
I mean, nearly all the tracks I've ever put out on my SoundCloud channel, I know aren't good.
I wouldn't say that, actually.
No. I tell you for why. Because I cannot, to save my life, mix.
Okay.
I can't. Later on, I can listen to a track and go, "Oh, that shouldn't have been that loud," or whatever. Or that's horrible. There, I should have tried to, take out some of the mid-range in that or something. Down the line. At the time, I'm not hearing it. For me, it's the notes.
But you don't.
And the sound.
Here's the thing. Often, when you're mixing or creating a track, you will do a monitor mix very early on.
Yeah.
And you're almost kind of trying to get back to that each time, because there's a certain feeling to the earliest mixes you do, that are really raw and have really captured the moment, and then you end up polishing that out almost sometimes, right? And you do need to have that point where you get to the point where you think, right, this is now, for the moment it's finished, and then you have to frig off somewhere for a few days or weeks or whatever, then come back to it. And the first thing you should do at that point is have a notepad open and just make your notes straight away.
Yeah.
Just make all the notes you want to make on the first playback. Then you do that. Generally speaking, you'll capture everything, and you can then you're where you need to be. You're where you need to be.
That's true with anything. I did graphics projects 20 years ago, and I go, ooh, I shouldn't have done it that way.
It's interesting to see though, because when I look back at how many plays tracks had and stuff like that, all the tracks that contained some amount of CS80 in, all done better than all the others. And it didn't matter what capacity the 80 was in it. And which is really weird, because but they have to play the track to find out if there's an 80 on it. And it doesn't say there's going to be an 80 on it. But they all seem to do much, much better. Then the one that was all CS80 is in front of all the other tracks on there by a country mile.
But that's because you're familiar. That's also because you're so familiar with that tool. We talk about the tool thing. That whole thing. Part of this is you can have a billion synths.
Yeah.
But if you don't focus on 1, 2, 3 or whatever, you focus on the few that become your staple. You focus essentially on your library, your toolkit. Yeah. And you can bring in other sounds and do all sorts of other things, and maybe one of them will become a favourite. But you need that tool. You know the CS80 so well, and it shows, because the passion, the time between here and what comes out is zero, because you're just you know it so well.
Yeah, it's interesting because I mean I've done tracks in the past where I've used things like the especially when I got the Osmos, the Rise, and was using, shall we say, 80-ish sounding sounds on it, and people were thinking it was the CS80, but it wasn't because of the sound. It was because of the way I was playing it.
Yeah.
Because it was able to do it the way the 80 would be able to do it. And they were absolutely convinced that what they were listening to was CS80. I'm not going to break that illusion.
When we were talking to Flo last night, and there was the question about, does your experience of playing with a violin, what I meant to say was, with the bowing in one hand and then
I know what you meant.
Does that make your string arrangements and the way you interact with arrangements and synths and string libraries different? And I think she said yes. She hadn't thought of it, but I think inevitably it does, because you have what you've just demonstrated there, Ken, is your understanding of the CS80 means that despite every synthesizer that's ever come out since the CS80 having a CS80 patch, right?
Yeah.
Despite that, you know how it should play. So even if you play a CS80 sounding kind of thing on another keyboard, you kind of know what it should sound like, so you play it to make it work like that, right?
Well, when I became aware of this thing, especially when it comes to string libraries, I did this. It was one of the lumps of score that I did for this imaginary Ringworld film that, if it ever got made, I go, hey, I've got a score for it, kind of thing. I played it to Ty, and Ty doesn't hold back, which is why I wanted Ty to hear it. I said, look, here I am. You stick the knife in anywhere you want, mate. I want to hear it. And he come back, and what he said, I wasn't expecting, because I wasn't really aware of it. And he said, he goes, all right, well, look, on your string lead, on your violin lead, you have too many forward bows and not enough back bow sounds. So it's like forward, 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 forward. And he says, you haven't got a 12-foot long bow. It's got to come back as well. And I'm going, there's a sound for that? I mean, I've seen pictures of violins. It's not gonna make me. But of course, Ty knows all all that nuance.
Plus, he
that
also
stuff.
knows the orchestra, like the division arrangement, and which parts play which parts, and all how to layer all that stuff.
And exactly. So when he was talking about things about various types of working with different kinds of clusters and stuff like that, I'm there going, what? So so I'm going, hang on a minute. I'm trying to do orchestral music with sample libraries, and I don't actually know how an orchestra works or how it's supposed to sound. What the fuck am I doing? But I just love the sounds.
And do you know what? Here's the thing. That's a really good place to start. If you love the sounds, and you've listened to classical music, or at least real orchestral music, then at least you have an idea what they're saying. You know roughly that the first violins are here, and the and you know, whatever double basses are. You know the layout of it, right?
Yeah, because they come with the graphics sometimes. To help you. Yeah.
But then it's what he's talking about is actually the way the technique of bowing. And do you know what? He's right, and he's wrong, and he's right. And he's right, Ty. You're gonna watch this and give me shit about this. But he's right in that yes, anyone that knows string arrangements and orchestral stuff will pick that up in a heartbeat. They'll go, yeah, you see, you haven't got enough back bowing.
Yeah.
Guess what? 99.9% of people won't know or care if it sounds good.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. A Hollywood production company that's commissioned you to do it, they'll know because they'll have someone on it that understands this stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the public don't necessarily, which is why so many of the string arrangements you hear for records, that shows my age, for releases currently are using string libraries which only ever play 4 it's but they sound good. They sound like a real string section.
Admittedly, this was during. But this was during a time when I was like really, really seriously considering giving up everything and do scoring for a profession because I'm an idiot. Right?
You're not an idiot.
You're passionate.
A passionate idiot then. So, but it's like, this is why I want to do this. I want to do it. And it's one of these weird things where sometimes you can listen to a Hans score and you go, it's got the simplicity. Sometimes there's just no complexity to the actual structure of the main theme of the score. You put in all the details afterwards, and you build and build, and that's what can make it interesting.
Themes
why
and
you can sit there and listen to it for 20 minutes without any problem. Yeah. And he's very, very good at that, of being able to take the simplest thing and just keep expanding it until it becomes
starting with
more than its parts, more than the sum of its parts. And I'm going, I can do that. And I've done it. I've tried it, and I can. Yeah, I can do it. But I don't, and still don't know enough. But when the whole, do you know what, Ken, grow up. You're not gonna be a film scorer. Then after hearing shit that Ty has to go through, I'm going, I don't want to be a film scorer now, actually.
Here's the thing, most people don't get about scoring for films is you have to work fast and you have to know your shit, because you will get, Ty's turning out, I think he said 10 minutes of music a day.
Yeah.
Doing that, that's an extraordinary amount, right? That's an extraordinary amount. To turn out finished 10 minutes a day is just, and this is orchestral.
Yeah.
So that's nuts. That's completely nuts. The man is an absolute engine.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. If you're gonna be writing scores at his kind of level, or Hans's, any of the what's his name, David Arnold, same kind of thing. If you're writing scores, you need to be able to turn them around and redo them and do the variations, for which you need to know an awful lot of stuff.
Yeah.
The technique.
Yeah.
Things,
yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
And Ty's got that in spades. I've always thought, maybe I can do this.
Yeah.
But I can't. I'm a lousy player.
See, I can't read
really
music.
Lousy player.
I can't read music. You put music in front of me, I haven't got a fucking clue what any of those dots are.
I can read it. It says dot.
Yeah, dot. Higher dot, lower dot, lower dot, high dot, low dot.
Open dot,
And
full
it is.
dot.
Yeah. And all the little squiggles, it's like,
You can pick it up fairly quickly, but then you have to have the technique to be able to follow it. It's all very well saying, this one. Then you've got to be able to play it, and I've never practiced. And
the sight reading and all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
That is so many light years away from what I can do.
Yeah.
I took a sight singing class in college. It was really hard because you had to sing the notes you were reading on the sheet music. I was like,
And do you have perfect pitch?
No.
Yeah, that's a bugger, isn't it? But I'm sure you must have relative pitch.
Yeah, I mean, I used to play. I played violin and brass as a kid. I could read sheet music like nothing, and then I got into sports and dropped all the music stuff.
I think you dropped
high school. I picked it up. So
I think you dropped it because you tried blowing the violin and you were bowing that's.
Well, I mean, who doesn't want to blow a violin? To be honest, right? It's pretty sexy.
Hey, come on.
Yeah, we were hoping Dave was going to give us a demo there.
Yeah, especially Stradivarius. You gotta give it the due.
Now, where's my violin?
No way.
But yeah, but I must admit that's where the whole. I mean, I was like I said when I put the stuff up on the SoundCloud, and I was getting. I mean, nobody really goes, "This is shit," kind of thing. Anyway, but there was a lot of feedback, and a lot of it was quite good, and it was going. Yeah, people don't really care generally about, like you say, whether there's enough backbow samples in order and stuff.
Most people would have no clue.
And but internally you also know, like for instance, when you get for instance the solo cello that they did in that video with the Osmos, and it was fine, but the sound was just not quite right, and especially when it went up the top a bit as well, and you're like, ooh. Yeah, but the articulation was enough to make it fine to listen to.
But I mean, when we start about cellos, that's just not most people don't have a freaking clue about cello, what a cello sounds like. And I don't mean that in a disparaging way. I'm just mean that that is just where we are now, right? These are not.
Yeah. Well, it very rarely comes forward as a solo machine, a solo instrument anyway, does it?
And,
yeah.
You know what I mean? But if you're going to play in that playground, I guess, right? And then it makes perfect sense. And there is value to knowing that because it affects.
Or you just say, I've no idea. I'm doing this with synths. Bugger off.
Yes. That's exactly what I was going to say.
And then you hire in an arranger and get them to arrange the string parts that you want. You say, look, this is kind of what I've do something with this, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, most people can't tell if it's a synth-based orchestral or real. Like I did a thing with my dad a long time ago with a sample on a keyboard, and then I played him a CD. I go, which one sounds real? And it's a cognitive bias thing. He said, well, you're playing it on a keyboard, so it's obviously fake. But they're both using the same sample technology, same digital technology.
Yeah.
They sound the same, basically.
Yeah.
But the fact he's seeing me on a keyboard doing it, well, that sounds fake.
Yeah.
But
you
listen to a CD all the time.
You listen to a CD and you go, it's the same tech, mate.
Yeah, it's digitized music. So it's...
Yeah. I mean, that's all kind of different from what you're trying to express, an emotion and all that, right? That becomes sort of irrelevant, but it is important in one scheme of things, depending again what your audience is. But on another level, none of that matters, right? And there's just what you are trying to convey, what mix of emotions or how you attack it.
Sometimes I'm not even conveying. Sometimes I just enjoy internally the feeling of writing something and listen to it play back. I go, I wrote that, fine. And it doesn't even have to go any further than that.
There's also the whole flow state thing you get into when you're writing, right? And as I said just a little earlier, that I'm not a great keyboard player, and I'm not. I'm a really rubbish one. However, I'm really good with sounds and articulation. I'm really good at coming up with the right sounds to make something work right, and I work really hard on chord structures and just getting the right feel to something.
Yeah.
And I used to be terribly self-conscious about playing in public or playing in front of anyone. Now I'm not. And the thing is, the reason I'm not is because some friends of mine said, look, you've got all these keyboards, come and play live with us. And I went, no. Guess what? We rehearsed for 6 weeks.
Yeah.
And the first gig we did was in front of 3,000 people, and it went down a storm, an absolute storm, because we all knew the notes. And we did another gig where I started off something completely wrong, and I just burst out, because we were so good at this, we were so tight on it. I got, I don't know, 3 or 4 bars into it, and I just went, no, stop, we'll start that again. Completely the wrong sound, completely the wrong part, sorry, let's start again. And everyone just fell about laughing on stage. Guess what? The audience, I wasn't even aware of the audience, because I was just used to playing with these really, really good musicians.
Yeah.
And that's a wonderful thing. It's you just learn to up your game a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I did. I remember I did a solo performance at a fireworks party. Didn't think that one through, did I? So, yeah. Yeah, but anyway, so I literally I had me Poly 6, I had me Monopoly CR78, TR606, and an MC202. And I played for, I think, about 5 hours. And I was doing, Equinox and this, that, and the other, and all these different types of sounds, within the capabilities of the machines that I owned. And, yeah. But everybody loved it. But they seemed to love it the most when I used the flanger on the CR78. And they were very into that. They loved that. They go, oh, that's movement. We like this.
It was interesting.
Yeah. They go, why the hell I did that? I don't know. But people loved it. And I loved the performing. I really, really did.
Yeah.
Even though what I was playing, I mean, if it was ever had been recorded, played it back now, you'd be going, oh, God, what an awful fucking racket that is.
Yeah, maybe not. It depends.
It was pretty rackety, I'll be honest with you. Well, it wasn't wonderful in any meaningful way.
I was talking to Liz, my wife. We were watching Glasgow earlier.
Yeah.
And there is a point in some artists' careers where their voice no longer holds up and they're not as good at performers. They're not able to maybe move so well. But guess what? Because the audience knows the songs so well, the point at which they jumped on board with the song, which may have been a gazillion years ago, it was a time and a place where something happened for them and they made an emotional connection to it, right?
Yeah.
And so even when the person standing up to sing it has got white hair, can't hold a note worth of shit, someone else is hitting the high notes for them, because it's them singing it, the people who are really, fans of that song will hear it as it was. They'll forgive almost anything, apart from not turning up. Forgive almost anything, because
I wish somebody had said that to Barbara Streisand.
Jesus. Well,
wow.
Yeah, wow.
Wowza.
No, her retiring was like, oh man, that's an end of an era. Isn't it?
It was.
Well, she also singers like that, they throw all their chips in. Excuse me. They throw all their chips in that one thing, that voice, that articulation, that timbre. And, that's, you know what I mean? Like Robert Smith with The Cure, he could still get up there. He can miss notes. His voice can be a little off, but he's kind of centered himself around. It's way bigger than just that. Using him for example. It doesn't, and actually, ironically, they're much more of a true band than most people really conceptualize of The Cure. But that's his, so it was funny because he could go on and on and on. I think he didn't think he could go on. I'm like, oh, dude, no, you, of all people, like you're a true lover, of that form of music, that live jamming. That is your thing, like. Yeah. So I guess on
jamming,
some,
rehearsed. I can't jam worth a shit. I can't. I mean, that's all kind of it.
well, I think my point too is that
It's practice does that.
if you listen to The Cure, let's say, some of their songs are just, they start off and they just jam for like 5 minutes, and it feels exactly the way, for me as someone who played in bands, it feels so good because they just play, and then it's like, okay, everybody, our lead singer would just kind of drop his hands to us like, okay, that's enough. We gotta get on with the song. And that form is so, for me, is so pleasing. It's so relaxed.
Yeah.
And it's so, oh man. And you can, so he could do that a million different ways now. You know, he could play the song. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think those, but then you think of Barbara Streisand, and she's got one thing, you know, everybody's lights are on her and her skin tone and whatever. And that's got to be dreadful.
You know, I just saw the Pretenders who were on earlier today, right? Chrissy Hind. She did something that was extraordinary with her voice when she first started singing, which is rather than doing the the frequency modulation, she did the tremolo.
Yeah.
She did that, you know, the brass in pocket, that sort of wavering, you know, the tremolo. Guess what? When you get old, your voice is more likely to tremble like that. It's more likely to suffer from that kind of sound. That's part of her sound. She could carry on singing until the day before she dies, and no one's going to know, because that's part of her style. I was deeply impressed. She gave a really good performance.
Yeah, she's wickedly talented.
Yeah.
But Ken, I'll keep saying it. I can hear you play those keys, and you play with expression. You know?
I agree.
I think that's all I got.
So obvious.
That's all you need.
It's all that matters. It's
all you need is that and $1 billion worth of keyboards.
Yeah, apparently.
Guess what? You might.
The most
turns
expensive.
out you repair synthesizers.
Oh, we got one of them then.
Maybe only a couple 100,000 worth, but no, it's that's the gift, you know, and it's then there's the other qualities of, do you have something you need to get out, you know what I mean? And that's really good stuff, because if you start mixing having the talent or the ability with actually a desire to want to say something, then you get into the really amazing, to me, the
Just
best.
release it. There's a guy local to me who will remain nameless, but he's one of the most talentless shits I've ever met in my entire life. No, he's not a shit at all. He's a lovely man, actually.
No, he's a shit.
But no, he's not. He's actually
I know he's not.
He's talentless. He really doesn't understand music at all. So but in the time that all of the people that I know who are musicians have been working on the same single album for 20 years or whatever, never still quite got round to releasing something. He's released 6 or 7 albums, and they are, without exception, mostly pretty dreadful. But here's the thing: he's released 7 albums, and people have bought them, and he has a fan base. I don't happen to like all of it, and I am just totally in awe and full of admiration for someone that just gets off their arse and does it, right? And you know, he just turns these things out, you know, one after the other, and they're okay. You know, thing is, he loves doing it, and we get too hung up, I think, on being a success, on being judged by our peers, right? And he doesn't give a shit about that. He just
Although you need some of that to take you back to the real world. You can't be floating in the clouds all the time and think everything is wonderful, right?
Oh no,
you need that constructive stuff. But some people do it. This is really funny. This is a non-music example, but this guy was unbelievable. So there's this Audubon Society, you know, the bird group, local meetings, and they had an offshoot called the Bird Photographers for the Bay Area. And this is always like pro guys. Some of my friends were in there doing amazing shit from around the world. Published guys, magazines, books, you name it. This guy comes on, and someone said, oh, he's back again. I said, who's this guy? Just wait. So he comes up, he does a show, Almost every photo is out of focus. He doesn't know the birds he's taking pictures of. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Completely clueless. People are like face palming, embarrassed for him. He doesn't know any better. He's continuing on like he's having a good old time. At the very end, and people correcting him, yelling out the names of the birds in the audience. No, it's actually this. Or that. Oh, okay. And at the very end, he goes, I'll have a table in the back if you like to buy stuff at the end of the show. He has printed postcards, printed gift card, like greeting cards,
birds.
all these horrible photos that are like poor exposure, poor focus, doesn't know what they are, all this kind of stuff, and he's selling himself like crazy. And so good on him for having the chutzpah to do that, but after some point, you got to listen to people.
Well, it's almost a unique product in its own ways. You know, you get a greetings card and it's got a out-focused photograph of a bird, and it's named wrong.
But it wasn't supposed to be funny is the whole problem.
But it doesn't matter. The people buying it and go, this is fucking hilarious. He's getting money for doing what he's doing.
And this guy that makes these albums gets them mixed properly and recorded, really well. They're really well recorded and mixed.
Yeah, so he's got that
very good
so that's
songs.
good.
But it kind he asked me to mix one of his albums. And so I did. And I spent the whole time replacing the drums to get them in time. Retuning, I had Melodyne for the first time, so I retuned all the vocals so they were in tune. But you didn't hear you didn't hear it because I was able to draw the things pretty well. And it was the first time he'd had a mix done where everything was in time and in tune, right? And it sounded. All of a sudden, the song's kind of that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And I said to him, look, if you'd like me to go into the studio with you next time you record, I'll produce one of the tracks.
Oh man!
Just so that you can see what you need to do. And he said, no, I think I'm doing all right. And I went, okay.
Oh, see, I was gonna say
there's looking the gift horse in the mouth, isn't it?
No, well, it's also the one thing, the biggest mistake. Well, it's not the biggest, but for purposes of drama, is the preciousness, right? That thing where
of death.
Well, oh man, I like that a lot. I was trying to point. There it is. Where you start to think what you did because you didn't. Oh, I'm fucked. It's way more interesting.
Sorry.
I was like,
sorry, Dave. I'm like, so sorry, man. Mate. I'm so
derailed. Completely derailed.
No, this is more interesting. Even I admit it. I'm actually more interested in hearing from the moose than that. But
the penguin.
Well, yeah, the penguin, the moose,
No, it was so good.
Della Morta.
Yes.
Della Morta. Yes.
There you go. I didn't get to see him.
Mustang of Death.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby.
Here we go.
The Mustang of Death.
Monty Python.
Kiss my shiny ass.
I don't have anything scary. All I got is this guy. Is this good?
Kirby of Death?
I want that on every single show I see you in, Dave. That's brilliant.
Yeah, lurking in the background.
I think I got you all beat.
Have you?
Oh.
What the fuck is that?
Oh my God! It's a pink Smurf.
No, it's the devil.
Oh. Oh my God! Devil Smurf.
Okay.
Devil Smurf.
Devil Smurf.
Repent.
We will fight you.
The penguin of death will see him off. He will.
Moose of death.
You know what happened today in Russia, and
Oh yeah. Fuck yeah.
Penguin
What
of
the hell's
death.
going on there?
Penguin of death went over there last night. He got bored. He went over and sorted it all out.
Penguin of death was like,
He got Larry.
He got Larry.
He got a bit pissed. Got Larry.
I was like, is this really? It's like, this is so stupid. It's like
bizarre, isn't it?
It's just like
Well, we'll see what Putin does. No matter what you say, you can never write him off. right?
Yeah.
Although
Yeah, but
he seems to
but
have shot his bolt a bit here.
Oh,
yeah.
well, they
Can
said,
all but
yeah.
hope. But
Yeah,
then who
well.
replaces him? And are they going to be worse?
Well, that's the thing. That place is. We've seen this enough in other places where Jesus.
Yeah, America.
Well, we had a bit of a reprieve, didn't we, with Gorbachev? But
America's
Britain,
Yeah.
Canada, all
Yeah, what
these
did-
fucking countries.
yeah, perhaps they'll get the equivalent of our trusts.
Oh God, the last 13 years of the Tories would have, every single one of them. What the flipping heck were we thinking?
Where was
there
the
we go.
use of that then?
Yeah, especially with old.
Piff paff, piff paff.
Piff up, whiff waffy, whiff up, stick my dick in a pig.
No, that was David Cameron.
Yeah, but he was there,
Yeah,
holding the pig.
Yeah.
Oh,
He
like
needed
in the
to-
Getting the
Now this-
blowjob.
No, this won't hurt a tiny bit.
How did we get onto this?
We get to,
Jeff did.
yeah, Jeff got here. Yeah. So
Mate, you just
everything
let
drops.
the handbrake off
It was
and.
fine till Jeff got here.
Woo.
Yeah.
If you want to go faster.
Bullshit.
So,
It's a Quebec
so
thing.
from articulation,
Quebec thing.
quantum computing to jizzing in a pig's head. There we go. That explains the pub perfectly.
Yeah.
Just sums it up.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very unexpected.
But you know what? No, the slogan for the pub should be the pub. Come for the people, stay for the abuse.
Mm.
Because
Or it should be pubs open. Hell no.
Or possibly just a fart.
Yeah.
oh yes, well,
Yeah, you know this thing I've been having for the last couple of years of left and right.
Oh, yeah.
I'm being very right or very left.
Yeah.
And my headphones have been perfect.
no
Now
way.
my headphones have gone heavy left. And nothing's
Check
been touched.
check the socket on the claret.
Yeah.
Check the socket. Check the socket. The headphone socket.
One
Just
moment.
twist it.
I have to stand up because
1, 2, 3, 4. Do-do-do-do-do.
Nope. Do you know what I
which-
think it is? And this might be a little controversial. I think it might be the web page.
Or your hearing.
Pardon?
or
the web page.
Shut who and the what now?
web page or Cleo.
Cleo. Oh,
Ah, Cleo. Yeah, see, but Cleo's over here.
She said, "Why can I scratch the hell
It's
out of
really
you?"
weird. Because.
You gotta get- I can get away with that, Jeff. Okay.
I can carry a pussy too, but
Oh.
had to go there.
I'm just
Yeah, no.
yeah, I'm gonna let that go.
Cleo wants to bring back LOL cats. I can has cheeseburger.
We're going
Yeah, it's
piano.
gonna make me famous. There we go. Is he?
That's it. And that's a take. I will call this album C minor.
The text not complete. Do you have the noise in there?
Oh, sorry, yeah. And then
Oh, hat time.
oh,
Good
oh. You know what? I'm 2 inches higher than I was. In this chair, anyway. Oh my god.
Oh,
Yeah.
we have to do a.
I
No.
think Andrew's losing his
It
mind.
can't be done. There's no way he can't do this.
He is a man of many hats.
No, no.
Yeah.
Hey, shh. All right, do something with the moose, Jeff.
Gotta do something with the moose. Come on.
May I just
No
say
pressure.
ta-da?
No pressure.
Oh,
Ta-da.
ta-da.
You could have just done this.
Rookie, what's a cool rabbit out of my hat?
How about this?
Cleo's going there.
Oh yeah,
we're not related.
that's a standing ovation.
Cruel to be kind.
Yeah, I got mine.
Just do Bullwinkle Moose.
Bullwinkle. Oh yeah.
Hey, Rocky.
There you go.
I never watched that show. You know.
What?
Really?
Oh my.
Well, I was a kid. I didn't speak English
now
much,
play-
so you know.
All right, now play the part, Ken.
Catch up now.
Hang on. Isn't Hans going to want that back?
No.
Okay. Charles II.
This is me dealing with my inner Lily Savage, I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can see
All
that.
right, kid.
I'm
All right,
taking
kid.
you.
Like,
Yeah,
you know.
right, kid.
Yeah, all right.
No,
It's a very British thing.
I
yeah.
was sweating like a blind lesbian in a fish shop.
Wow.
Do you remember that delete meter I was talking about?
Oh, shit.
In the red.
Where are we at? What's the time?
Now you look like
What's
David
the time
Crosby.
stamp?
Yeah, David Crosby.
Oy.
All you hear is Ken going blah blah beep beep.
David Crosby without the heroin. Yeah.
Possibly Barbara Streisand.
Yeah. Or, hey, Freddie, I've got an idea for a song.
Oh,
Barbara, sing us one more.
that's a goodie.
Oh, that didn't help.
It's like the cat. He's got a hairball.
He's getting in character. Let him
Lily
go. Let him go.
Spongage. Yeah. All right, our kid, you know.
Hey, Arise.
Yeah, you know.
That looks like you in the Spongles.
Yes.
In the day.
This was back in the 77.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're not getting on that.
The Tour of Droitwich.
Yeah. From the Worm That Yearned album.
The worm that yearned. Yeah.
And you go, oh, I wish I wasn't a worm. Oh, do you know what? This is fucking itchy. I don't know how you put up with it, mate. How do you put up with it, Jeff?
That's what she said.
Verbal. Old school.
On that note.
Beep, 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 beep. Release the pressure,
You're in a
laddie.
safe place here, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, no
Release
one's
the-
going to watch.
Nah.
No one's going to see this. You can say
Yeah,
anything you like
nobody's
about
watching,
anyone.
Yeah.
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 No one
I've
will
never
ever
seen
know.
your show.
Dude,
It's
I'm
not
proud
for
of you.
seeing.
Oh.
Do you know I should go onto Facebook and mark myself as safe, even though I'm on there? Where's my phone? Oh, damn.
Marked as safe from the pub.
Okay, just call it the pub an audio assault.
Hello, 911.
Is that audio arse salt or audio? I don't know.
Or oral assault spelled differently.
Oh, oral. Yes, oral.
Oh.
Oral. Like my new Facebook group that I'm just thinking
Ah,
of.
yes.
Oral
yeah.
sects.
Ah.
Oral
I
sets.
think that's what it said.
Yeah, oral
Oral
sex.
sects. AURAL sects. SECTS.
Brilliant.
Yes.
To represent the many tribes. Musical tribes. And of course pornography, mostly. That's
Of course.
Kind of see how it plays out.
It's oral.
It's a pretty broad framework right now. We're gonna kind of.
It's mostly audio related.
Got bloody hair in my mouth. I don't remember having oral sex.
Yeah. I don't remember a hair being there. Was it running?
Again, old school.
Old school. Yeah, you had to be there in March.
What?
In March?
Yeah, March hair.
Excuse me while I just looked that one up.
Yeah. Okay. Now we're getting weird.
Look it up.
Now.
Yeah. Do drummer jokes instead. That's better.
Yeah.
Because somebody did one in the chat at the on that seniors podcast. I can't remember who done it. It made me laugh anyway. He goes, "What was it? What was the difference between a drum machine and a drummer?" You only have to punch the data into a drum machine once.
That's terrible.
But true.
Yeah.
No.
Yes. How do you define a drummer? Someone with musical friends. That's what it is. But anyway. Yeah.
All right, I guess I'll be the first to shake off
Drummer's
here.
musical direction. Do you want me to play too fast or too slow?
This is too painful for me. I can't do this.
You play drums?
No. No.
No, but he fell over in the bath once.
Sticks.
You were late coming in then, Dave.
I know. Wow.
Yeah, Dave's idea of a swinger party
That's what she said.
Lots of people do that. Right. So. Yes.
All right. On that note, I'll leave. So you
On that bad, you
play the part some. Do that much. Okay. I think I deserve that much. And now,
Yes.
Yeah.
what did I do?
Right then.
Oh,
Well, I'm
okay.
going
Another
to.
minute. Okay.
Kent, you've done it to me again.
What's that, darling?
It's. Well, I just popped in for a minute to say goodnight, really. And it's now 20 to 3 in the morning.
Well, you can still pop in for a minute.
No, I can't.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Good
Bye,
night,
Nick.
Dave.
Oh, thank God he's gone.
Oh, he's gone. Oh, hang on. And now we are established.
Spattered, I think you
Yeah,
call it.
Rob's got the what a wanker.
Yeah.
And we've got the good day to you, sir. If I'm a fart as which you claim, your face must be from whence you came. Nice.
Nice, mate. Nice.
Nice.
Nice. Great.
Yeah, super. Smash it. Binaural farts in a bin. Love it. Love it, Steve. Oh, man. Yeah, I wonder... At that point... I use Apple now, don't I?
You keep the doctor away?
Yeah.
Yeah, binaural farts will be interesting since it's a point source, right? So.
I wonder if this will just work. See if this just works like it's supposed to. It's a Mac. It's supposed to just work, isn't it?
Computer says no.
Yeah, well. Let's have a look. Ooh, oh, that doesn't look promising at all. Let's try that. Oh dear. Oh dear. No. That's horrible. Oh, maybe not then. In a shell of nuts. That's oh, that's interesting. You can't select an instrument. Is that not weird in some way? Oh, I see. Oh, that's why you can't select an instrument.
So, Andrew, have you tried the Amazonic mic made by Zoom for their recorders?
No, I haven't. I've got. I used to have a Calrite Soundfield Mark IV, and now I've got the Sennheiser Ambio, which is, I have to say, pretty good. But the Zoom one, no, I've not tried it yet. But I ought to.
I heard it's decent. I mean, it's it's still pretty expensive, even though it's one of the cheaper ones.
How much is it? 1,000?
Yeah, about that.
Yeah, that's any tetrahedral array is going to be expensive because you've got to match them, right?
Right.
Electronically.
How much is the Sennheiser one?
Christ, I think that was close to £1,500.
Okay, so yeah.
I think something like that. Yeah, 1,200. I think I got it for.
So Ben Jordan was doing some ambisonics with that recorder, using that mic, and he said it was maybe he had a bad unit, but it was not as sturdily built as he had hoped. So he had some problems with it, so he returned it.
Yeah.
But for the price, I mean, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, when the Soundfield was a very expensive microphone, so they bought out for location recording something smaller units called the ST250, which were much more robust, but didn't have quite the same headroom or whatever. But they were good for sort of location-based stuff. So they were pretty good. But yeah, it can be a delicate technology, shall we say?
Yeah, definitely. I was gonna build one of those binaural heads because the pro ones are just too expensive for a dummy head with some fucking microphones in it. But
yeah, ambisonics is all about, you just need to play with it. You need to get something and play with it. You can. I think I saw one of these Sennheisers on eBay a few weeks back for £700 or £800.
Oh, it's not bad.
It's not bad at all.
What's the model on that one?
It's just called the Ambio.
Ambio, okay.
Yeah, the
Cool.
Ambio, Sennheiser Ambio. It's
Thanks.
pretty good. It is pretty good, but it's all about the decoding.
Yeah.
Yeah, and things like Wavelab, the latest Wavelab, I think it's Wavelab 12, and or Cubase or Nuendo 12. I think they all have, all of those have ambisonic decoders.
Mm.
You have to do a little bit of dicking around to get it right, but yeah,
That's
it's
cool.
a good thing. And the thing to do is to just never to you just use the 4 tracks you record, and then you just do stereo or mono mixes of you take them out and just strip them out and render them, so you've got those as separate records then, because you can always go back in. So your ability to do this to actually zoom in on someone. Yeah, so you zoom right in without any of the plosives. You just you can be quite a way away and zoom in on them.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. You end up with this really good, that really intimate sort of sound without having a microphone stuffed right in their face, which is kind of cool.
Right.
Unless you're the Prime Minister.
Well, it's funny, you're talking about 3D audio earlier. I remember back in the early 90s, even Electric Image had 3D positional audio in the 3D field where you do your renderings. It was kind of clever. You could play some microphones and speakers and stuff in the virtual environment, even as far back as the early 90s. It was kind of crazy.
Yeah, I think in the early 90s was when, I think it was 91, when we had this virtual studio called Virtual S. When I say we had, it was actually owned by 2 or 3 partners, and I ended up there for a year, but I was doing a whole bunch of stuff with them. And Roland came by one day. They'd invented the RSS, the 8-channel. You had the 8.
Right, yeah.
Things you could steer stuff around, right? It was theoretically, the idea was you could create a 3D sound which played from stereo speakers and whap around your head and do all sorts.
Yeah, I haven't, but I never tried it. It's in a couple of my racks, but
they couldn't get it to work.
No.
So they had it over here, and they wanted to demo it, but they couldn't get it to work. And they bought it to us because we knew a bit about 3D audio. And all we had to do to get it to work was you feed in the audio you want to place, but for it to effectively appear in 3D, you need to have some sort of reflection, a reverb reflection or an echo reflection, an early return, really, really quiet, early reflection, really, really quiet, placed somewhere else in the sound field. So you put the signal into the RSS, you also put it into a reverb, a lexicon or whatever we had, and then you place the reverb so it's only just audible, and you put it in a fixed place in the 3D sphere, and suddenly the original signal, you can put it wherever you like. And as soon as you take off the reverb, it disappears.
So it needs a reference of some kind, yeah.
That you have to have a reference. It's about the spatial and phase relationship.
Yeah.
It was an extraordinary piece of kit.
Nope.
In fact, I've got a sample somewhere of it.
Computer says no, Kent.
Yep. Had a quick look in the settings under Bluetooth, and you can't find it.
Is that your Rory?
Yeah. No. It's finding the Sony Bravia in the front room downstairs. So we could connect to that and frighten the crap out of Fiona.
Hello, Fiona.
Yeah, trackpad not a problem. Keyboard not a problem. No. Absolutely bugger all, lad.
Go on, send us down to Fiona. Now it's time to switch off your television sets and go to bed, but don't look behind you.
Trouble is, we won't be able to change it onto the I forget the name of what the screen sharing channel is on it. You can't change to it. She'd have to do that downstairs herself. No, nothing. Bluetoothy, not having it. Even the Rolly software's going, no. I can't find anything. I'm not supposed
Do you
to
know
find
what?
it
I think
separately.
that might be I think that's a Mac sharing thing. You have to do a shared. I think you have to change the sharing permissions in the folder that you've got the Rolly stuff and or the Bluetooth. Without setting up the permissions, permissions, it won't be able to identify it. Mac are really good at keeping themselves secure, right?
You know, it's funny you should say that, because I had to do a thing where I had to shut the computer down, fire it up again with the button held or something, and it went to a different location, shall we say, where I had to change share permissions before I could even install the Rolly software.
That'll be what it is then.
Well, I've done that.
Yeah, you have to have basic admin rights to install stuff.
So that's what allowed me to then install Rolly Dashboard and Equator and all the rest of the bullshit that came with it. So it should be set, but bugger all, lad. Bugger all.
There may be something on the Bluetooth connection.
Yeah, there might be something else going on.
If there's something else going on,
yeah.
I think it sounds like it's a sharing issue.
So go into set it, and it's just not. It's going. No, there's nothing here. There's just a TV downstairs. That's your lot, mate.
This is why a lot of people set up different profiles. There's an admin profile that lets you do anything you want,
right,
but you live in a user profile that's locked down, so you can't be hacked as easily.
I wonder if there's something else in here. Hang on a second. Let me just...
Tell us all your passwords and your PIN numbers.
Yeah.
As if I had any.
Yeah. Don't worry. Some services will leak eventually, so it's just.
Yeah.
Hello, Steve.
Hey, what's up?
All right, bud.
Hi all.
Let's have a look at.
Am I too loud? I probably am.
That sounds all right, mate.
I think you may be here to replace me, because I'm about to disappear. I think, although it's unbearably sticky here tonight.
Yeah, here too.
It's all that glue.
A lot of glue.
Yeah, the glue sniffing.
Yeah, all that glue sniffing, mate. It's not good for you, I told you.
Yeah, flour and water. It's a bugger to get out as well.
You picked the wrong week to stop sniffing glue? Is that
Yeah.
There's no such thing as a bad week.
Well, you go to Ether, you go to something else. You know.
Yeah.
Mix it up a bit.
Let's have a look. Privacy and security. Let's see what it says.
There was a famous episode of Cops where they were following this guy around who had ripped off some underwear from a women's clothing store and was huffing paint. And they said they really like this gold paint. It's like gold metallic paint for some reason. And he sprayed into a bag and inhaling it. And they catch him before he grabs a transit bus. And they go, Sir, what do you got here? Oh, nothing. And they said, Sir, you have all this in your back of your pants here. All these underwear things shoved in his back of his pants.
Gotcha.
And he was high as a kite on huffing paint. It was just hilarious.
Man.
But they like the gold paint. Something about the gold paint.
Probably a Trump fan.
There you go. That would be orange paint, like a copper.
Yeah.
There we go. Nice.
Right.
What preset was that?
Pass. Ah, lovely synth idiot. I should really go to sleep.
Do you not have reverb permanently plugged into the back of it?
No.
You don't have a rack unit or anything?
No, I used to many moons ago. I'd have it permanently wired up to Elisa's Quadriverb.
Ah, yeah.
And then I moved on to what did I replace it with?
Problem is they don't do the long enough trails on their reverbs, though.
Yeah, I did. Well, there was one particular preset I set up to give it a long tail, and then, well, I started earning money, and I bought a 480 XL to get that Vangelis
Holy
sound.
smokes.
Yeah, and that lasted, I think, a week.
Why?
And then because it just went good night.
Oh,
After about a week.
But it sounded good in the meantime? It was,
Yeah, well, I contacted the guy I bought it off, and I said, the bloody thing's packed up. He says, oh, yeah, it does that.
Oh, wow.
Thanks for the heads up, mate. He goes, no, they all just keep breaking down all the time. It's just what they do.
You need to find an RFX card.
I'll send you a
RFX card
CXM
with a
1978, Kent, and you can use one of those. Lexicon 224 emulation. They're quite nice.
Yeah, well, the thing that this really sounds nice with is Eventide's Black Hole.
Yep.
And that's when I found out, because this is connected to the Mac Studio, that Eventide Black Hole doesn't work on Mac.
Run through Supermassive.
Yeah, I try. At the moment, it's going through one of those came with Cubase reverbs. It's all right, but it's no Black Hole, mate. I'll tell you that.
Supermassive's free, though.
yeah. It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to just make a note of that.
Valhalla Supermassive.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, well, oh no, I'm all up for Valhallas. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's some of that, because I got a few Valhallas on that one that are quite nice as well.
Poor Val. Poor
But
Val.
it's funny.
being
You go
abused
to
in
my
this way.
effects folder in Cubase, and there's like a compressor, a equalizer, and then 337,000 reverbs that I've collected over the years.
Yeah.
So I'm a sucker for reverb, mainly because back in the day, it was the one effect I couldn't afford.
Yeah.
And I remember, I think my first ever reverb was a Yamaha.
R1000.
Yes. The little slim
Yeah,
black
little
one.
slimline, 4 buttons on the front. Yeah, I
Yep.
remember that.
And you
So
had the little click, click, click. Yep. And it was like, oh, it's got reverb. And it was like, yeah, it's reverb. And after about a year, you're going, this is awful reverb. It's fucking awful.
It wasn't good.
It wasn't good, was it? So, Black Hole does run on Mac. Not according to the plugin.
My first proper effects I bought, because all I had was Casio keyboards for a while, the cheap ones, is Digitech DSP 128 Plus.
Yeah.
And it had just one of the algorithms was just reverb. It had like 15 parameters, and you could do these crazy ass reverbs with it. It was really nice.
All right, how come you've got Black Hole on your M1 then? Or do I have to buy it again?
That may be the case.
No, honestly, Steve, I believe you. I believe you. And even if I didn't, I'd want to. So it must, because I only had the. Yeah, I wonder if that's it. I wonder if I have to buy it again for Mac. Which I'll do. That's not a problem. That might be what I have to do then. No, because if I can have Black Hole back, then yeah.
Is it the revision of the Mac OS you guys are on? The different revs?
Pass. Because I think I was getting it from my account. There didn't seem to be any Mac version available, weirdly.
I'm so behind, I haven't kept up. How many Mac OS revs are there for Apple Silicon? Like 3 or 4 by now?
Oh, I don't know.
Gotta be a few, right?
I think it's 13.4 or something. Whatever, something.
Have you got iLock?
No,
It says-
not at the moment. Not
It
at the
says
moment.
here it says here on the website, on the Eventide's website, that the validation failure for Black Hole, you have to confirm you've got the latest version, blah blah. Latest license manager, and iLock, iLock dongle.
Okay.
And then you've got to install the AAX, VST, and AU.
All right. So
it's all there.
Would it be possible to plug iLock into a hub?
Are you saying one that you've had previously on a PC, plug it into a Mac?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And split it between the two, so that it can be plugged into both of them at the same time.
Well, you can take it out of one and plug it into the other, but you can't share a dongle between two machines.
Or
no.
burn a second one, perhaps.
You have to buy a second license for that. You can only store the licenses on one iLock dongle. That's the point. Yeah, I know.
Fuck on a stick.
Well, I'd rather not,
but
you know.
Okay, but iLock is
you can do software iLock too. You don't have to use a stick.
Yeah, and it's free. And it's totally free.
And transfer between the two. So if you want it on a stick, move it from the software to the stick back and forth whenever you want. That doesn't count against it.
Yeah, I've also got the ZDT as well on my iLock account, which cost me, I believe, a pretty penny a month. The old, what do they call it? Zero time downtime thing. So you can fire up software without having to have an iLock on it.
No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it was a thing you used to pay a monthly fee or something. And
I'm so much out of the box now. I don't know all these nuances.
I'm in the dark ages. I use little pedals like the Hall of Fame and stuff like that, and they're fine for what I do. But people wonder why you go hardware, and it's just because you don't have all these, dongle greed.
Oh, mate, tell me, mate. Okay.
And the 3264 thing, and for me, it's just I'm a moron, and I just plug the thing in, and it either sounds the way I want or I unplug it. So it's and they last about 400 years rather than, because I think back of all the reverbs I've had. I think the first thing I've still got the original delays I bought. I had the STE 1000 Roland delays with the 4 buttons on the front, and they were great. They're still working from 1995 to now, and then I got some of the Lexicon MPX series, and they're fine too. And then in later times, I've got the Specular Tempest and the CXM 1978, the later versions, hardware emulations, and they're fun too. They're both out on loan at the moment to somebody who's using my Centrix with them to create tears in the space-time continuum. And anyway, so they are fun, but they're always hardware. I find the minute I've got a plug-in or a door or my hard drive dies, I just throw my hands in the air. Or I get a software update in the middle of a session. That's always fun. Or the antivirus chips in and says it's about time you did X, Y, Z.
Yeah, you just
also have cool stuff like the hologram microcosm, which I just started to use, and I love that thing.
Yeah, you've just reminded me about why I didn't want to do iLock to hard drive.
Yeah,
Steve
Elbows has said the Apple Silicon support for Black Hole was added back in version 3.8.11. There you go. So it should work.
Odd.
Have you got the latest version?
Yeah, I had the latest version.
When you bought it, have you updated it?
Yeah, no, I downloaded it. This is all stuff I was trying to do last week. So, I don't know. I think there's more to do to this Mac yet.
Axe?
No, I mean there's stuff that if I'd been a long-term Mac user, I would know and go, seriously, you turn this off and you turn that on. Like I know the PC.
Yeah. Well, there's some new stuff too with the newer OSs. There's always some new shit to think about.
Yeah, but there's something I need to do to this machine.
It's a good system as well you've got. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. It's just that I'm not familiar with it enough. I don't think to be able to just have stuff come on and just work. It's like these different things in the dock that every time you turn it on don't show up anymore and don't appear, and you have to install the software again. I'd love to get this camera software sorted out so I don't have to load camera software every time I turn the computer on.
Oh,
It's a startup thing, isn't it?
Well, here's the thing. You go to the icon, you go, always be here, always be in the dock, always be open on startup and all this sort. And it never fucking is when you fire a computer up.
You may not have installed it with admin rights, maybe.
Mate, I don't know.
Often it's a user permission thing, being able to add. Yeah, but listen, I'm gonna head, guys.
I need to go to that. I need to go to that page again and set it to. I am an idiot. Just make everything just work, please. Setting. Click.
It's like the talent button. You just push it and there you go.
Kenty Pose.
Yeah, well, I'm the same, buddy. I think I'm gonna have to sack hit, as they say, but I can leave the pub open. Believe it or not, that's not a problem. So if you gentlemen wish to continue,
too, so.
Oh really? Oh
yeah.
Yeah, I got to go for a hike and go get some more water samples. So
it's all because Steve came in.
Yeah, Steve, you utter bastard, Steve. It was you, mate.
Yes, they always bring me in at the end. I come into the bar about 5 to 11, and they ask me to play one number on the piano, and they can close on time. And it's exactly like that.
Yeah.
The room clearing man.
You know what we should do is it'd be great if someone should say, play us a number on the 80. 3. There you go, mate.
Don't feel bad, Steve, because when I come in, the average IQ dropped by about 85. So
I just lower it down to the depths of depravity. I think
we actually started to play with our own feces within 3 minutes of him turning up.
Yeah,
honestly, it was
feces. Fuck, that's what. Oh man,
I thought you didn't, did you? Oh, not again. Oh, for God's sake, Andrew.
Oh
man. Told you.
Just flinch it off.
Yeah, it's the brown. The brown. I keep telling you, the brown. Go for the brown. Go for the brown.
Oh, man. Feces.
Oi.
Feces.
Feces. Yes.
You
didn't.
Go on.
Oh no, it doesn't matter. It's just that I just remembered Mother's Day a few years ago when I said send her flowers, and what did you do? You always get it the wrong way around. It's either flowers or feces with you, isn't it? It's just. And remember you sent her that bunch of feces? Remember?
Which planet are you on at the moment? I don't think whatever. Have you been eating mushrooms?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, all the time. Why?
That's good.
Why is that a problem?
It's not a problem. I think
it's a natural high. It's a.
Yeah.
It's organic. I think. Yeah.
Oh.
This is a drug-free channel with a bunch of stoners on it. That's what.
It's a self-help group with all the members separated by distance for safety.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm still trying to get out of my system.
Yeah, all the drugs we're taking are things like, what are they called? Statins and.
Yeah, aspirin.
Otherwise, would be like a bunch of chimps at the zoo throwing shit at each other. So.
Yeah,
that
remember.
Defines my role here.
Yeah,
really
feces, not flowers.
Yeah.
They don't throw flowers at each other.
There was a famous one at San Francisco Zoo used to throw shit at the visitors. It was hilarious.
I remember that.
Yeah.
At least wash your hands before in your proli.
Oh, that's what I do too. I mean, people knock at the door and anyway, throw feces, strangers. I had to explain it. Come on, you guys.
Oh, wow.
You've gone below me now. Okay.
Hey, what's a little shit between friends, right? So.
Yeah, that's it.
Jeff, I was always below you, mate.
We need a new range of brown effects, I think. Just the dangerous.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no, it's true. They're all there. All the brown ones. I don't have the Strymon Lex with me. That's another one that's brown. I think we should have an all brown effects.
It's the 7 hertz brown note effects. Is it the?
Yeah, it's a brown effect.
The brown note effect.
Yeah, there you go. This is a pink effect.
Oh.
That's the escape artist effect.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, I'm going to go and pebble.
I'm going to do a Houdini fart. He was chained and everything. Oh. It must be 3 o'clock in the morning.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah.
Sorry.
It's been lovely lifting the tone of this evening's proceedings. I'm
God, yeah.
taking you to new heights.
No, that's probably the fart gas that's doing that.
Well, we're talking about gas gear and to real gas. So.
Well, yeah.
Oh yeah. There we go.
Soup to nuts.
I promise not to play the Hydrosynth I've just acquired. So.
What'd you get? The 49, the thingy, the whatnot, or the
I
deluxe?
got the big ones. I got the big one, the deluxe. Yeah.
The deluxe. Wow, good for you, my friend.
I'm about to use the. I haven't had the touch sensitivity going yet, but I'm going to put it into the Isonin and the Deckard's Dream and try and get the aftertouch happening. So,
of course, the Deckard's responds, doesn't it? To
and so does the Xerxes as well. So I've got 2. I'll have enough MIDI messages to drown a ship here shortly.
We'll go back and read Manny's little trick about the latch thing in the chat for the.
I'll go back through the 7 hours of chat. I'll take you on.
Somewhere in there.
Reading.
The latch workaround.
Anyway, so that's between that and poverty, and that's about all I've got to offer.
That and poverty because of the Hydrosynth.
That's it. Yeah, it's Hydrosynth-induced poverty.
Yep.
And I have to buy Kent a little CXM 1978 for his CS80 to go on the top there, a little white one. I think that's only fair.
No, don't worry about it, mate. I'll get this black hole thing sorted out.
You and your black hole.
Yeah, I got to have me Eventide black hole, mate. That's what I need.
Is the brown hole less expensive?
The brown hole, that's really expensive. That's extra.
Well, because it's so shameful, it costs your soul a lot.
There are proctologists. There are proctologists just lining up to use the brown hole.
Yeah. Sudden visions of nuns with rulers.
And playing glove puppet.
We stay from the brown.
2 nuns in the bath. One says, "Where's the soap?" The other says, "Yes, it does, doesn't it?" So.
We need a boom ting on the sampler, please, Kent.
Yeah, we haven't got a boom ting. We've got
the anticlimax.
Yeah. Have we got anything else? Oh, the opposite.
There we go.
And also the boing. Don't forget the boing effect.
Oh, where is it? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And the that's the sound my Mac makes when I start it up.
It's the sound my room makes when I get up in the morning.
It's the sound my back makes every day. Oh, actually, and my underpants, thinking about it.
I think that's probably the most useless sound effect on there.
What's it called?
It's called, would you believe, 8-bit.
Oh,
I know what. Yeah.
8-bit drum sound.
Yeah. Okay.
8-bit hand clap. Oh, what's that?
There you go.
That's a bubble fart.
Or digital flatulence there. So.
A few artifacts in there, yeah.
That's a Radio 1 one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Something like that. Oh well. That'll do.
That's it.
That's classic.
That sums it up pretty much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Henty Poos. Night, Steve. Good to see you, mate.
Good night, all.
Shame to him coming
Good
now,
night,
you
all.
buddy.
Yep.
Everybody look after themselves and take care, as always.
I shall
Same
depart
to you.
now too. We may as well end transmission so people can watch Epilogue and go to bed.
Good night, Jeff.
Good night, Andrew.
Night, everybody.
Good night,
care.
Grandpa Andrew.
Yeah.
Bye.
Good night, Grandpa that shagged pigs. Bye.
Bye.
Who? What? Sorry.
It's an episode of the Waltons, isn't it? Good night, John.
Yeah.
It's Grandpa Walton. Arrested and charged for pig fingering.
Whoa.
Yes.
Oh, pig fingering.
Yes, piggery.
I thought it was a
Piggery.
dessert.
Could be. Could be bacon ice cream. There we go.
Yeah, it could be, but it's not.
That explains the failure of the business.
You mean to finger food, right? So
Yeah, stop fingering your food.
I was scratching it.
There with the chicken. What? Oh, mate. Oh, dear. I think I've broken me.
Look at the lovely bunny.
Come here, boy.
Boy, I said boy.
I said boy.
Boy's as sharp as a bowling ball.
it's deliverance all over again.
Yeah.
Oh, you got a pretty mouth.
Oh, okay. Stop fingering your food. Oh, no. That's not going to go away now.
It's really not.
Breakfast will never be the same again.
I was looking forward to a squeal meal as well. Look at that.
Squeal.
I'll never be able to eat bacon.
Yeah, making bacon, that's what he was doing.
Oh,
right,
good
I've got
God.
to...
Well, gives you meaning back bacon as well, right? So
Where the hell did
It's,
that
it's
come
about
from?
lunchtime here. I'll go and get a Happy Meal, I think.
That's a bit rasher of you.
Right. How hard did you finger it to make it that happy?
Make it that happy, yeah.
Are you aiming to be a Conservative Prime Minister? I don't know. It's... There we go.
Oh,
good night,
God.
all.
Good night,
Yes.
all. Take care.
Yeah.
I'm Reverend Reverend Kent will turn his collar around and do the 60-second epilogue, and then we shall. You need a bit of
Spiritual
theme.
Santi, dum-de-dum. I don't
I
know
can
the
beat-
rest of the words. They're always dead by then.
I can beat
Go
you
get
at
some,
dominoes. Yeah.
Go get some finger bang chicken.
In which case, that's Big Daddy the Kid and Spooky. There we go.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's the one. That's the one.
Yes.
Forgive me. Right.
Oh,
Good night, guys.
mate.
Enough now.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, dear.
Good night now.
Good night.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag. Guten Tag, I'll be back.